tears tonight. Smile and pain will fade away. Words of mine will turn to ash when you call the...
Testing. Hey, we're here. Dude, I legitimately, that was just odd. I'm not even like mad. I just I don't know what happened. That was weird. What's up, everybody? I was feeling great going into this. I'm still feeling great, actually. That cannot ruin my mood. What's up, everybody? Testing. I don't know why OBS decided that number one, it didn't like my mic. It was just like, nah, I don't think that's your mic, by the way. And I'm like, what do you mean? And it was like, I don't think so. I don't think that's what that is. And then I was trying to like remap it, and it just crashed. Just like straight up, all of OBS just crashed. I've never had OBS crash. I'm more like surprised and shocked than anything. That was fucking weird. But now we're here. Can you guys hear that? Oh, you can. Ah, there we go. It's Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss era. I agree. Also, yes, as many people correctly pointed out, it is rage bait. It is absolutely rage bait. Will Friedle is still alive and positive in all of our hearts. Don't you worry. But it is technically true, which is the best kind of true, and just like the best kind of correct. But housekeeping. You might be like slightly aware that we've been having some how would you call it? Some fucking issues lately. We've been having some internet issues. And I have tried everything I could think of. But if you were around for Kukuro, or I talked about it a little bit on the Baldur's Gate 3 stream. But if you didn't watch either of those, you might not know. Or if you didn't check also the announcement in the Discord. I've told a lot of people about it, but I tested it yesterday. For Baldur's Gate 3 and Kukuro, I just fucking disconnected everything. Because I essentially found this issue in my monitoring where for those Baldur's Gate, or for those Critical Role streams, we were getting, I don't know if you can see this, we were getting these big spikes on the noise graph for the 5 gigahertz band, which basically just means that the connection between the router in here and the router out there in the living room, which is the master one, that's the one that actually connects to the internet, that there was a lot of noise between them, which could have theoretically caused momentary outages. And so once I had that this might be the issue, super easy to research, which is a lot of the times with IT, is it's like you're just not researching the exact correct key phrase, and the moment that you have it, pew, everything goes super easily. And I found that a lot of people were talking about how smart devices can sometimes just like flood your network with pings, and not cause a ton of issues, but could specifically cause issues or intermittent connection drops between mesh routers. So I was testing it. Turns out it wasn't the smart devices, at least I think. So this was yesterday. Obviously, I didn't stream yesterday, but you can see that the graph spiked. This was a test. This was absolutely on purpose. I figured out that basically let's get the graphing paper out, everybody. And let's start strong. You guys want a little mini tech lesson today? And I don't care if you don't want it. I want to give it to you. Because I want to explain why everything's back today. Bot's back, Twitch is back, and I wouldn't be bringing all of this back if I wasn't relatively confident. Now, I could absolutely get tossed and washed. Oh, thank you for the 4 months, Mustang. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's see. No, not that. Yay, that. So 45. But essentially, I have my living room here. I have my kitchen here, and then there's the office here. And there's like an actual wall between these two, and then there's no wall between these two. Doesn't really matter, but I want to get you into the storytelling aspect of it. So I have my main router right here. This is what actually goes off and connects to the internet. And then I have my other router right here that my actual box plugs into, and these two talk to each other. So the issue is that on this right, we have a TV right here, right? And then our couch is over here. And then we have a monitor right here. So that, and I split the signal on whatever we're watching on TV. I split it so that I can pipe it into the TV and this monitor. But these are across a room from each other. I would have to run a big long cable. Or I could have a wireless HDMI signal that passes the signal that I'm splitting. So if I have say a fucking an Xbox playing Netflix, I was putting it into the TV, splitting the HDMI signal, and then piping that HDMI along this line over to this monitor over here. Now you can tell if you zoom in real close and squint that these two lines are pretty fucking close to each other. And that they are both wireless signals that are probably sharing the same band. Now, my stupid, naive brain assumed that routers would have a way around that shit. Like mesh routers would use a different band for communicating between each other. Turns out, doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. This line right here was flooding this to the point where we were getting pretty good internet most of the time. But in terms of consistent upload to a streaming service where you need it to be stable the entire fucking time, this was interrupting it and causing those huge spikes on the noise graph. So we have disabled this. We have completely disabled that, and I'm cautious still because it could still be something else. I've been confident before, but I'm cautiously optimistic that is the full issue. Honestly, we will see. Like I said, I've been wrong before. But I'm hopeful. I'm very, very hopeful. So good news. Very, very good news. I'm very, like I said, I'm very, very hopeful. And I'm hoping, is the stream a little low for anyone else? Oh, probably. Actually, probably. I just realized I turned down the broadcast mic a little bit. That might be better. That might be a little bit better. Hopefully. Because I absolutely did turn down the broadcast mic. The other thing, in terms of housekeeping, is that sick. The other thing in terms of housekeeping that I wanted to bring up is 1,000 subscribers, obviously, which is so sick. Also means ads. Woo! I set the YouTube ad policy for as low as I could get it. I turned off the automated ads for live streams, so I have to manually place them, and I will just place the YouTube ones at the same time as the Twitch ones. So like when we go on our normal break, where's the beret? I still don't know. I've not actually really had time to clean this room. Only basic. Oh wait, actually, is that it? I think that's it. One second. Got it. The problem is, ever since the dog chewed up my fucking earbuds, I can't wear this anymore because I would have to do this, which looks stupid as hell. It already looks stupid as hell, but anyways, so I set the ads to be as non-intrusive as I could be, but they are there. I'm going to be running them a lot, so that, or not a lot, but a lot of the reason being so that I can get closer to paying Eden what he's actually worth for his edits. Since we got monetized, I can actually start paying him straight up anything, but it's still like way less than the going rate. So I am doing that. And yeah, I'm gonna really hopefully try to make them as non-intrusive as possible. But they will be there now. The other thing that I haven't done like a whole lot with, but I did set it up because people have asked for it, is a way to donate to me directly. It's going to be in the description of all of the videos. Hey, Beck Liz, thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. And that is, me and Eden have some plans for some members only content as well, so I'm excited for that. But I set up a Ko-Fi if you want to directly donate. Not going to talk about it at length because I don't want to shill too much for myself. But some people were asking for like a PayPal or something direct. So that is there now. What program do you use to make your maps? I saw your Planta Verde map and it looked awesome. Oh, the Planta Verde map. I'm trying to think of what program I used for that. I've used a ton of different programs. It really depends on what I'm trying to do. I think for Planta Verde, I used a program called Dungeon Alchemist, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it is really pricey, honestly. But it does a really good job of taking what you want and trying to build on it. It says it's AI powered. It used to not say that. Like, that's one of the fucking things that I hate about the whole AI fucking moment that we're in, is a bunch of things that used to just use like very normal like AI algorithms that, weren't noteworthy in any way, have started to put AI in all of their shit, like in all their descriptions, and now it like is a somewhat controversial topic. I don't know. Dungeon Alchemist used to not say that, and based on it, I think it like I don't think it uses like a fucking generative AI. It just uses like a very normal like video game AI. But Dungeon Alchemist is, I believe, what I use to make the Planta Verde map. But yeah, welcome, Ebster. Thank you very much for the membership. I appreciate it. You weren't kidding on the price? Yeah, it's not cheap. Not cheap at all. Yeah. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Ink Charm, for the upgrade. Hell yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Oof. This is exciting. I'm so pumped today. I'm so pumped today. I think we got the internet fixed. People are being so generous. It's awesome. Yeah. Anyways, while being skill challenge favors some classes versus others, skill challenges are cool. Also, CR is a very RP focused group, so it's not a problem for that. I don't think that being RP focused makes it not a problem. It just makes it a problem that people don't acknowledge, like the prank wars. I don't know. I'm still pretty solid on that one. And like skill challenges are cool. That's why they're in the rest of D&D. You don't need them in every part of D&D, you know? Like, you don't need a persuasion check for every part of RP. You don't need, like, skill challenges aren't involved in combat. Like, not every system needs every part of every other system. I think you could just have a death mechanic that just doesn't have skill checks. Back with his crazy rogue expertise went persuasion religion he's not even proficient in. Yeah, I mean, just because some people choose not to engage with an unbalanced thing doesn't change that the thing is unbalanced, you know? Like it's like in a video game, if one of the heroes was much more powerful than the other, and or like than the rest of the roster, it's like, okay, yeah, like some people just aren't going to play that person, but that doesn't mean that the person isn't bad and poorly designed, you know? Not to say that skill checks are poorly designed. I just wouldn't use them in that scenario. What's up? Everyone going crazy with memberships. I know. So I don't get banned for bullying you all the time. That's fair. That's safe, Ink Charm. That's safe. But I think honestly, we've had enough, we're not enough necessarily, but a lot of conversation on the ritual. I do want to talk about some other stuff from last episode, because last episode had a lot, and I think like I talked about the resurrection ritual. I talked a lot about it last time, but there was some other stuff that I wanted to discuss. Let's see. Okay. So one of the things, so comment review time, John Forsyth, asked me a couple of questions, that I thought that I wanted to hit on. What do I think about the overall guest PC arc? And also, what do I think about the Sunken Temple overall? So wait, why can't you guys see that? Oh, because it's not there. That's that might be why you couldn't see it, is because it's not there. Let me grab all of this. Boop and boop. There we go. Okay. So overall arc of these 2 episodes, and if I had any overall thoughts on the design of the Sunken Temple, as well as the first anniversary episode. And I think that this discussion, I have a lot to say. So I actually think this is probably going to go through, well through the ad break and into after the ad break. But there's a lot. So as an overall arc, I liked it. I generally, at least generally liked it. I think that the first episode was a bit slow in utilizing them, but like if they had just been in episode 43, right, and that was it, I would have been like, ugh, iffy episode. Because I think that the first fourth of it was they came in really early, which I love. Like, I would much rather, I'll say this, in terms of like when they come in and what they do, and in terms of guest players, I would much rather have a guest player come in early and not do a whole lot until later than not come in until later, right? Like if you have like an like if you have an overall session plan, right, of like session there, ends there, begins there, ends there, and like you know that you're not really going to get to stuff that like the guests can participate in until here, I think what has happened in the past is CR has aimed for them, the guest players, to come in like here-ish. And this time it felt like they got them in here-ish. And then, you know, they just had this kind of length of time where they didn't do as much. I would prefer that. I would absolutely prefer this, where they come in early and they have this length of time where, you know, they don't do as much, than come in later, closer to when they're actually going to start, you know, more participating and doing things. I prefer the earlier start. So with that in mind, if 43 was going to be it, I don't think they did enough in this one to justify like a good guest episode. But with the knowledge of 44 and like how that went, I think this is totally fine. I think it's totally fine. You got them in early, even though there wasn't, you know, like you got them in like here, even though there wasn't much for them to do in this, it was like an escalation of like the amount that they could do. Not could do, but like was reasonable for them to participate in. And like they would have felt reasonable participating in. Is like it was like less so in the beginning, and then towards the end, it was like very much a setup for the next episode. And then in 44, I thought that 44 was perfect. Like a perfect guest episode. And if you know that you're going to have 44 and like you're going to have them around for 44, then I think it's totally fine to take your time in 43 like Matt did. Because you know that you can spend this time on the setup and they're still going to get their more like free time there. And I think I say it in my notes. I don't quite remember what I said. But you know, it was probably eloquent and amazing. Oh yeah. So the last two, the second half of their arc, so episode 44, putting the characters in solidly unfamiliar ground gives all of the players, guests included, pretty equal footing on how to interact. I honestly think that the clutchness, because I think John mentioned like, you know, how clutch they were in episode 44, wasn't planned or like thought about ahead of time. Like Matt seemed legitimately surprised that Kashaw had Revivify. But I think it's purely a result of constructing a situation that isn't as reliant, geared towards, or even very affected by previous knowledge or experiences within the campaign. Because a lot of 43 was really, really heavily based around previous knowledge and experiences within the campaign. And I think that that's something that I didn't quite articulate very well when I was talking about 43 and like why I didn't love it as a guest episode, is because it was so reliant on the rest of the campaign, but it was also like weirdly segmented. And so I really like 44. Like, I don't just like it because it was a dungeon crawl or like because it involved combat. Like I really, really liked the parts in the camp outside of the loch, when they're just like interacting and talking to each other. Like, I think that's all great. I think I mentioned it during 44 of like the around the fire, like campsite chat was awesome. In terms of like low stakes RP, I really, really liked it. So I think 44 in general is like a really good example of a guest session. I think 44 is an awesome example of a guest session. And if you know that you're going to have your guests for that extra episode, I think it's totally fair to take your time and to ease them in as much as you can in 43. So, yeah, I also think it really shows that you don't need to necessarily hard target guests in terms of plot or situation. Like, you don't need to be like, what is a plot or a situation or a storyline that like Zara would be especially good for, or Kashaw would be especially good for, or that I really think that Will would love, or that Zara, or that Mary Elizabeth would love. I think that all you need to do to give them those big moments, or at least to allow those big moments, is to give them an environment that is isolated enough from the rest of the campaign. Oh my God, all of the reminders. All of the reminders just went off. So the bot's working. But yeah, I think that it was really good. The anniversary monster. So I think G Hercup actually just mentioned it. I think the reason they fought a beholder on the anniversary specifically is because Liam loves beholders. This is something that I think some other people commented in the comments, and I think that John mentioned like overall thoughts on the one anniversary episode monster was a beholder. Like, the beholder being there because the anniversary never even went through my mind for a moment. And I think I kind of wrote it down. I might disappoint. I'm not really into time-based milestones. I'm also not really into like milestones in general. So like, I've debated if I'm even going to do anything for 1,000, because like, the things that I typically celebrate within my life are big achievements. So like, I consider like the 72-hour stream like a big achievement. Like those are the sorts of things that I think about when I think about like what to celebrate. I'm not really into like holidays or my birthday or really any time-based sort of thing. Now, I know that lots of people are, and that is totally reasonable. I got nothing against that. It's just not in my brain. If you're into that sort of thing of like, like anniversaries and like, again, like time-based milestones, I think the Beholder's a good pick. Probably. Like, if you're in the mindset of I want them to fight something that they have fought before because it is the anniversary and we're celebrating like 1 year or whatever, then fighting this thing and showing them how far they've come, which is something that someone said in the chat last episode of like, oh, I think that the point of it was to show how far they've come. And I kind of said like, oh, I think there are maybe some better ways to do like pub stomp combats, blah, 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 blah. I still was not thinking about it in terms of like an anniversary. So that's just a big old, like, I just don't think about things that way. But if you do think about things that way, I think that the Beholder is a solid choice for that. And that's about the length of opinion I can give because I am just like so outside of that mindset. I've never done anything even close to that in any of my games, even the games that have lasted more than a year or whatever. It's never even crossed my mind. So yeah, that's what I said. I might disappoint. And then I think the ad's going to start in a minute, and we'll do my takeaway because I have lots to say about the dungeon. So, I think we'll start the ad here in a moment, in a second, and then we will be back and we will talk about the dungeon. I'm gonna run it a skosh early so that we can try to get closer to the hour, and I will see you all in a second. Go get some water. A boop and a boop. What's up? Hello. We're back. How we doing? Okay. So I'm jumping straight into it because we got a decent chunk to get through. And let's just make it happen. So the dungeon. I liked it. I think there was huge potential here. And here is where the Will Friedle, the rage bait title comes in. Oh man, the guest players had to go. Like, you know, they mentioned of like, oh, you know, Will had, some sort of Will had an issue where he can't make it next week, so blah 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 blah. Like, I think that they pretty clearly were planning on the guest players being here for 45. Probably when 44 was getting planned out. And to my eyes, the dungeon itself was probably bigger. The exit was, going to be a little bit more interesting. There was really huge, I think, potential there. Now, real life fucking happens. I would not change a thing about how Matt handled it. I think Matt handled it totally appropriately, of like skipping through the exit sequence just to get them out of the dungeon, so that they could wrap up the session while the guests were still there. I think all of that makes total sense. But the missed potential of what was there in front of our eyes. Not even like, oh, Matt could have designed it better. Like, I think Matt designed a really good dungeon, and we just didn't get the full experience of the dungeon because of meta factors, real life. Nothing you can do about that. So that's that is the fulfillment of the rage bait title, is Will Friedle ruined the dungeon. I will say I'm really interested in looking forward to maybe more of these like smaller bite-sized dungeons with the whole vestige hunt arc, where like, some of them might be like in cities. I know one of them, the Titanstone Knuckles, are with Grog's uncle, I believe. Uncle. So that's going to be probably like more of a social encounter. It's not going to be a dungeon hunt. But I do think that the dungeon hunts provide, or the vestige hunt provides a good opportunity for some little small dungeons, like even getting to Osisa's mate, could be a little bit of a mini dungeon. So I think that's an interesting conceit for kind of a mini arc of this vestige hunt, that could allow for some things that we haven't seen in a little bit. Now, I said if time. Fucking whatever. I want to talk about it. They have multiple teleportation spells. That's true. Do they have teleportation circle? Like, I'm trying to think. They have dimension door, I'm thinking, on Scanlan. Do they have a way to exit the entire party if they don't have a tree? Because the typical one that they use is transportation via plants. Do they have something that can transport 8.5 people, 9 people, I think, without a tree? Yeah. So I think that it still would have been, if Matt hadn't brushed past it, the exit from that dungeon still could have been very, very interesting. Of like getting through the water. And that's something that I talk about here. Yeah, Tibbs had teleportation circle. Yeah. So it's a small thing, but I think that using the geographical feature, the lock, as the main barrier to entry is really slick. It kept everything very focused, because the only thing that the party knows, right, is the only thing that like the party really, really knew was the tomb is under the lock. That was the thing. So they went to find the lock, and then they found the lock, and they know the tomb is under this. So no matter if they're spinning their wheels, if they're looking for alternate solutions, they can always come back to the lock. Like, I think if it had, like, to give kind of an alternative example that I think wouldn't have been as good or wouldn't have been as slick, is Matt could have given some manner of more vague environmental clue, like, oh, the fucking vegetation around the temple dies and decays. Nothing to do with the lock. It's not sunken. It's just underground somewhere. And in the general proximity, the vegetation dies. That is obviously much more ambiguous, and I think that it would have been a lot easier for them to spin their wheels. Even though I don't think that's an invalid way. Like, I don't think that's an invalid geographical clue. If you're in a normal campaign setting, it's okay to give those sorts of like really vague type of things. But especially for something where there are guest players, so it's a little bit more of like a one-shot feel or a limited series type feel. I think that telling the players this is the big geographical clue that you will use to find the temple, and that clue is also the main barrier of the temple is underneath the lock. So the clue is also the obstacle, I think keeps everything really laser focused. Of like a couple of times the players kind of went off a little bit and were thinking about some alternative things, but then they came back to the water. They came back to the lock. And I think it, like I said, it kept it really, really tightly focused, which I think was really, really slick. I talked about if it had been a campaign, I might have made the lock maybe an even more significant obstacle, like maybe made it more dangerous, made it bigger, made it the ruins less obvious within them, something to make the lock a bigger obstacle, but then add some maybe alternative entrances like a cave or a collapsed mine or something else. Maybe that were more lightly foreshadowed, maybe weren't like as direct to get to, but were maybe the obstacles were a little bit easier to interact with. Some alternatives if I was in a normal campaign, which they are in a campaign, but they're in a guest session where you want to keep it tighter, you want to keep the pace up. Like, it's much more important for them to not spin their wheels or not get distracted. So I think that having just this very direct, there's the lock, it's the obstacle, I think was perfect. It's something I'm going to take home with me. Because I've never thought about this like, as a thing until I saw Matt do it. And I was like, oh my gosh, like having it be the clue and the obstacle kept Vox Machina, a group that has spun their wheels in a lot of situations, it kept them pretty focused. So I thought that was very, very nice, very precise, very slick. And then separately, the large body of water as the main barrier to entry, solid obstacle. I talked about it during the actual session as well, but especially for a high-level party, you can do so many interesting things with just a large body of water. Adversaries living in the water, adversaries around the water. Like we saw the owl bears come up and, use the lock as a hydration source. And so anything you do to the water, you can have the world very easily react in a reasonable and interesting way. So even if like Matt made the comment that like with Keyleth's I don't remember what it's called. It's not shape water, it's not move water, but her spell that she used. Like she probably could have displaced the entire lock. But even with that, there are such easy ways that you don't even need to pre-plan as a DM for how the world could interact to even that sort of, big event of like Keyleth displacing all of the water in the lock. Like that's something that's very easy, I think, to like improv react to as a DM. So I think it's a really solid choice along with the general resilience of water. Like if you compare this to something like a big iron door on the front of a fucking mountain. There are so many ways to destroy things in D&D. Water is actually like relatively resilient as a substance just because of the sheer amount of it in most situations. So I think it's a great, again, something that I hadn't really thought through, but for a high level party, just a giant body of water can be a really solid obstacle. And beyond that, the interior seems solid. I don't have like a super complicated opinion, mostly because I don't think we saw. I mean, sorry. I don't think. I know we didn't see all of it, obviously. So like from what we saw, it was basically the lock up here. Down, there's a little branching path. This went over here. This is where the Nightwalker's ward, the vest. We'll call it the Beholder room. This is where the Beholder room was. And then my theory, if I had to guess, there were two other exits. So there was this one and this one. Having dead ends is not bad. It's not uncommon. Having two dead ends right next to each other set my senses tingling. Set my senses very, very tingling of one of these being a secret door. Just like very instantly, probably the one with the Raven Queen symbol on it. I have the very, very distinct feeling that one of these was a secret door and, would have opened up to the rest of the dungeon beyond that was all, down here. So, from what we saw, the interior wasn't like, I'm not gonna like rave about it, but it was solid. It was, I think, solidly designed. And if you tasked me with like taking what's here and like building the rest of it, I could very easily build the rest of a very solid dungeon. Like, I think it has like really, like, from what we saw, very good. It would be easy to make the rest of it also good. So in my brain, I'm going to assume the rest of it was good, like it's pure speculation. We don't know. The rest of it could have sucked. But I don't assume that was the case. 'Cause I can see very easy possibilities with very easy ways to make the rest of it interesting. And the beginning was solid. So especially with like the tomb aesthetic, I think it worked perfect. So yeah, probably my favorite dungeon so far. If I had to pick, just because there were no weaknesses, I loved the entrance, and the combat was interesting. I think those are kind of, and I think that the combat, as much as I was kind of questioning the Beholder and like maybe there were some like meta factors as to why it was a Beholder, I think that the combat itself furthered the story. I talked about it during last episode of like the harmony concept of like, combats furthering the story, stories furthering the combats. I think that was a good example of a combat where the actual act of the combat furthered the story of what was there. So like, to contrast that against something that I don't think was quite as harmonious, but isn't maybe what you would think of immediately as bad, the fight against the Wyvern Riders in Iman, the like police force. I think that the concept of the Wyvern Riders existing furthers the story. That gives us more details into the type of ruler that Thordak is, how he employs lording over the things that he takes over. There's very much information there, but the actual combat itself didn't do anything to further the story. And not every combat has to. like you're not always going to have like a way to nail that, which is why I didn't really, I didn't talk about it as like a huge flaw of that combat. I think contrasting though, I think that everything about the Beholder combat, from the lair actions that it took, mainly the lair actions it took, honestly, but also like its general strategy of like shoving Kima into the pit, and then we go down there and there's a bunch of corpses down in the pit. Like, a lot of the things that it did in the combat told us things about it. The spectral eyes, the spectral tentacles, the goo. We learned about some potential things, and I don't think that they're going to go super far into it, but like, to me, my theory, partially based on the events of the combat, is that this Beholder was a construct of the Kuo-toa. That the Kuo-toa summoned this god master being that is reminiscent of a Beholder into existence. And that is based on the lair actions that it took and all that. So I think it was a really solid combat. Overall, like I said, is solid combat, solid design, great entrance. I liked it a lot. The only thing that I am very basically my only real critique of the dungeon, the only thing that I didn't love was the insta-kill ward and the lack of organization after the combat, especially if you are Matt and you know that an insta-kill trap is around. If I know that an insta-kill trap is around, I am going to want to be more careful with not talking, with really making sure that everyone is getting a chance to do the things that they want to do. Like, we talked about it, Laura wanted to check for traps, but Percy pushed past. So I don't know. It's I think that was a little bit of a weakness. I think that the entire death scene was awesome. We spent so much time talking about the death mechanics of the ritual, but the actual enaction of the ritual was fucking awesome television. It's really, really cool. So it's hard to be too down on it when it led to such a really cool emotional sequence. But I would definitely, I would have foreshadowed the danger a little bit harder. And I would have been a little bit more careful about people talking over each other and sort of the chaos, of everything. But those are pretty minor. Those, how minor are they? They led to the death of a PC, but overall, in terms of the design, a lot of that is within the execution. I think the design of the encounter, the design of the dungeon was really solid. And maybe I have a few quibbles with the execution, but overall, really, really good. I would put it at least in my top 3 Critical Role dungeons. And I'm only saying top 3 because I haven't thought about it too hard, but it's probably top 1. There were Marrow Glade Lock. I mean, that's a fair assumption. They were Kuo-toa according to Critical Role stats. Oh, well, there you go. Anyways, I feel like keeping track of initiative would kind of spoil the fact that there are still traps. It would. I think I just would have, even if you're not keeping track of initiative necessarily, because I talked about that last one where I'm still not really sure how I feel about that as a general concept. keeping track of initiative might have spoiled some things. But being a little bit more careful about like, what are you doing? Now what are you doing? Now what are you doing? And not letting people get too far ahead of each other. It's a tough one, which is also why, when I say it's like a lower critique, it's because like I don't think Matt did like a too terrible job. I would have just been slightly more careful. It's still, even with being more careful, this still absolutely could have happened. So again, I don't consider it like a super heavy critique. But I would have just been slightly more careful. I feel like that could be solved by having it not be we stay in initiative, but so we don't talk over each other. I'll go through you one by one. Sort of, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Like I also think it mostly depends on the precedent that you've set. Like if you've set that after a very big combat that you stay in initiative, to do the looting, do the cleanup. If you set that precedent, I think that works. But also if you're I think it's also totally fair, even if you don't normally do that, to say, hey guys, we have 9 people, or 8 people at the table. Let's like kind of go through one by one. Yeah, you can just be a little bit slower with it. If you do it all the time when there's potential loot around, it's not a giveaway if you only do it for traps. If you do it all the time, yeah, absolutely. You can set a sort of precedent with it. From what I remember, Matt later said that he was not anticipating that they would set off the trap without healer after the fight and die. Yeah, I mean, if it was like right after the ep, I mean, just keep in mind in general, I like to find things out as critters would have found them out. But regardless, I fully like everything that he has from everything that Matt has said. He, I critiqued at the end of last episode that he seemed to think that the aesthetics of the dungeon, of it being like the temple of the goddess of death, was enough foreshadowing. And that, I can fully understand that he just didn't anticipate that happening. But he wanted to be faithful to what he had set up, especially in the moment. Like, it's really difficult to go away from your planning in a way that feels good in the moment when players surprise you. So if he didn't plan on them, like interacting with that, and he had set it up as an insta-kill, like, I think I would also lean back on my planning and make it an insta-kill. Because it's really hard to improv that sort of thing in a good, satisfying way that where you change it up from your planning. So yeah, it's overall not a huge critique. I think 44 was a really good episode by and large. I just have, a few minor quibbles, but fucking in general, awesome. And awesome all around. Great combat, good exploration, good low stakes roleplay, good high stakes roleplay. Like, it kind of fucking had it all, So it's a good episode, I thought. To me, that's enough foreshadowing. If I'm a player, I wouldn't mess with the Tomb of the Champion of the Raven Queen without at least a check. Do you know who the Raven Queen was? Like, I think like Matt, and I'm assuming you, Deadly, know who the Raven Queen is. If you had asked me if you would like put me on a game show and been like, is the Raven Queen a custom deity from Critical Role, or is it from the D&D Pantheon? I wouldn't have been confident. I would have been about 65% sure that it was from the D&D Pantheon, but I would not have been sure. And so I think that and even if I knew it was from the D&D Pantheon, what I'm more saying to like highlight is my lack of knowledge of who the Raven Queen is. Like I said last episode, I thought it was more of like an Anubis type character that was like a little bit more benevolent generally. I didn't think it was like I didn't think they were like pretty harsh, you know? So that was not like enough, like just God of Death to me in general is not enough foreshadowing for there could be an insta-kill trap without additional foreshadowing. Like, I think that's a good first step of escalation, but I need like at least one intermediary step before the insta-kill trap, you know? That's all I'm really wanting. I think that, you know, Matt, and it sounds like you, Deadly, thought that like the God of Death was enough to bridge this gap from 0 to insta-kill trap. I need like an intermediary step because it was not enough for me to bridge the gap. I would not have expected it without another step of foreshadowing. Especially when the other trap that we saw was like pure, like it seems like relatively mechanical. Like it had an arcane component, but it was just like swinging saw blades. It wasn't like magical necrotic trap before that. So I don't even think like the other trap foreshadowed an insta-kill necrotic trap. You know? Like maybe you could say that it fucking foreshadowed like a bomb if there was, but I don't know. Like an Indiana Jones style, like pick it off the pedestal and the place starts crumbling around you. Maybe I could have bought that as more foreshadowed, but also he's pretty much spelled out in character 44. I'm assuming he's like a life domain, but I also don't really care. What domain is he? But it's mostly because his god is really weird. And you can have a cleric that is really decoupled from their god. So when I'm talking about like what subclass is he, I don't actually really care what subclass he is. That's just like me voicing like, whoa, what's up with his god? So yeah, I don't super care. Either way. I believe the players were talking about Raven Queen lore earlier that episode. Didn't Vex get a book about it? Sort of. She got like a minor book about it, but I don't know. This is the resting place of a powerful magic I am gifted by a god. Of course it's trapped. Yeah, of course it's trapped. I do not. I agree. Of course it's trapped. Very reasonable. I wouldn't expect an insta-kill. Like a no death saves sort of trap. I think that they would have been much more careful if they were trying to get that in a combat where there's like an additional layer of threat. But in their heads, they're out of combat, even if it is trapped. Again, in their heads, because I think that this is the level of escalation that was presented to them. Even if it did a bunch of damage and downed them, they have a cleric, they have healing potions, they're out of combat, they could just heal up. I don't even think that Percy, because Percy's the one who triggered it, I don't even think that Percy thought it wasn't trapped. Honestly. I think Percy / Taliesin just didn't care. Like, I don't think he cared whether or not it was trapped because they were out of combat. I think he pretty reasonably inferred that it wasn't going to do double their health. So normally it wouldn't insta-kill them. And I don't think that insta-kill traps were foreshadowed enough. I imagine the players all got lore on gods in the world when they were in the home game, so it wasn't explained more. Well, in the home game, they were, I believe, using a completely different pantheon. I believe they're using Pathfinder Pantheon. So I don't know. But also, that was like 2 years ago. So I don't know I think you need a little bit of I'm just saying, again, I just don't think that knowledge of the Raven Queen is enough to foreshadow the insta-kill trap. That's what I'm saying. Still pre-episode? Yeah, still pre-episode, sign. It felt like the swinging blade trap was thematic as a lot of psycho comps carry Scythe, Reaper Man at all. Maybe. I wouldn't have thought about it like that. I was picturing axes, but I might have misinterpreted. I thought it was like big axes. I didn't pick up on any theming there, but maybe. Fun fact, it means he always has Revivify prepared. Fuck yeah. I'm a sucker for weird relationships between clerics and their gods. Oh yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. They can just Revivify too. Well, they could. But that's not as safe within Matt's rules, which I think is cool. Like, I think that revivifying not being safe is a cool thing. If you were at a normal table that didn't use these harsher death rules, yeah, you can always revivify and you're fine. But at Matt's table, that's a much bigger risk. The clues from here are less traps and more outside things. Raven Queen, Death God, powerful godly item within a Tomb of God's champion. Yeah, and this might just be an agree to disagree. I don't think that Death God, powerful champion, powerful item, like I don't. Again, insta kills are not, unheard of in D&D, but they're very rare. They're pretty rare. So I just think I don't think that the party has ever run into one, maybe except for the black hole in the below Whitestone, and so I think that introducing that new level of threat needs additional foreshadowing outside of contextual clues, like. I said this before. I don't disagree that, like, within the fiction, it makes total sense. Like, makes absolute sense for the Deathwalker's ward to be warded with an insta-kill trap. Totally 100% agreed. Within the fiction of the world, makes total sense. I just don't think it was foreshadowed enough to players who are not in that world. I don't think that they were reasonably worried. I don't even think that was like a possibility in their heads. Frankly, I don't think that they ever thought that there was going to be an insta down, no death saves trap. And that I do think is a responsibility of the DM to foreshadow that level of danger. But yeah, I don't know. All those to me foreshadow the level of defenses that may be deadly AF. Deadly AF, sure. I mean, I think that all of those foreshadowed a lot of deadliness, but insta-kill's a new level. A big issue at another table would be that one player triggered a trap that killed another player, and that player died wanting to check for traps. Yeah, that was my main quibble with Matt's DMing there, is not going a little bit slower, not being a little bit more careful. I think that is absolutely a potential issue there. What up, Sputnik? Yeah. It was more of a warning intended to show the party that the game just got deadlier. I think he wanted to kill one of them for there to be foreshadowing of what is to come. I would not use play or PC death as foreshadowing. Like, if it happens, sure, put them in a dangerous situation, but again, I would always foreshadow that danger, or at least try to escalate up to it in a smoother fashion. The fact that it wasn't foreshadowed makes for a more entertaining product. Maybe to watch, I don't think to play. I think that things coming out of nowhere is generally a bad thing. Sometimes it works out, but I think on the whole, more foreshadowing is often going to be better. I mean, that's like a general rule within storytelling in general. That's kind of the basis of something very simple that you would know, like, I keep wanting to say Alakini's gun. That's a really bad flash game, or not flash game. That's like it's not Alakini's gun. Fucking Chekhov's gun. That's the essence of Chekhov's gun. Is like, if you put the gun on stage, you have to use, if in Act 1, you have to use it in Act 2. That's the foreshadowing. Like, foreshadowing is like a core part of storytelling. It works really well because it's Critical Role. I would never do this at a home table unless it's cost or something, but the Critical Role players can handle it. I mean, I think your home players could handle it. I think that Critical Role, I think we don't know what we don't know, but I don't think that it would have been substantially worse if they had more warning that it was an insta-kill trap, or that the level of danger of these traps was at that level. And I also think that that we're biased, sign by the fact that it worked out. I think if Vex died, that trap would not be as favorably regarded because she did try to check for traps. Like, I think that player death would have been really critically regarded if Vex had died. But because she didn't die, and we got this really great character work from Vax, we got this amazing character work from the rest of the party, it turns into this very, very good and positive and interesting scene. But I think that a lot of that would really fade if she had actually died, So I think there's a little bit of survivorship bias there, or that's not the right bias term, but a little bit of bias there. But at a home table, caution should be taken before drama. But this sort of thing CRcast eats up and runs with seems like them going into gravitas-filled scene. Maybe. I don't know. It makes a lot of sense. Verisimilitude does not equal your players being warned it was a possibility based on how you've run your game in the past. Yes, Sputnik, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Vax didn't Vax only die instantly because it was massive damage? No, Ink Charm. No, it was not massive damage. It was a form and function of the trap that she didn't get death saves. It was not massive damage. I mean, it didn't even down Trinket. So no, it was not 5e massive damage. But he only checked whether it brought her below 0, yeah. Do you think they could have reasonably dispelled the trap? I don't know if they could have. I think that if they found it, one would needed to sacrifice themselves. It wouldn't have needed to be a sacrifice. If they had healed Vex, like 1 cure wounds, she doesn't die. Because, all he did was check to see if she got below 0. It wasn't the fact that she got hit by the trap that insta-killed her. It was the fact that she dropped below 0. So if she'd gotten, 1 cure wounds, 1 health potion, she probably would have been fine. But, do you ask for Percy's passive perception or investigation? No. I don't. He did not. So, I don't know. And also, Vex has crazy passive perception as well. So, I don't know. It's that's pretty much the also Mage Hand, which is what they ended up using later. But I think that's what we're getting. I think, and I don't need people to be on either side. I like having these discussions. But I think we are kind of at the bottom of it. So let's see here. Time codes. Tomb was way too heavy for Mage Hand. The entire tomb. Trying to pick up the whole sunken tomb with Mage Hand. Let's see. All right.
We'll have a special guest joining us for an episode. A new guest. The intrepid nerdist himself, Chris Hardwick, will be coming in for a game next week.
I used to watch fucking what's it called? Talking Dead. That's Chris Hardwick, right? Talking Dead with Chris Hardwick. I think I used to watch that guy. He's cool.
Four rings.
Oh, I'm excited. We made his character this past Monday, and should be a lot of fun. He's actually fun to game with. We've played D&D a couple times, and he's
very fun.
He'll be a good addition to the team for his brief stop by. So next week, come check him out on our show.
What does that mean?
So thanks for coming,
What does
Chris.
that mean?
I don't know.
I could be thinking of a totally different nerdy dude. But wasn't he the one that did like Talking Dead and Talking something? Whoever did that one seems cool. But I don't know if it's Chris Hardwick.
Just hoping every guest is a cleric, just in case.
Save us from ourselves.
Perfect, yes.
And then we go straight into the recaps.
All right then. Without further ado, unless there's anything else, we'll go.
Without further ado. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Go ahead and hop into a quick synopsis of where we are in Critical Role.
Help.
Sam will be here shortly, guys. Don't forget. He's dealing with children in traffic. So.
Not at the same time.
No, damn it, you beat me to it.
I
I
did.
was going to say those two aren't mutually exclusive.
So, where we left off, the party Vox Machina having to deal with the current terrible danger of the Chroma Conclave, a collection of very dangerous dragons that have torn through the entire Paldori countryside, have gone on this quest to collect allies and find these items called the Vestiges of Divergence, these artifacts of ancient wars that carry great power and seem to be the best way you can prepare yourselves for going up against these terrifyingly...
I am also very curious. What up, Hyacinth? I'm very curious because regardless of the lead up to the Deathwalker's ward, right? Regardless of all that, we've talked about it. The fact that it did have an insta-kill ward on it is very distinct, like, it's a very distinct tone to give this item and the vestiges in general that they're incredibly powerful. Like, they don't even want to touch it now, even though they're pretty sure that that the magic is gone, you know? Like, they don't even want to touch it now. Or, you know, I don't know how sure they are, but they seem, you know, relatively sure. So this is sort of something that I talked about of, I'm a bit curious how the characterization of these items persists, especially past the Chroma Conclave, right? Because they're gathering these items, which are, you know, in a more, I don't want to say traditional, but in these sort of quest lines, at least that I'm familiar with, right? Where you have you have your party, and then you have some big bad adversary that they cannot possibly defeat. They need something, right? In this case, it's the Vestiges of Divergence. In normal, or in other cases, you know, it's called the MacGuffin, right? That's a very common thing of, we need the MacGuffin to defeat the big bad adversary. We can't do it otherwise. It's not just that we need to train. We're not Kung Fu Panda. You know, we need an item. We need a MacGuffin. So typically, that MacGuffin is either something related to this person, like, I don't know, their fucking left eyeball, their fucking ring, their old sword, sometimes it's a person, it's their old apprentice, in fucking Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, it's the bastard son of the emperor. Like, you know, the MacGuffin is sometimes related to the adversary. And so you can't use the MacGuffin for anything really interesting afterward because it was specifically related to this person, right? So that leaves some future proofing for the stories, right? You're not giving the fucking the protagonist just like, hey, here's the fucking Crown of Karsus, right? Where you're just super powerful even after you defeat the big bad adversary. That's not typical, because that opens up a weird door, right? But who even knows if we'll make it past the Chroma Conclave? Absolutely, yeah. What's up, Zenji? So that's a lot of the ways that MacGuffins are dealt with. A lot of the times is, oh, it's okay that they're super powerful, because they're only ever going to be used against this one person, and then either they lose their effectiveness or their effectiveness is greatly reduced. I don't predict that happening with this. Sometimes MacGuffins are more generic. They are, they are more generic, but they have to be used somehow or destroyed, or they only have a certain amount of uses, what have you. So I'm very interested because I was already thinking, holy shit, these are going to be incredibly powerful. This insta-kill trap sets that up even more for me, of like, this is an incredibly powerful thing, like possibly above the Horn of Orcus. I mean, it had a beholder guarding it. It had all these traps. Like, is the party just going to keep around an item on the level of Horn of Orcus? That's allowed. Like, there's nothing that obviously like says that you can't run with that shit, but that really spikes the power level in a very unpredictable way, and I think and makes it a lot harder on the DM later on. So I'm really interested to see if there is any conceit that deals with the vestiges, or if they just fucking have the vestiges forever, and they just are incredibly powered up. I mean, that, like I said, that's okay, but it'll be interesting, because then they are going to be fighting things that, 14s, 15s, 16s normally aren't fighting, and it'll make encounter balancing much more difficult. That's why vestiges aren't MacGuffins. They're very powerful tools. What's the difference? What's the difference, Dop? I mean, the difference between those two things is razor thin and very context dependent. You could say that Vecna's left nut is a very powerful tool against Vecna. But I understand what you're saying. They're more generic. They are just generic power-ups, but they seem like big power-ups. So I'm very interested to see their exact makeup too, because again, they seem very powerful, very on the level of Horn of Orcus. Like, if you were to ask me just based on what I've seen and the tones and the how they've been foreshadowed, I would assume that they're artifacts. In terms of like D&D magic item rarity, I would assume that these vestiges are artifact levels. And so having your players running around with, 3+, because I'm assuming that they're probably going to get 3 before they even have the chance to take on the Chroma Conclave. Having your players running around with 3+ artifacts is a lot of power. And again, not explicitly bad, but it'll make balancing tough. It'll make setting up a very satisfying combat puzzle later on much more difficult. It'll be a lot swingier, especially when you have these big power-ups with probably on not all of your players, right? So you can't even consider the party as a whole powered up. You have to look at, okay, the people with the vestiges are the real powerful ones. So if I want the combat to be interesting and, like kind of like a push and pull, very close, I have to defend against those people specifically, but then that can feel very targeted. It's tough. It'll present a tough situation if he doesn't find some other way to deal with them. So I'm keeping my eye on that throughout this vestige thing, So yeah, I'm very interested. Dude was literally buried with one. Yeah, true. Yeah. By your own definition, you can continue using them after the quest. Yeah. Oh no, I absolutely think you can. It's just like when you have a ton of them, it'll be tougher to make very tight combats that feel very challenging. MacGuffins aren't always bad. No, MacGuffins aren't always bad. So sometimes you need like MacGuffins. I think MacGuffins get a bad rap because sometimes they are also very They are also very contrived sometimes. I mean, the One Ring is a MacGuffin, and I don't think that the One Ring is bad storytelling or design by any means. So no, MacGuffins can absolutely. It is not an automatically bad thing. No. I think since the Vestiges were weapons made for war, they're multi-purpose. Essentially, dragons aren't weak to vengeance. Vestiges, they're weak to being killed. I agree. I totally agree. That's why I'm keeping my eye on this, because I don't think that they're just going to be useful against the Chroma Conclave. So I am worried about Matt's ability to design satisfying encounters with them in the mix. Because, you can always scale shit up. You can always change numbers. You can always scale up difficulty however high you want as a DM. That is fully within your power. But the further and further you get away from like the recommended item density, which like the DMG has like recommendations for like how many magic items and of what rarity the players should have, you're going to have to start straying further and further away from the CR recommendations for like a tight encounter. Which again, not like off the table, not a terrible thing. But it puts more and more load on the DM to really think really hard about these encounters, really fishbowl them a lot, really test them out to see what might happen. And it takes a lot of because like the system does a lot of work for you in at least getting you in the ballpark of like a balanced encounter. Whereas with this like big power up, if they keep 3+ vestiges, we're getting out of that ballpark. And so you have to like fully rely on yourself as a DM to get very good and consistent encounter balance, or just to be able to control the balance. Like if I'm following all of the recommendations in the DMG or whatever, I can purposefully tune up a combat to be more intimidating and to be more difficult, and maybe to have them run or what have you. And I can very purposefully play with that line as a DM. The further you stray away from the recommended balance, just the more difficult that becomes. Again, it's not like a bad thing. It just makes your job as a DM more difficult, because you're able to lean on less and less and less of the provided resources and the provided guidance, so to speak. Not gonna tell you, but we have them. Oh, I'm sure, Dr. Ruby. Yeah, they're definitely double as MacGuffins, as the items need to beat the dragons. Yeah. Generally, in theory, you could just have them around in a campaign to be found at random, but then it's harder to run around as a DM without the reason for them being required laid out. True, yeah. I think Matt is a bit overly concerned with them all getting a cool, impactful magic item without much concern for balance this season. I don't know if he trusts party members not to get jealous yet. I could sort of see that. And I mean, I think it's cool for players to have cool magic items. Like, I think that's really fun. You just have to be careful with it, because it just makes your job harder. Like, I don't think it like makes the game worse. I don't think that like scaling up monsters is a bad thing. Just absolutely has some negative repercussions in terms of how difficult it is for you as a DM. Oh no, death, my only weakness. MacGuffin, often as the lamp allegory for female characters. It's not universal, but depressing how rarely it doesn't fit that cliche. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know how I feel about not giving the party the same amount of legendary artifacts. If someone gets one, everyone should. Otherwise, it's a bit unfair. Yeah, I don't. when you have a party this, I think that is solid, like a solid general heuristic. But I understand when you have a party with 6, 7, 8 people, that's harder to do. So yeah, I don't disagree with you in general. I agree. Sorry, not I don't disagree. I agree with you in general as like a generalized heuristic. But I also understand why Matt might not do that. I talked about the same thing when I talked about like the Keyleth thing, but I do like items more because they can be swapped around. Perhaps we watch. Yeah. I'm just setting out the things that I'm looking out for as we go into this arc. You know.
Warning. Ad incoming.
No
Take
balance.
cover.
We die like superheroes. Oh, the actual ad warning worked. Fuck yeah, let's go. Very much disagree with you, TBH, but nothing backing up my side other than watching Matt for 8 years. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, to be fair, even if you've watched Matt and you think that Matt continues to build good combats, I'm not saying that he's going to build bad combats. I'm just saying it's harder on the fella. So it's just going to make it harder to replicate all that shit. Not to say that he can't do it. He absolutely could. But we're gonna call it there. We're gonna move forward into the session after only the second ad break. We're really getting through it, guys. All right, I'm running the ads on both, and boop. I'll see you guys in a second. Oh, I forgot that the music was going to stop. All right, we're back in 10 seconds. We're actually going to fucking watch the show now. Crazy theory, right? Actually watching the show. But we're going into a big new area. We've been kind of in the Chroma Conclave intro. Now we're going into the next mini arc. I wanna set it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Plus, this is a on the order of Critical Role apps. In app notes. On the order of Critical Role apps, this is on the shorter side. So I'm not as worried about keeping very strict. But I will also remember to actually use my my timer hotkeys because I realized the fucking thing wasn't going that whole time. But let's do it.
Powerful entities. In searching for this, you made your way to Vasselheim, where you reacquired and reestablished friendships with Zara and Kashaw, two allies from previous installments of our Wonders adventure, as well as getting Lady Kima on loan from the, the Platinum Sanctuary of Bahamut. And you all went to seek the first bit of information you discovered about one of these vestiges, not too far from Vasselheim. This seemingly the champion of the Raven Queen's armor that had been entombed within this temple that had sunken beneath a lake. After traveling to this lake, finding your way through this subterranean, watery location, you found the location of the tomb upon which a series of fish creatures called Kuotoa had seemingly been worshipping another denizen of this temple, a rather strange, slime-covered beholder that then surprised the party. The battle hard fought, you came out victorious, and upon going to retrieve your spoils, a trap was set off in the tomb, dodged by one, survived by a bear, and claimed the life of our beloved Vexalia. After a resurrection ritual attempted by Kashaw, the party helping, they were successful in bringing her soul back from the other side, restoring her to life, and the party then...
And I will actually point out, so the how does he do it with the Kuotoa, it's actually a really great example of, people that know about the Raven Queen are probably going to be more skeptical of this temple. I was immediately, the moment that I saw the Kuotoa, I, kind of knew what to expect. It's a good example of pre-existing meta-knowledge can be legitimate foreshadowing as long as all of the players are on the same page about it. They're all they're all very afraid of beholders because Liam loves them and has talked about how badass they are. So this whole situation, the fucking temple, my knowledge of the Kuotoa, because the Kuotoa is one of my favorite monsters. It's a really, really great example of meta knowledge really impacting your understanding of a session and a quest line. Even if you don't necessarily want it to, even if you're trying to avoid your meta knowledge at all costs, it's going to impact how you play to some degree. So yeah. Interesting.
Figuring out what their next step in their journey was, took their new allies via Keyleth's teleportation via plant spell back to Whitestone, which seemed to be building as this kind of defensive bastion, this currently not on the radar of the Conclave location that needs defenses and a good place to keep your allies at the time. And that was where we left off, as you guys had just stepped back into Whitestone.
We haven't actually slept yet. Then.
Nope.
It's late.
What time is it here?
I'd say through the evening's travels. Well, you guys slept all night the night before. You went to the temple. The temple's probably been...
That's true. We did sleep. Actually, we camped out.
We did?
Remember? You talked to Zara and I talked to Cash. And we
Yeah,
slept.
you guys did camp out.
Oh. I didn't know if we camped. I thought we talked.
Talk.
We at least chilled.
Regardless,
for a little
you
bit.
found your way to
I don't know.
Whitestone. We'll say for the sake of the current setting, you come in a rather overcast mid-afternoon in Whitestone. You may have spent some time there kind of gathering yourselves as your allies kind of scope out their new surroundings. The people of Whitestone accepting you as you arrive. You can always see people walking by and kind of catching a glance at the group of heroes known as Vox Machina that helped liberate them from the oppressive Briarwoods not long ago.
Crawling out of trees.
It's always weird. Not crawling out of trees, that people like us.
Should we, inspect our spoils?
I was going to say we should take the armor and the necklace to the castle and have it inspected.
Is Lady Allura here?
Kima, of which are with you, is like, is she?
No. Well, she was on her way to Western. And we haven't heard from her yet.
No.
You haven't heard from her since. You say Western was under attack as well?
Yes, but she knew it. She was going in secret.
That prideful woman. She slings her hammer kind of off her shoulder and slams to the ground and says, well, if she doesn't arrive in the next few hours, I'm going to gather a party and we're going to go to Western and find her.
Yeah.
Kima, wait, what? Why?
Wait, there's a dragon there, Kima. A very large one, and she was being very, very stealthy.
Her hammer slams into her metallic arm and she goes, I have a much bigger dragon backing me up. She looks up to the sky for a second and grins.
Lady Kimmy don't give a fuck.
Nice line.
We'll wait, Kima.
Nice line.
Going in loud.
I'm
Going to
proud.
cause more trouble.
I'll wait a few days.
She should be here by then.
I can always attempt to scry and see if I can check in on her.
Okay. Not a bad idea.
Okay.
Okay. I need a
Get
drink.
somewhere safe.
She trudges off looking for the nearest tavern.
Here,
Go ahead.
I guess. I forget it's not overrun by vampires. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot it's
Yeah,
on.
it's
Somewhere
clear.
safe,
It's fine
Right
now.
here.
Like right here. Sorry.
Zara,
a lot going on.
Zara Kashaw kind of looking around expectantly as you continue this conversation. Cash kind of crosses his arms and goes, great place. There's a lot of, a white.
Such a dick.
Of which Zara comes in the shoulder and goes like, don't worry, darling. So, sleeping arrangements, I hope?
Yes, the castle.
We'll be putting you up in the castle.
That's what I'd like to hear. All right, to the castle, Cash? Sure. It's better than, well, it's better than anything. Let's go for the castle. They both kind of make their way towards Whitestone Castle to find a comfortable place to get themselves situated in their new surroundings.
So we're healed up. We are healed. We are not running the risk of dying at any moment because we've been healed.
What is that? What is that blur of green?
It's a fucking leprechaun, get it!
Sorry.
Sam,
You should be.
your shirt. Is that new? Because I love it so much.
Thanks, but I'm also wearing a tie because it's a special night.
Right, it's a special occasion.
So is Allura dead?
Kima just left, so
She's on her way to a tavern. Kima's drinking it up.
Same
Wrong.
thing, same
Kima's drinking it up.
Are we heading to a tavern?
We're heading to the castle. We're going to.
Yeah, we
our
just
friends.
got-
We're going to
yeah.
take a look at
corpse armor, hello.
Oh, corpse
Oh,
armor.
what we found
Yeah,
and see
you know the
what
thing
it
that
is
almost
and what
killed our friend over here.
It did kill me, according to you.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean you're here, so yeah, you didn't die, but you
Yes, I am.
did. But you didn't. But you did. And then you didn't.
Thanks, Frog.
Yeah.
All right, so, you guys are heading to the castle?
Yes.
You head to the castle. Cassandra's in there at the moment, but Keeper Yenin is currently there with a few other members of the makeshift council you guys put together towards the end. One of the heads of the entire farming establishment here in Whitestone is with them, and they're having a conversation. As Zara and Kashaw burst in first, he's like, I'm sorry, we're not currently taking visitors. Could you... Oh. Friends of yours, I presume?
Good friends.
Help us. Actually, they're going to be here for a while. Hopefully.
Gracious. Oh, I see you yourself carry the vestments of a man of the cloth. Who brings your power this day? And Josh kind of gets him book and goes, you don't even want to know, buddy. And just walks past them. Very well. I assume they're staying here as well.
Yes, and we appreciate it greatly.
We'll be taken care of, person.
They will be well worth your time. We also have something that needs a bit of study. We found something. We found two objects of power that we think may help us turn the table against the dragons.
This is good news.
Two objects.
What was the same?
It was a necklace.
There was?
There was.
You were dead.
Oh, I must have missed it because I was dead. That's right.
Dead.
Well,
It's been a very long day.
Mostly dead.
Be very careful when handling.
I also don't remember the necklace. There's armor, there's the knuckles, and there's a necklace? When did they find out about the necklace? Did I totally miss that? Was that in... But she said she missed it when she was dead? Did, like, the Raven Queen, like, foreshadow the necklace or something? There was one in the tomb. Oh! And they assumed that that's another vestige. Oh! I was not assuming that that was a secondary vestige, but they... Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Handling this armor is what we're trying to say.
Or don't handle it.
So the armor is what killed you?
no,
No,
actually,
no,
the
no.
trap-
No.
The puzzle
Let's get-
set off is what killed me.
Yes, the trap was a bit. It was a bit. There was a trap, and it was well protected.
What?
What? Not, what? What?
Yes, what?
What?
We didn't know that.
What? So these vestiges,
Vestiges.
these levers, these things.
Oh, and he kind of he puts a couple of small armored like stud leather gloves on and decides to carefully reach out for the vestments as you hand him out. He grabs them. Give me a bit of time with him. Perhaps I need to clarify what this enchantment may be. Do you mind staying around, just in case?
Not at all.
Don't feel strange that I don't trust this, but based on your history with it, I would like a little backup. And so he carries you off down the far hallway. You didn't get this far into Whitestone when you initially came through, but towards the back there was a small study area that seems to be converted into a research establishment largely set up for the ziggurat beneath the city. He kind of clears off an area of the table and sets this down. And he takes some time working with the vestments before he eventually kind of, in this kind of awkward quiet of hearing him mutter to himself and bring out a symbol and going over minor enchantments to reveal information, kind of tearing into the divinity, the divine magic that is granted to him. Before he says, this carries the mark of the Raven Queen. A very strong mark. I've not seen power like this in but an object.
It was worn by one of her champions, the great Purbon.
It's a strange name. Regardless, it appears that this armor does help fortify one's defenses from...
I want to be clear, I'm not even laughing at the name. I'm just laughing at them. At them just fucking poking shit at Matt. Oh, I feel it in my bones. Of you say one fucking thing. You say one thing in front of your players and they never let you live that shit down.
Any sort of physical damage, as well as give you a chance of surviving even the most dangerous of near-death experiences. It also grants a kind of fluid resistance to the elements. Here, and he hands it over. And who would like to take this card to?
Well, you kind of died for it.
It's leather?
I'll just look at it.
It's leather.
It's leather.
So to give you the specifics on it, it's
You
plus.
did die.
It's plus
Yeah, but-
plus 2 to AC, magical on top of the set of leather armor.
+2 to AC.
Plus 2 enchantment beyond just a set of leather armor. It does give you advantage on death saving throws.
You'll need that.
Advantage.
As it is called the Deathwalker's Ward. And once per short rest, you can set it to be resistant to one of the 5 types
You
of damage.
choose which one.
You choose.
And you can change it.
You can change it. You can leave it all in one, but if you want to change it during a short rest, you can shift it from fire, or cold, or lightning.
Acid or necrotic.
You're like indestructible now.
Do you have fancy leather armor right now? What does your armor do right now? Anything?
Wait, I want to rewind to make sure I got the whole thing because I only heard the resistances thing, but I want to make really sure. Okay, so it is also +2, magical on top of studded, +2, and then resistant to the 5 types of magic damage. Huh. I'll have to think about that more. Oh, and advantage on death saves. Okay. Got it. Okay. So Night Walker's Ward, +2 armor, advantage on death saves, and resistance to a magic damage type of choice. Deathwalker's Ward, not Nightwalker's Ward, Deathwalker's. Huh. Plus, it looks cool. That's very true. That's the most important part. I'm thinking about how I would rate this. I would have to compare it to other existing items, but my instincts are certainly not artifact. Don't nerf the edgy name. You're so right. You're so true. Huh. I'll have to think about this. I'll have to think about this more. Yeah.
It's acid resistant.
My armor's acid resistant. I sort of stole it from my brother.
Because
You got
my
your acid resistant armor back then.
Whatever you want to tell me.
Such a sour mood lately.
Well, yeah. Well, what about the necklace?
The necklace as well.
Hand it over.
Takes it. He goes. Well, the chain on this necklace is not actually part of the enchantment. It's merely to hold the crystal itself. The crystal is the item of particular interest here. There's. Oh, wait a minute. He takes it and he stands over the table and pulls up a small jeweler's eyepiece and kind of inspects it closely. There's something inside.
G. Herka points out a very good point that I'm going to be very interested to see if the vestiges follow this. Because now that you pointed out, G. Herkub, I think it is absolutely intentional within the design of this object of resist. Because in my head, I was thinking like resistance of choice. I'm gonna have to really like in my head like think about and debate how useful that is. But, and this is actually, this is a good example of once per short resting charm, short rest. So pretty flexible. And this is actually a really good example. Maybe not the item as a whole, but that feature specifically. Really good example of a way that you can have a power-up that doesn't become useless after fighting, a specific adversary. But it is just significantly more effective, just naturally, against a certain adversary type. Like, choosing a certain magic resist is fine, because a lot of times you don't really know what you're going to encounter. It does take a rest. If you're doing good investigation, it's solid for a ranger, because if you're like tracking monsters, if you're reading tracks, you might be able to figure out what sort of resistance you're going to be needing later on. But certainly more on the niche side. However, for a Chroma Conclave dragon hunt specifically, that becomes a lot more useful. And it's way less on the nose than something like Dragon Slayer Arrow. Not to like throw shade at Zara or anything, but it's much less like on the nose useful, but it is very stealth useful of like, no matter which dragon they're fighting, they're probably gonna know ahead of time which dragon they're targeting, and so she will be able to change the Deathwalker's Ward resistance type to match whatever dragon fight they're going into. So I don't know what I think about the overall vestige design yet. I'll have to think about it more, but that specific feature is a good example of something that will be much more useful, much more powerful right now in this Chroma Conclave arc, but won't be as impactful later on, and therefore Matt will have to like think around it a lot less. So that specific feature, really cool. I think that's a really solid way to go about that design. That's cool. Unlikely to face 2 dragons without a short rest? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. On this one, Chad, I want to say so much. Yeah, gotta hold the line. Gotta hold the line. Yeah. Did you expect something a lot stronger? A bit. I'll have to think about it more. I don't want to say too much. I'm gonna hold myself back here. I don't want to talk too much about the overall design because I need to digest it more. But gut reaction was I was expecting something stronger. But I'm gonna hold myself back from talking about it because we could dive into a lot of speculation.
This, Jim.
Uh-oh.
Not again.
What is it?
Oh, God.
Why do things like living in gyms? It can't be comfortable.
It might be a worm.
It's like tequila.
Yeah.
I can't actually ascertain the nature of whatever being is encased within this.
There's a being. It's a being?
Encased.
Is it a soul gem?
Like something, put it in there.
He takes a moment, kind of concentrates on his holy symbol of Pelor, and you can see as he puts aside the eyepiece, his eyes kind of glaze over with like a grayish, almost a frosted white color. At which point he inspects Jim very closely, and there's this like light vibration in the air around him. As soon as it fades, about a minute later, he pulls back and says, "This is referred to as the Raven's Slumber. It's actually a small gateway to a tiny pocket plane.
A pocket plane?
Ooh.
Now, it can contain one creature. You have to contact whatever it was, and it can't be too big, but it can essentially contain something indefinitely within this.
But something's already in there.
Something is already in this.
Awesome.
Something that we can summon?
Wait, I'm gonna fucking spell it wrong. Is it Nightwalker's Prism? No. Raven's Slumber. Didn't get it even close. Why did I say Nightwalker's Prism? That I don't know why I'm so obsessed with Nightwalker. Okay. I got everything else. I just totally missed the name. I forgot it again. I just read it. Raven's Slumber. Gee, I need to write it down. Jesus. This is why people are like, you're not fucking visual, Mr. Graph note taker boy. It's like, yeah, because I will it'll instantly leave my mind if I don't immediately write it down. When it's like specific nouns like that, especially. I can normally get the vibe of what something does and retain it, but okay, so it's a pocket plane. I'm beginning to suspect that Mega is a Nightwalker. Oh my god. How does he do it 3 campaigns ahead? Let's go. Nightwalker's a Daggerheart thing? Maybe. I don't know. I do not fucking know, dude. It's in there from somewhere. I think maybe I'm thinking of the Night Watcher from Stormlight? I couldn't tell you.
Big, but it can essentially contain something indefinitely within this.
But something's already in there.
Something is already in this.
Awesome.
Something that we can summon?
Anything we can find out what it is before we possibly summon it?
Unfortunately, I do not have that capability.
It was buried with...
I'll take that.
Oh, so that's really smart to give the
Well,
Scanlan.
like, you said not too big though, right?
The confines of the space, at least as part of the enchantment, seem rather small, a bit larger than you maybe, but not much more than that.
Right, okay.
Good.
Please.
Change.
Can we please
This is
take
maybe
it
the
out?
worst thing that Scanlan's ever held outside of that gun that you have.
What are you
Percy.
talking about? Don't we take it in the woods, open it up, and if it sucks, we kill it, and if not, we got a new pet.
We don't even know how to open it up. Do we know how to open it up?
Oh, we will find
It
a
was
way.
buried with the Raven Queen's champion. I mean, it could be incredibly dangerous, or it could be incredibly good, and
Wait
he
a
trapped
second.
it, and they're bad, right?
The same could be said about your new pajamas.
They're so beautiful. I do like feathers.
What do they smell like?
Like, must
Yeah.
and mold.
Things like this already.
And birds, really.
Yeesh.
So, is that all you require of me?
I require Percy to tell us what the fuck's up with the necklace he's reading about.
Just what he said.
Yeah, you already told us.
Once we release whatever is inside of it, we can use this necklace as a weapon to
It's a cage.
Trap
Hang on.
trap people.
Hang on, okay. Let's think about this. What do we remember from the Great Purvon's story?
Well, let me look at my book.
What did he fight?
I just remember that Purvon's story touched me.
Do it.
Touched me in inappropriate ways.
Is there any? You know what I like about this particular piece of paper is that you made it on cardstock, so it's like extra special instead of like the regular paper.
Oh, yes, who are you?
Legendary cardstock.
Can we get purple construction paper?
I'm talking to mad bitches.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
Oh, my book, my 30 gold book. Does it say anything
All right.
about what Purvon fought?
You read through. There are many things throughout the war that were fought. Entities from the Nine Hells. There was a faction of the Abyss that came in as a third bit of evil in this whole conflict. While not an alliance against the other forces of chaos, there were many forces of chaos just lashing out at what was nearby. So the champions, there was no specific entity that was just chosen, or at least what you can ascertain to be a specific being of hatred. Although it does speak of Purvon, the champion of the Raven Queen, keeping with him an ally. An ally. It doesn't say the nature of the ally. It just says the dangerous and respected Galdric.
Goldrick.
Well, there's some options here.
What?
No, that won't work, damn it.
Well, say it, come on.
Well, I was thinking we could find a safe place, surround it, let it out, and if it's dangerous, take care of it. We could even take it down into the pits beneath the castle so that if it's a magical creature, it would be harmless.
Well,
Love it.
hang on. What if...
Except I don't know if we could actually release it down there. I don't know if
Yeah, what
that
if
would
it
work.
touches the
But there's
thing
also
and
magic
becomes-
resistance down there.
Yeah,
What
which
if
means it wouldn't
he's-
work in the first place.
What if he's... I mean, he talks about being an ally.
It might be an ally.
Well, then wouldn't we want to
An
save
ally of
it?
Purvon. An ally of Purvon's.
Yes.
Is Purvon a good guy?
Yes.
I thought the Raven Queen was not good.
No, the Raven Queen...
She's kind of like
Can I,
neutral.
can, I, can, I, can I make a roll for this?
Make a religion check.
Okay, thank you. Oh, no, it's St. Patty's Day. It's,
Don't kill anybody.
I do like the Taliesin holding himself back there. The Raven Queen is. DM, can I make a roll, please? It's good restraint. Good restraint.
Yeah, with these green dice.
religion or history?
Religion.
11.
11. I mean, the general essence of the Raven Queen, she is both loved and feared in equal parts. She does not lord over the afterlife, the underworld, whatever you may call it. She lords over the moment and the transition of death, which is largely considered neither a good nor evil, just a natural force.
Okay.
It could be accepted either way. Many men fear it and fear her for that reason, and there are those that instead embrace it as the inevitable. As to the true nature of her intent, no one really knows. It's part of her mystique.
So look, even if we let out, the glorious Bolek or whatever his name is, like if he's bad, we can't really put him back in, right?
Well, we actually
could.
can.
Yes, we can.
Actually, we
Right back
can
in.
put him
Yes.
back in.
Or we just touch him with it and he goes back in.
Correct.
Oh, but maybe
After
we
a
should
saving
just
throw,
save and release him
And we
when
might-
he'll be valuable to
So with
us.
a trap, we could also trap other
Is
creatures.
he like? It's like a Pokeball, right? It's like a Pokemon.
But who knows? He'll
Yes,
go
it's exactly
back,
like a Pokeball.
Who knows? He'll go back in willingly.
You don't have to go in willingly.
You can kind of technically use it that way,
But
yeah.
would we rather be friendly with him than him be angry at us the next time we release him?
I'm
Yeah.
more excited about the idea of carrying around an empty trap.
But what if?
But we
Like
could
a,
win
like a
both.
Ghostbusters containment box.
But we could have a trap
And a friend.
and a friend.
I think Percy is right that we should let it out now because it's a question mark no matter what. Whatever, it's all just theories. We don't know what we're getting into, and better that it pop out now on its own and not while we're facing a fucking beholder.
I think we should do it in the forest outside of
I
Vasselheim.
think, or the forest outside of
We're here.
Whitestone.
Yeah, we're here.
Why don't
Well,
we
that's-
try and do a little bit more research on Goldrick first?
That would be too careful.
Yeah, come on! Come on!
Lex, just open it.
First of all,
Yeah.
are there any libraries here?
Not
No,
really
they're all-
anymore.
What about a personal collection in your family?
We're building one.
They,
the guild
they
hall.
sort of didn't they
mean, the-
ravage
I mean,
most of our collection?
elements have been ravaged. Elements of like family history have been destroyed, so that there couldn't be, large connections or the end of the line being, end of the bloodline itself being too prominently displayed within the castle itself. There is still a library there, though. From your knowledge, and you've read through most of those books growing up, a lot of them are loose history books. A lot of them are more encyclopedia-like, just
wasn't-
general knowledge.
She wasn't a revered deity in this part of the world. She just we don't have a lot.
All right, let's do it.
Woods.
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 Woods or Vasselheim.
Woods.
That's actually not a bad idea to get far away from Whitestone.
No, because
We're
then
like
somebody else
innocent
will come
people.
along and kill it.
Well, they don't like magic.
This
there.
is this is sort of our secret, and we should perhaps keep this.
Okay.
Well, we were going to go take a look at.
What if
You had shit in your mouth?
we go? Sorry. A little bit of
With berries.
saliva. Snacks. We go to those Goliath caves right outside of Whitestone that were abandoned in
Stone giant caves.
Those.
Shit. Made me feel like I had to poop for a second there. Goliath caves. Fuck.
Sorry. I just
did I miss
remembered
that?
you recognize them. They were empty and abandoned. We could go there.
Yeah.
Is
yeah.
that close to your family?
Nope.
No, we saw it on the way into Whitestone.
It's just a couple hours away, correct?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's I'd say roughly 3.5 hours.
Let's
in
do
the
it!
west of here. Yeah, it's where the forest of the Alasso Sierras ends and the actual Alasso Sierra mountain range begins. Is where that
We can take a
transition
day
is.
and do this.
All right. Sure. Let's do it.
All right.
What do you think? Good idea?
Yeah, I like it.
Yes, Keyleth had a good idea, yes.
All right. So,
We're healed. Yes.
Yes.
We're here, right? Did we sleep? Do we need to sleep? What do we do?
I thought we rested before we went
did.
down under the water, though. and
No,
then
we did. We didn't rest since then.
I don't remember resting afterwards.
I don't either.
And I was there.
I remember I peed on the lake and then we went up.
yeah,
the
I think you guys decided instead of resting.
It's a very small thing, and it is, I think, very. How do I say this? We've talked about how Laura and Liam stay in character a lot, but I think that was very good and important for Liam to say right there, rather than just saying yes, fine, whatever. Specifically adding in the Keyleth had a good idea. It's a really small thing, but it lets you know very distinctly. And I think this is even more important if you're maybe not doing a voice. Like I know that a ton of people don't feel super comfortable doing like really distinct character voices, for their characters. So especially if you don't do a character voice, that little moment of Keyleth had a good idea lets you know that he is talking and acting as Vax, not necessarily Liam. Now, I know Liam has all sorts of stuff going on in his home life, and all of the players are certainly aware of that. So having a small little reminder of like, hey, this, like me, Liam, I'm all right. I'm playing it up a little bit because I'm Vax. Letting them know like I'm in character. Just again, tiny thing. But Keyleth had a good idea rather than Marisha had a good idea. Very small difference, but I think does a lot to qualify his behavior to the other players and kind of reassure them of what's going on. So I think it's a, like I said, little piece of character work, but really, really solid. Marisha was also getting so much hate for how she was playing Keyleth, so I'm sure that was part of it. Sure, yeah, generally saying out loud, hey, Marisha / Keyleth had a good idea is definitely solid. But choosing to say Keyleth rather than Marisha, I also think is a very just solid, good choice. And like I said, especially if you aren't doing a voice, because I think a lot of times people will, if they are doing a voice, they will rely on that to tell the other players when they're in character. So if you're not doing a voice, I think this is a good example of like a small way to remind people that you're in character or to qualify your statement as being in character.
To come to rest
Yeah,
here.
we need to
Whitestone, so you
sleep,
haven't
y'all.
actually slept.
Let's take a sleep and we'll do it in the morning.
What time is it about?
I'd say by now, as much time as you spend in the temple from waking up in the morning, it's getting 4 in the afternoon, 5 in the afternoon. It's starting, the sun's starting to come down, so.
I'm just gonna cast Cure Wounds myself. Just, just.
Aren't we gonna
just
sleep?
But it's 4 in the afternoon.
Okay.
There's other things to do today.
Like drink.
Like find out how Gilmore's doing and see Pike.
And I should probably scry and check in on Allura, right?
I've got some work to do.
It's up to you guys. Yeah, and you're starting to push towards the bottom of your ammunition stack anyway.
I need to do a little pull, and
Yeah.
I've got a little thing I want to work on.
Cool. All right, so who's doing what first?
I'm going to take Vax aside very, very quickly.
3.
Let's do that first.
So, I had a careless moment, and I apologize.
Wait.
And you're the first apology I'm putting forward. I don't know if I would have done anything different, but I hope you know that I would have never forgiven myself.
What are you talking about?
I rushed in and triggered the trap that almost killed your sister.
That killed my sister.
I can't say that.
What do you mean?
I was careless.
Well, what happened, Percival?
I felt the danger had passed, and I moved too quickly, and opened.
I'm thinking, and I needed to stop them from talking while I thought. This is an interesting characterization of Percy, that he went to apologize in detail to Vax first rather than Vex. And I say interesting because I can think of multiple facets to it. Of Vax is clearly more distraught than Vex actually is. But there's just sort of a weird undertone to it, you know? Yeah, Vax wasn't there for her death. Yeah. that's why I'm saying it's an interesting characterization, because yeah, I don't know. I might have to digest it a little bit more, but I have this very weird, like, visceral reaction of, like, apologizing to a relative rather than the person is kind of odd, but I also get it. Like, yeah, I'm having this very, like, gut negative reaction to it, and I'm trying to, like, exactly parse out why. And I can't quite land on it. I can't quite, like, succinctly land on what is making me feel about it, to the point where I feel the need to comment on it. I don't know. He did also apologize already to Vex. That's why I say in detail. And he also does qualify that he considers this the first apology. Like, if he had just said, I need to apologize to you, that would be a different thing. But he does specifically say that he considers this the first apology, and it is clearly the first apology in detail. So that's how I'm thinking about it. And it's interesting. She didn't witness a sibling's death. She was asleep, but Percy has, and now Vex has. Yeah. The boy could be studied under a microscope. Yeah. It can be a patriarchal thing. Yeah. It's a fridging undertone. Yeah. I think that is the undertone that I am feeling. It is Vex is a thing that caused Vax pain. That is the undertone I'm picking up on. I don't think that's necessarily, like, I don't think that's the aim of Taliesin. I don't think that's the aim of Percy. I think there are very reasonable reasons to direct this towards Vax first. So that's why I'm being real careful with this, because I don't think that it's, like, bad. I'm just marinating in it. But I do think you're right. I think it is the fridging undertone, which yeah, huh, yeah. There are a lot of things I could say about this apology, but it's based on soaking in this campaign for literal hundreds of hours with future knowledge. yeah, that's fair. Zipping my lip. Vex doesn't seem shaken by the experience. Yeah. I mean, she literally, like, when she comes back, she is immediately like, "What's up, guys?" So I absolutely, I do very much. That is, like, a very clear motivation to, you are looking at the two of them. One of them is upset. One of them is clearly not. And it there is a reasonable direction there of, of apologizing to the person that was it seems emotionally impacted more by the experience. But I think I am soaking in a lot of times where this sort of thing happened and it was not as reasonable. I think that is what this is recollecting, or it's bringing up a lot of past, media where there like the Vex character is very upset, but they go to talk to the Vax character first. So I think that's why I'm having the negative reaction, but I think this is okay. I had to pause and, like, think through how I was feeling about it before I moved on, because I was like, man, I'm going to think about this really negatively if I just keep going. Yeah, interesting. It feels slightly cowardly and it's the easier test run. I could see that. It's part of the reason I've never been a Percy fan. I think, you can certainly be, and that's what I was sort of, like, trying to, it's like, it's an interesting characterization choice, because they're all players, they're playing characters. Some people like Marisha, don't like Keyleth. Same with all the characters. Like, it's totally fair to not like certain characters because of their characterization. but I was trying to parse out what the characterization even was. There are definitely spoilery things. Okay, yeah. There's a lot of layers. Yeah. There is also a layer that I have picked up on of occasionally like Percy and Vex are pretty flirty. So I could also see that being a layer here that has not like been like addressed within the sessions yet. But okay, yeah. I think it is fine. But I do think the reason I'm having a negative is it is reminiscent of more fridging scenes, but I don't think that this scene is necessarily fridging. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, interesting. Yeah, and the rest of the story campaign mitigates it. Yeah. Red flags. I think sometimes get that term gets misused, but I think you're using it correctly, at least the way that I understand it, of like a red flag is something that it's kind of like a smoke and fire situation of like the red flag is the smoke. Doesn't necessarily mean that there's fire, but it's a good sign that there is. This could be the smoke of like a bad thing, but then as you go forward, there is no bad thing. It was just smoke. So yeah, it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. More about telling Vax what happened, less about apologizing. Potentially, yeah. I think I'm good with it. I just had to think about it and parse through it because yeah. All right, interesting.
I was careless.
Well, what happened, Percival?
I felt the danger had passed, and I moved too quickly and opened the casket without thinking. That's all. I just didn't think.
You just opened it? Just like
Tired.
that?
Wasn't thinking. Sometimes we just move too quickly.
That was pretty good, Dr. Hoovy. I gotta pause and acknowledge that. That was pretty good.
But I want you to know that it would have... I'm very glad that she's alive, because I don't think I could have lived with myself.
All right. Could you do me a favor?
Yes.
In the future, if there is anything that your little heart desires inside of a box, in the future, could you check with my sister or myself first?
That's the hope. Yes. That was it was more of a lesson than I was hoping for. Thankfully, not too much of one.
Well,
And none of us are beyond mistakes, but that is a mistake that I am going to be thinking about for a very long time. We are going into dangerous territory, and we all have to think a little bit more. And she especially, I couldn't.
well, listen, Percy, we are not playing a game,
No.
and we will all make mistakes, and I wager I will make my fair share. I've little doubt. And Percival, I want to apologize. I'm sorry. But, and I punch him in his know-it-all fucking mouth.
You tempted me right away, or take it.
Yeah, let's take it.
Yeah.
All right. Decks you square in the... for as hefty as a punch it was, it doesn't hurt quite as much as you expected, but it's not the physical pain that hurts more than the act.
Look, I'm not normally I'm not normally like a fan or a supporter of oh, we were violent to each other and therefore we're good. You know, that's a pretty common one in like action movies where like the fucking band of brothers is like, I fucking punch you and now we're good, brother. But I think that this is maybe an exception to the rule where I'm like, it doesn't feel like this is the only way that they can process their emotions. It feels like they are processing their emotions. He's processed them. He's still pissed off. and is just separately very angry at Percy, which is, I think, a lot more solid. I think a lot of the times that this sort of thing is presented, it is like the violence is how we will process this. This violence is separate from the processing. It is just, I'm processing right now. I still want to punch you. I want to punch the shit out of you. And I think that is fair in this circumstance.
Action and the knowledge that there are more repercussions to your rash decision than even you initially anticipated.
Yeah, I agree.
Good night, Percival.
Good night, Fax.
It's 4 in the afternoon.
I'm going to work. I'm going in my studio.
All right, who else wants to do something?
It's 4 in the afternoon, but we are certainly not talking for the rest of the day. So, good night.
Where'd Kima go?
Kima is actually, she's begun day drinking into the night. So yeah, she's currently just kind of by herself in one of the few functional taverns in Whitestone. It's fairly empty at the moment, especially at this hour as the sun slowly sets. And she's not heavy drinking, but she's definitely nursing a tankard, just kind of quietly contemplating as she sits at the edge of the bar with her hands on the tankard, just kind of staring at her reflection as she spins it slowly on the wood. You can hear it kind of like on the wood grain.
Does anyone else want to go? Is anyone else in the
I'm
tavern?
going with you. Yeah.
There's like a few.
Also, the ads have somehow gotten a little bit off the hour, so I'm going to aim a little bit more for the hour. So ad in about 5 minutes. We're not going to get the normal warning because, again, for some reason, it's a little bit behind. So I'm just going to manually run it a little bit early.
Few of the random patrons, but no one
come
catches
to.
your eye, no one specifically.
Well, actually, wait. Grog, what are you doing?
Nothing yet.
I'm with Grog.
Okay. So the two of you into the tavern. She doesn't notice you guys.
I go up and put my hand on her shoulder.
Keyleth!
Hey, how's it going?
Better.
Yeah.
Hanging up against the bar next to you guys.
I want to check in on Allura.
Wow.
Let's do it.
Is there an empty room around here?
She looks over to the barkeep. You all kind of stare over, and the barkeep is currently there, kind of like wiping down the bar section. For how long?
For, a couple hours.
No, it doesn't need to be that.
2 silver.
We saved your life and the entire town.
You are fine to use it as you please for the remainder of the afternoon. Just don't mess it up, please.
Sure. We'll try really hard to find better things to do with our time. Okay.
All right, make your way up, and the place is fairly vacant. There are a couple of rooms that are currently partially, like the doors are ajar, and you hear voices in there, and you recognize it's a couple of the refugees that you guys brought over from your keep who seem to be currently holed up in this tavern. Like an inn floor on the 2nd floor. But there are a number of open rooms right now that you can go ahead and step into for use. Okay. So, you want to go ahead and attempt a scry ritual?
Yes.
Focusing on...
The flower that I gave her before we left.
Ooh,
Okay.
good call.
Yeah.
All right, so as you all sit down, Kima kind of sitting across from you, arms closed. She kind of just looks at you intensely with this kind of this really direct glare, waiting for some sort of sign of an answer or information. As you complete the ritual preparation of the scrying, your vision transcends your form, jettison through the ceiling and into the clouds. The clouds rush past. You can feel the wind pushing across your face, your hair, and as the clouds part, you see below, you see Western. And from Western, you can see most of the city, as you recall, and a large portion of it currently looks like toppled over and pushed into ruin. There are no longer burning black clouds, but just like white smoke.
Yeah, Elizabeth didn't require a roll, and this is an interesting sort of flavoring, but also a bit of mechanical. Like, to my knowledge, scrying doesn't travel, right? Like, scrying just like shows up in the location. But that said, I'm a fan of modifying spells, even in ways that make them a little bit mechanically better, if it makes them cooler. Yeah, I would assume maybe this is like Pathfinder shit where it like travels. But yeah, to my knowledge, the sensor just shows up. And I think that this is a good example of something where it does, I do think, makes the spell a little bit just straight up mechanically better. But I think that the flavor increase on it is way worth the slight uptick in like mechanical imbalance or whatever. So I'm super down with it. It does seem like Matt does the travel for flavor just to help the players get a rough idea. Definitely not raw, but nice nonetheless. Yeah, because I mean, you're getting like an idea of like the totality of Westrun. And I do think the only thing that I will add is to be aware of when you're messing with mechanics, not just flavor. Because there is a certain, and I've played with this as a DM, where you see someone somewhere through a scrying spell, and they are not where you think they are. I've had villains actively fuck with the PCs by essentially doing the like Ocean's 11 like fake vault thing. I've literally done exactly that. And if you went through Matt's method of scry, that option isn't available to you anymore. So I think this flavor's super cool. I honestly, like, flavor-wise, I like it more than the standard scry. But if you are going to change your spells like this, keep in mind the things that you might be locking off from yourself, like the Ocean's 11 fake vault, villains fucking with the players sort of beat. This makes Scry give you a lot more information. Matt's scries are very focused on the target. Meanwhile, raw, you can look around and move more or less freely. It's true. There's a little bit of back and forth that Matt is giving them there. So yeah, again, I honestly, for future campaigns, even keeping in mind the downside that I just said of like a thing that I did that I thought was cool that I wouldn't be able to do anymore, I kind of like Matt's scry more. But it is important to think through these things of like, what are you locking off? What are you gaining? What are you losing? And make your decision from there. And make sure that like you check in with your players, especially if you are changing that sort of flavor, to make sure they're also into it. But with that, we are going to be right back. Run a quick ad, go to the bathroom. I have to pee real fucking bad. So we'll be right back and we'll watch some more ad, and I will see you all in a second. Boop. Fuck, I always forget that it's not on this screen, that the music isn't on this screen, that doesn't keep going. Oh, BG3 is like the opposite of a Bethesda game. They are different genres. That's very fair. I'm really going to have to hook up my 3 now. Laziness won't hold off. Your 3 what? Hook up your BG3? Dude, also look at this. Oh, I really think we found it. By the way, no dropped frames the entire stream from network. PS3, that makes sense. Whereas yesterday, when we were doing the test of the issue, I don't know if you can tell, but like on this one, we're getting like almost no other device interference. But back when I did the test, we were getting like 20% device interference. Like it was like most of the busyness of the radio was device interference. So I'm, again, cautiously optimistic. And I even think potentially if we're still, I don't know how this episode is going to go, but if we're still watching around like 5 or 6, then I might even do a test. So I might go like turn on the thing that I'm pretty sure fucks with it and then see if we start dropping frames. Like that'll be like a very instant indicator. Can't do it. It involves like a lot of like stuff in the kitchen. So I won't do it while Paige is working. But she gets off around 4. And so maybe if we're still going around like 5 or 6, we could run a test. To really like hard confirm that that's the issue. But I'm pretty confident. What changed since you couldn't dual stream? Oh, basically, essentially just watch the beginning of this stream. You don't need to watch the beginning of the other streams. The beginning of this stream, I summarize it. Let's fuck around and find out. I agree. And, you know, it doesn't normally like fucking like end the thing. And if we're, you know, planning out the test, it won't be too disruptive. So yeah, I think it'll be, we'll see. Or we could just try keeping it stable the entire time. Maybe we'll do a test later. Maybe for this week, we don't fuck around. We just try to keep it nice and stable. And then like maybe like next Wednesday, we do the confirmation testing, you know? I'm so happy the problem cause was isolated and figure out, oh my God, me too. It's like, I know that the actual effect wasn't actually that bad, but like the mental effect that it had on me of like potentially needing to repeat things, like during an analysis stream, it was just so disruptive to like my vibe and flow and my focus. It was really fucking with my head. So I'm really, really happy that it's seemingly big, knock on all the wood you have, seemingly resolved. Need to start cleaning, prepping my house, but my puppets just laid half on me. Dude, dogs just can sense when you want to be productive, and that's when they decide to be the absolute cutest. Physical damage 0, psychological 100. Yeah, absolutely deadly. Any tech issues? Not so far. I think I figured it out, Valkyrie. Watch the beginning of the stream, but why is it pure blue in chat, but on screen it's yellow? It has something to do, or well, on screen this is truffle chat. So I believe that you can change your color in truffle chat separately from the color that it is in like the actual YouTube chat. Yeah. Oh, okay. So that's time. Yeah. I believe that's why. But anyways. Critical Role. Boop.
Long after a fire or some sort of impact, just lazily drifting off some of those ruins, it focuses even closer, and you see what looks to be very little populace in the streets. Most everyone's either indoors or not visible at the moment. Your vision clicks in once again, and you can see currently what looks to be some sort of dark room hidden in Western. You see for a brief instant a flicker of light, and you see Drake Thunderbrand and Allura both gathering a few small books under their arms, just kind of silently waiting, quietly. You hear a poof, poof, poof. Some heavy footfalls above. They both just stay quiet and stay quiet. We're going to stay still for a moment. She looks over at Drake. They both take hands and then convert into that same energy form you saw that jettisoned out of the Greyskull Keep. That echoes down a long hallway that you previously didn't see was attached to this room. It leads to a stone-spiral staircase that goes upward before these two dual sparks kind of travel through the small crack between where the edge of a trapdoor and a wooden floor is. As the sparks course upward into the now setting sun, you can see amongst the sparks the mostly collapsed rubble of the Cobalt Reserve, the large library in the center of Western. You can see dozens of corpses that have been largely dissolved. You can see what remnants of their bodies have been eaten away by some sort of caustic material. Their arms and fingers tightened up as the muscles pull into these horrible, gnarled visage of what once were the living residents of Western. You do see, as the spark comes to a stop for a second in its movement, and you hear briefly overhead, whoosh, and you see rush overhead, wings fully spread, the black dragon that you had briefly encountered in Iman streak upward, roaring loudly towards Gat Shadow, the tall, dark spire mountain just north of Western. And as it heads up there, the sparks continue their trek through the streets, and at that point, the ritual fades, its vision unable to maintain its focus. Your vision is pulled back up into the clouds and then thrust back into your current position, and with a shock, you find yourself back in the tavern.
What did you see? Is she all right?
She's alive. Her and Drake.
Gat Shadow's north of Western? Yeah, just north of Western. All right.
Drake both are alive.
Good. Where are they going?
They're at the Cobalt Reserve, which is in ruins, as well as the rest of Western.
Did you see the dragon?
Yes, the Black Dragon is there. Looks like he's taken up residence in the Black Spire. The tower. What was it called?
Gat Shadow?
That one.
Gat Shadow.
Gat Shadow.
Could you communicate with her when you scry? I don't know how it works.
No, I can just look in and see. She was grabbing what looked like the last few important tomes, remnants left from the Cobalt Library in the reserve.
Are they staying in Western?
It didn't look like it.
Where are they going?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
We left word. We left word and told her we were coming here.
Here to Whitestone?
Yes. If you wait, she'll be here.
She could
Who
be
else
hanging
is
here
coming?
now. Drake.
Drake? Anybody else in the council coming?
We brought some council members, right? Were any among our...
Well, we
Empress.
brought
You're
some
not there, you're with
refugees.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not there. So, bro, want to play some bocce ball?
I don't know who else.
Good talk.
Uriel.
Dead. Well, that's great. That's fantastic. What about the rest?
His wife and children are here,
Here, okay.
as well as Gilmore.
I didn't, Michael. I'll probably, depending on how long this episode goes, I'll probably do that at the end one. I'll do like an organization of these notes and an organization of last episode's notes.
Yeah.
Gilmore's Glorious Goods.
Right,
Wonderful place to
right.
buy all sorts of products if it was still standing.
I've only heard things. I've not met this Gilmore.
Tell me
Quite
about
wonderful.
Gilmore. Yeah, and I just kind of assume everyone knows each other. You know?
Anybody else? Tofor?
Yes, maybe. Yes, Tofu.
Might have been saying
Which
It's all such a blur, right?
Which one is Tofu?
she's a dragon.
Yes,
Tofu.
Tofu
He was on that
made
70s
it.
show
I think
for-
Tofu is definitely maybe here.
Last you heard, two council members that were confirmed still alive by Gilmore when you found him, or confirmed by Uriel's wife and
Yes.
family. Thank you. Sorry. Blah, blah. Were Tofor and Osum.
Yes.
Both were two of the ones that were saved by Gilmore, and then once he was too wounded to continue, they left to seek for survivors in Iman. That was last you heard of him.
Oh, they're not actually here then. Yes, they're looking for other survivors, Tofu and Asum.
In the place where this... And what's this dragon you keep talking about?
Shit, you don't know anything. Thordak! Big, terrible, red.
As you say the name again, you can see her eyes kind of resonate with the clarity, and where once was this kind of very intense, this expression and air of her of demanding information suddenly recedes into this look of sudden fear, and she's briefly lost in thought.
Yes, you defeated him once. He escaped the fire realm.
Not only did he escape, he tore a giant tear in the rifts between the fire realm and ours.
Thordak. You can see she's starting to hyperventilate suddenly. Like for all of her strong exterior, this is the first time, aside from the brief hit of the Beholder's Ray earlier, you see fear in her eyes, and she starts like standing up. I need to get some air.
Kima, I don't need
I need to.
You want to sit down?
We're preparing.
I need to get some air, and she just kind of storms out of the room.
Actually, Keyleth, what? I shut the door behind Kima.
Okay.
I want to talk to you. Yeah. I would ask my brother, but knowing him, he would walk away. What happened? Keyleth has a heart.
Sorry, that no one else laughed. I thought that was really funny. But no one else laughed, and then I felt weird.
I'm looking her in the eye.
Shit.
Look at me, Keyleth. Be strong. You're royalty. Tell me what happened.
Vex, I don't want to ever see you like that again. I don't want to ever see anybody like that again.
I grab both sides of her face and force her to look at me. I'm all right. I'm still here. Okay? I need you to tell me what happened. Because between us, Vax is off. Something's wrong. And I need to know what it is.
I watched you die.
Yes?
It's like...
How did I get back? Who brought me back? Kashaw? Zara? My brother? Anyone else?
I guess you could say probably an unseen entity, an unseen force. Oh, I'm lightheaded.
Sit down.
Okay.
There's a bed. Sit down.
Percy.
Percy helped.
Let's skip that. When we brought you back, Kashaw performed a resurrection ritual.
Like we did with Pike.
Yes.
Yes.
And he called upon a deity, and at first he was afraid that it was Vesh, which he was quite terrified about.
His wife.
Yes.
Yes.
But that
There's a lot of interesting characterization choices happening right now. Like the Percy characterization, this is interesting Keyleth characterization, and like I do think it's purposeful, but like in the past, Keyleth has not been like she has been the one trying to proc hard conversations, not running away from them. However, this is like an escalated level. You know, this is one of their party members died, and is now, you know, grilling her about it. So I do think it's a very distinct choice that Keyleth is normally trying to push the morality conversations, trying to talk about accountability, like trying to kind of push the moral center of the group. And that is normally through hard conversations. But when it comes to this, she is not willing to engage on it. I think it says something very specific about Keyleth, this discomfort potentially with death as a general topic, at least like death of her friends and her loved ones, potentially in talking to a victim. Like, you know, she's perfectly fine grilling the perpetrators. Like, maybe she would be fine. I think it'll be really interesting if we do see that she's fine grilling Percy about the incident, but is not comfortable talking to Vex about it. Like, that's a very distinct choice. I think there's a lot that you could do with this. It is very, it's unexpected to me, though. And I'll have to see where she takes it. But it is an interesting choice to have like this level of discomfort. I don't think we've ever, at least in my memory, the only other time I can remember this level of discomfort was maybe after Iman, when Allura calmed her down. But even that was kind of a different type of discomfort. So very interesting. Very
I
interesting.
don't believe it's the presence that answered his call.
Okay.
And
Fluttery words here, darling. Get to the point.
I thought I was gonna lose you both. I thought I was gonna lose you and Vex.
Why?
Okay, I might have paused it right before the big reason. That could also very much be why she's so uncomfortable talking about this, is because she thought that Vax might give up his life in the process of the ritual. That also tracks.
Why Vax? Did he get hurt as well? No. What did he do?
I don't know. I don't know what he did. He said to take him instead, is what he told the entity. He offered his life for yours. And my biggest fear was that neither of you were gonna come back. He offered his life for you. And for all we know, that offer was accepted.
Right.
If I had to guess, it was probably the Raven Queen herself.
Well, it's rather suiting, isn't it?
Seems to do that quite a lot.
Yes. Keyleth? Thank you, dear. And I leave.
Okay.
I also really do like the Vex curse, or the Vax curse. I'm really interested. I would be interested to know if Vax knows the details of it. I could honestly see it going either way. Like, you know, if it's related to backstory, or it's related to something that your character directly perceives. Like, I believe in, you know, talking to the character and the player in detail about that. But a curse that you run into, not knowing the details, I think is totally fine. I also think it would also be interesting if Vax does know the details, but is just not communicating them. Like, I think that could go either way and be interesting in both cases, of if he knows what's going on or he doesn't. I also just generally love curses. You know, just in general, I'm a fan. Not for me, just me cool. Oh, thank God. I got scared, Tai. I don't have any drop frames on my end. Whew. A little bit of a heart attack. It's been baby butt smooth. Fuck yeah. But in general, I like this sort of curse, especially I think that this... So, okay, let me lay out what I think the curse is, because, you know, that is playing on what I think of it. My read so far is that it is a service after death sort of curse, sort of scenario, where he gave up his afterlife, rather, because my assumption is that because Vex got killed by the fucking Raven Queen's trap, that the Raven Queen was gonna suck up her soul and, you know, use it for something. Service. Oh yeah, very much hold the line. Very hold the line. But that she was gonna suck up Vex's soul, use it for something, service, fuel, what have you. And that the thing that was applied to Vax is the Raven Queen saying, okay, won't take her soul right now, I'll take your soul later. Very deal with the devil type of beat. And I think that is a very, very interesting curse, especially for a high roleplay table. If you put that sort of curse on your players at a maybe more power game, war game type of table, there's a decent chance that they ignore it. Just like, being flat out. Decent chance that they might just straight up ignore it. Because if it doesn't matter until after your character dies, like, whatever. Is the Raven Queen a devil? No. Just deal with the devil type of theming, But at especially a high roleplay table, that sort of curse is very interesting, I think, because they can very much choose how to interact with it, and it is probably going to be interesting no matter how they interact with it. Like, if Vax just decides this is my lot in life, I think they're going to have a lot of very interesting dramatic scenes from that, especially given that, like, I'm sure Keyleth's spirit is destined for a much more tranquil afterlife. And so there could be a lot of like real drama and tension and really tense scenes, even just built off of him ignoring it. Like, if he chooses the ignoring it route, that is still interesting and dramatic within this type of group. It is also interesting and dramatic if they choose to like take it as a quest hook and like try to solve it. I think it's a good, distinct motivation for a little personalized quest arc. So I think it's really, really cool. Even if there's no mechanical consequences, I think for this type of group, there could be, there may not need to be, but the just roleplay implications for a group like Critical Role, very high roleplay, I think is really solid. A really solid detriment, or not detriment, what's the word? A really solid consequence for what happened. Vex might have turned into the next champion. Totally might have. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Now tempted to just be a jerk and just post buffering to mess with Mega. God, that would be evil, John. Having your soul claimed might have some measurable gameplay consequences. Yeah, true. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely could have measurable gameplay consequences. I mean, you could have it have all sorts of consequences. Detriments to saving throws, detriments to death saving throws. Like, there are definitely mechanical consequences you could build in. And if you are at more of a war game type table, I would put some mechanical consequences on it. Like, it can be as simple as like disadvantage on death saving throws. And that might absolutely motivate players to do something about it, or they might accept it, and there will be some, drama and consequences there. Because I think at a more war game type table, the drama is built off of the challenge, right? The drama and the intrigue is built off of the challenge of what's going on. So by putting in a mechanical detriment like death saving throws, there is going to be drama of, well, we can't put this person in too much harm's way. You can't take those risks, but I want to take those risks. There's a level of now risk where there used to not be for a more war game type table. And you can absolutely still introduce those sorts of things at a Critical Role type table. But I'm saying you don't even have to if you don't want to. I think that they will work with it enough. In general, great hook, great curse, really, really cool. Even with it being so vague. But yeah, I read the descriptions of most revive if the soul is free and willing. Very true, G. Hercup. Very good. Yeah, like it is possible that Vax just won't be able to be revived by most resurrection spells. And that might be the entire mechanical consequence. If you're at a wargaming table, again, I might spell that out a little bit to them, or like give them some sort of indication, or maybe just remind them that might be a consequence that's existing, because you won't want to surprise that sort of table with that sort of thing, like them trying to revive the person and they don't come back. But at this sort of table, I don't even think that's necessary. It's a juicy drama hook that actors will like to sink their teeth into. Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're already doing it. They are absolutely already doing it. Of like honing in on this hook where they have seen no mechanical effect. Like they've seen no mechanical or like outward impact other than Vax acting a little weird. But it's also very reasonable to assume that he's just acting weird because his sister just died. So they're already latching onto it when there hasn't been any explicit feedback that it's like going to be an ongoing issue. So I think that in and of itself shows how good even that sort of light, little itty bitty vague hook, how good that can be for this sort of table. Alternatively, they might just miss it. Like the hook that the fucking clasp sent the egg. I think it depends, but I think it's a good hook.
I stay behind and burst into tears.
Okay. Rocket Scanlan, what you guys doing?
Go fish. What do you want to do?
I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. Do you have any games with you?
No.
Anything in the bag of holding?
I think there's some orc parts in there that have been in for a couple months.
Doesn't sound very fun.
Right. I got all nervous when they mentioned a Goliath cave, so I kind of need to go boom boom.
Should I play a song so no one can hear it?
Might help. Like stand guard outside the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little music.
Would you mind?
That's what I'm here for.
Can I go drop some audience?
And as you find, one of the few local kind of ramshackle outhouses, none are quite Goliath size, and it's an uncomfortable experience. But thank God you brought a bard along, or you would have woken up half the populace just going to bed. As Scanlan,
Nothing to see here, everybody. nothing to see here.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
No.
The sort of the music's playing, right? Yeah. It's just like a stall, just me.
Yeah.
All right. Can I take out Craven?
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
In the aisles? Sorry, keep going.
Keep in mind how tight.
It's the palace. This is where all the best thoughts and conversations happen. I don't know how it is at your house.
Keep in mind how confined it is, okay?
Yeah.
And go.
God didn't know.
Sounds like a rough one in there, buddy.
As you see one of the wood boards splinter out the side for a second.
Yep, that's tacos.
You might want to play a bit louder and maybe take a few steps away. It's about to get violent.
No problem.
At that moment, you focus in as you can feel the blade itself go cold in your fingertips. You can see what little bit of light that filters through the bright orangish red color that's coming from the sunset. You can see a reflection in the obsidian blade as a voice comes to your ear and says, "You fed me well."
Yeah, right, I did, right? I mean, we are really doing well. Question. So, when we were fighting that big Earthbreaker Groot-looking guy, he called you a dark weapon. Do you have feelings, and did that hurt them?
There's a brief pause before you hear this long drawn out.
Right, hold on. No, listen. Oh, and I take my thumb and I run it against the blade real quick.
Okay. As you do, all of a sudden the voice goes,
Right, yep, sorry. Listen, so my question is, as much as I love opening up people to feed you, I kind of want to know, like, what's in it for you?
Grog, are you talking to your shit?
Yeah, no, you gotta let it know who's boss.
Voice creeps in again this time. There is no feeling more terrifying than hunger, and I hunger forever. You help satiate that hunger. That is our arrangement. I give you the strength of those you cut down, and I feed upon them. If this is unsatisfactory, I can and have found others who are more willing to be part of this arrangement.
No, I'm a big fan, really. I mean, I'm yoked out when I'm using you. It's fucking amazing. I mean, people are flying apart. It's like a dream. But listen, can you ever be full?
I've never been full before. Perhaps you're the one to find out.
I bet I am, actually. You're really lucky you found me. A lot of these other blokes, not even half the man I am. But listen, so there's no, like, end game. Just to be clear, you just want to drink and drink. Because I've seen the blood, right? And usually I wipe it off, but you, like, suck it in. And that's a little unsettling, I'm not gonna lie.
My hunger grows, but the air tarnishes my blade. Perhaps we can continue this conversation elsewhere.
Right, yeah. Probably. Well, look, I like the way you cut people open, so we'll continue this another time. And I'll sheep him.
As you sheet it, the last thing it says is, don't forget, I hunger always.
I like kick the door open. I'm like, if you're within 200 feet, back up!
No one's out here, Grog.
Oh.
Okay. Love it. Love it. And I also think represents like actual real character growth of Grog as the strong man and thinking about power and plans. Like, I think that level 1 Grog, when we first encountered him, would absolutely just be so down with, like, what's in it for you? It's like, oh, I want you to kill people because I like drinking. You know, it's very much the, I fight to get stronger because I want to get stronger. I kill because I want to, drink. That's it. And I think that's something that, like, original or first that we saw Grog would really resonate with. And I think that it literally, this is so funny that, this is the scene that I'm holding it on or whatever. But I do think that it is good character growth of that type of character, of that type of trope, to recognize that people might have an end game, as he put it. That they might have a goal other than the pursuit, and that he might be getting used as part of that. I think that is real legitimate character growth out of this sort of character trope. So I just want to highlight it because I think that it's obviously bound up, and this is also what I mean when I talk about a character that is funny versus a character that jokes versus a joke character. This is obviously a hilarious scene, but at no point was I taken out of it being Grog and into Travis. It was always Grog, which is awesome. It's just fucking awesome scene. Awesome scene.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
I heard you say something about blood.
Yeah, no, in my sweating, it was like a real workout, that one.
At some point you said, are you full? Are you talking about, did you fill it all the way
Yeah,
up?
the privy, it was starting to give me bum a tickle.
Wow,
Yeah.
you topped it off.
Yeah, because, you don't want to, like, dip in the muck. It's,
Not at all.
Yeah. Did you want to...
I think I'm good.
Are you sure?
I think I'm
I warmed it up for you. It's, like, ready to go.
I love a good deuce, but not today, I think I'm
Fair enough. Well, I'm feeling so, like, vacated.
We should go get a bite.
I think you're right.
All right, let's go.
Okay. You guys got to Are you guys going to invite Percival? If you want to go ahead and make a tinkering check with dexterity modifier to create more ammunition.
Tinkering check with dexterity modifier?
Yes.
Okay.
Should be plus 11.
16.
16. Okay. We'll say in the time that you've had here, while everyone's playing this with the materials you purchased, and Whitestone's pretty open to applying you.
I've got a thing.
Yeah. I'd say you're able to create roughly 40 or so simple bullets in the time that you have.
Do I have time to poke at a modification to the explosive arrow? I want to try and build a rock breaker. I'm curious to try and build a arrow for taking down walls or taking down doors.
Like a siege arrow?
Oh.
A light form of siege arrow. It's just basically I want to have a tank that actually manages to breach stone, and then an explosion that goes outward. So it's just a shattering.
Breach your row!
All right, this will take the remainder of your evening. You're not gonna be able to do much else after this.
I have nothing else to do.
All right, go ahead and make a tinkering check with your intelligence modifier.
Okay.
I have nothing else going on. This is it.
That's 8. 23.
23. Okay. At the cost of roughly.
I think I've said it before, but in case I haven't, I'll say it again very quickly. I'm super down with characters experimenting, trying to make things, tinkering with things. I've talked about how I would represent it, and that was a whole other discussion. But I do solidly think that, especially when it comes to brand new designs that, you and the DM haven't talked about before, I think I would try to take those conversations off table, at least for the initial pricing out and time and those sorts of discussions when we're talking about the mechanics of what you want. And then you can totally separately act it out and role play it within the game. But I think having these sorts of design litigation questions of how much is it going to cost? How long is it going to take you? How hard is it going to be? I think those more, I mean, I think they've gotten better at going through it really quickly. But I think that you will more often get what you want as the player designer. And it will be much easier for the DM to give you what you want as a, mechanic, as the behind the screen person, if you have those sorts of conversations off table. It's a little bit of a preference thing. It's a bit speculatory because I haven't really tried having these sorts of conversations on table. But based on what I've seen and based on how it's gone for me, I feel confident recommending that, custom item design be done off table. And then it can be role played on table if you want after that.
150 gold pieces. So you have to go through a few different attempts to finally get the design right. And the metal working you have here is not perfected. You're not at your workshop back at the keep, unfortunately, so you kind of have to work with whatever you have here. Nothing here is designed for the...
No, I've got an okay workshop here.
Yeah, the one that you used previously, but that's been mostly kind of discarded, and in the time that you've been gone, it's been cannibalized for a lot of different uses. But it's makeshift. You managed to complete what you think could function. You're not entirely certain as to what the final effect will be, but it all seems to be in place.
All right.
So you can write down explosive siege arrow.
Siege arrow.
And we shall find out in time what it does.
Siege arrow. That's fun.
All right,
A few
so
designs I'm working on. That's one of them.
are you guys resting for the evening? Anything else you wish to accomplish?
Probably be smart. I'm pretty tired after dying, so I'm gonna go.
Okay. Max, anything you want to accomplish? before you
Dying
go?
takes a lot out of you.
God, the guilt. Okay, yeah.
Can I buy a torch somewhere? Just a torch?
Sure. Yeah, torches are relatively easy to find. You want to find one?
Stick with rags on it.
3 torches.
I bring
That's
Trinket into
three,
the castle
three
with me,
copper.
just so you know.
Yeah,
Trinket's coming into the castle.
After all this has happened, Trinket has been almost lost.
Dude, I will say, so this is something that I've been thinking about how to do in D&D. I haven't really landed on what I think of as a slick way to do it, but there's a very cool concept. It's one of the things that I really love in BitD. Yes, we're talking about it. We talked about something I didn't love last time, which is the wounds system. I don't love wounds, but I really, really, really like, especially for a game that is at least partially based on like being a scoundrel and like gaining treasure, and like wealth is a very like core part of the aesthetic of the game. I think that they have a really solid wealth system where essentially in Blades you have, and this is me going off the top of my head, so I might not get the numbers exactly right, but I'll get the generalized mechanics right. So I think you have, like 4 slots for the generic currency, which is known as coin. If you are, say, like buying a piece of bread or something like a torch, the game is basically like, all right, that shit's like kind of free. They're just like, yeah, you just have generic spending money. But if you're like buying a round of drinks for the whole bar, that's a coin, right? That's a coin. So you have, I want to say you can hold 4 coin on you. It's about 4 at any given time. And then separately from the coin that you have on you, you will also have what is called your vault. And so your vault is a series of coin slots organized into rows. I don't remember how many. I want to say 3 or 4. And I don't remember how many boxes are on each row, but I think it's about 6 to 8. Regardless. Basically, whenever you are making what they call, I believe they call it a lifestyle roll. So basically, if it's like, I want to stay in the city, like I want to try to stay at like this place or something, this like, fancier place, that is represented as an action roll. An action roll are basically skill checks. And the thing that you use for the action roll is your stored up wealth. So you have to take money out of your inventory, and this is like money that you can like directly use for things, and you have to put it into your vault during downtime. And so you slowly, you get rid of that coin and you put it into your vault. And so you fill up these rows, and each row that you fill gives you an extra D6 on your lifestyle rolls. So essentially, as you put money into your vault, and if you need money, you have to take, if you put it into the vault, it's 1-to-1. If you're taking it out of the vault, it's 2-to-1. So there's like a diminishing, once it's in there, you are disincentivized from taking it out. But yeah, each row that you fill up is an extra 1d6 to your lifestyle roll. And if you have no rolls filled up, it's 2d6 and you take the lowest. And I've always thought about how to, like, I could basically do this system, but like try to like correlate a certain amount of gold to like one of these slots, like one of these coins. Like there's maybe something there, but I really like the idea. And the thing that made me think about this is like buying a torch, using this room or whatever. Like the using the room is a great example of something that like may be a lifestyle roll, or like just in general, sometimes it's also used to like represent like the clothes that you wear. So like how out of place you look at somewhere might be a lifestyle roll. Like anything that is based on like your general level of wealth is a lifestyle roll. And I think that it really smoothly, like it smooths out a lot of the weirder parts of gold, like a lot of like the tracking type stuff, especially when you get to this point and you're fucking like, yeah, obviously you can afford a fucking torch. Like, are we even going to fucking make you pay for that shit? Because it's so negligible. I think that this smooths a lot of that out, provides a very distinct reason to constantly want to get more gold because you want to up that dice pool just to make the rolls more likely. Like, I think that there's a lot of really good things there. And I've really been trying to think about how could I put that sort of system into D&D? How could I maybe make it a role, like when it gets, later on, or even in the early ones, when it comes to like upkeep costs or housing or lodging, those sorts of daily things, I think it would be really cool to make that into a skill check. In the same way that I really like ammunition being represented by dice values. I really like that. For a lot of the more like, and I know that this is funny, contrasted against me talking about like the death mechanics and like, oh, I don't want skill checks there. Like, this is, an interesting contrast to that of like, yeah, I would prefer skill checks in something like finances and something like gold tracking. And to me, it's because I want the randomness of rolling to liven up otherwise dull concepts. So if we have a dull concept like ammo or like a lot of times upkeep costs, right? These are pretty dull concepts. They're bookkeeping, really, at the end of the day. And I think that, I don't know why I just drew those lines. I think that these are the sorts of things that I really like the randomness of a roll for. I think that is where, livening up these things, making it more of a gamble, like, oh my gosh, am I going to go down an armor die or an ammo die? Am I going to like fail to like pay for that? What does that mean? Like, I think that those are more interesting questions than the standard. Whereas on death, I still like the idea of there being a final roll, which we talked about, and I don't want to get into that whole conversation again, but I don't like as much randomness and as much stuff there because that is a concept, that is a part of the game, death, that is already pretty dramatic, is already pretty high stakes. And so I don't love the as much randomness, I think it was Ink Charm, I could be wrong about the person, but that was talking about how they like the DC to be modifiable as well as having the roll against the DC, so it essentially creates this 2D2 this 2D matrix. And I don't like as much randomness in something that is so dramatic and impactful. But for something that is much less dramatic, something that is dull already, like ammo or upkeep, I think that it is absolutely something that I would love to inject a little bit of randomness into it, a little bit of drama. I think can elevate some of these more boring concepts, or some of these concepts that are more boring otherwise. So I've been thinking a lot about, for my next D&D game, how to port some sort of wealth roll system into D&D and how to do that relatively frictionless. I will also say BitD also has the benefit of having built-in gold sinks because upgrading your faction tier costs an amount of gold or amount of coin. So there are like very distinct built-in gold sinks to BitD that don't really exist in D&D. So that's another sort of possible issue with implementing it within D&D, but it's something that's on my mind, It also can be interacted by each player equally. Also true. Yeah, very true. And to be clear, I'm not fully against all systems not being able to be interacted with equally. I think it's fine if like certain parts of the game are more or less interactable depending on your class choice. But it's specifically for death mechanics that I have more of an aversion to it. But yeah, it does have that benefit that it's pretty equally interactable. Those ammo dice and those wealth dice. Yeah. Combat, like terms for social play, instead of AC, you have a budget class to see if you can haggle well enough to protect your coin purse. Maybe there's something there, potentially. I like the death is much more precarious. Oh, maybe it was you, Pharaoh. It might have been you, Pharaoh, not Ink Charm. I like if death is more precarious and resurrection works or not being not very predictable, but still influenceable. Yeah, which is totally fair. Like, because, you know, I was essentially saying that the role would be more, it would be influenceable, but more predictably influenceable, right? There is a core difference, which is kind of interesting to talk about outside of the resurrection discussion. There is something interesting to think about as a DM, where and how you want to inject your randomness. With the resurrection, and I maybe want to talk about this just generically outside of that resurrection discussion. When you have a DC, right? When you have a DC, you are taking and you are setting it to where there is a certain range of acceptable values. So this is like the randomness line. This is the probability line of a D20. So when you set a DC, you're saying a certain amount of values are good and a certain amount of values are bad. And there is a second order to it of the way that Matt was running it with his death mechanics. And there are a few mechanics that interact like this, although they're less common than ones that don't, is that you can both affect the outcome through the roll, and then you can also affect the DC through a random roll. So that was how Matt's was there was going to be one check at the very end that had some manner of DC. But depending on their rolls, this DC had like 3 different things that it could be. So this DC had a lot of different, had like 3 things that affected it, and ultimately decided what it was going to be, which then, like, that modification affects the final actual like D20 roll over here, right? The D20 roll over here. So now we are taking this, where normally you set a DC, it's this line. We are now allowing this line to be moved to other possible locations, which, you know, I compared it on that one, essentially creates this 2D kind of table where now you have a gradient of, you know, the DC on this side and the D20 roll, like the actual value of the D20 on this side. And you have, you know, your positive values up here, and you have negative, you know, or bad values down here, you know, depending on, or actually it might be the opposite, or I think it would actually be a different angle. Doesn't matter. You get my general point. And this is a lot more randomness. Like, if you get a really good roll on one of these, then it makes the other roll much, much easier. Right? But if you get a mediocre roll on one of them, it doesn't really affect things. Like, there are levels where this is more interesting. You are, you know, it's not exactly like this, but you're taking it and sort of making it, you can kind of think about it almost as taking like 2d20. This is not exactly what's happening, but you can really abstract it into thinking about and like adding the result of those together. That's the same type of randomness that you're getting, where you're kind of like making the middle more likely, but you can it's also like if you could influence one of the D20s. Maybe this isn't a perfect metaphor. I don't think I like this metaphor now that I keep using it. But yeah, there's a if one of these is more influenceable but also randomly influenceable, it's a little bit weird. So this table does give you more levers as a DM, but also really obfuscates what's going on to the players, which can be like positive or negative. Like this type of gradient, like this obfuscates what's going on the back end, which might be a good thing. And having this DC be influenceable but not predictably so is interesting. And I know one of the things that we got out of talking about was like it seemed like maybe successes influence the DC more than failures. I'm not quite sure about that. But they're definitely there's a very interesting thing here where if you fail to influence this DC, it can make this D20 roll almost impossible. But if you succeed in influencing the DC, it makes the D20 roll very, very, very likely. But, still not guaranteed. And it's not guaranteed that you'll influence this DC well. So it just adds another matrix of improbability, or another dimension of improbability. That's not the word. It adds another dimension of unpredictability to the entire thing, where if you can't reliably influence this DC, if you can't reliably know exactly how you're going to influence the DC, then there's this second order of unpredictability to the entire thing, But the gradient like that is something I like a lot for things that should carry a lot of weight, like death. To me, it needs to be used very cautiously. And that is very, and I think it speaks to how much control you and your players want at the table. I think that if you specifically want really dramatic and things that should carry a lot of weight, if you want those sort of things to feel like your players are out of control, right? Or if they have less control, I think this sort of 2D matrix absolutely makes sense. Basically every layer, every dimension of unpredictability that you add to any given challenge, every dimension you add is going to make them feel less and less and less in control. Now, if that's the sort of feeling that you're going after for death, I can't blame you. That makes sense. It's not the feeling that I think I would want to go after using these sorts of mechanics, but I could even be convinced away from that. But it is very much like what's going on is you are removing a level of control. You are saying not only are you going to have to roll this D20, you might fucking roll shit on these DC influencing rolls, and now the D20 is going to be even fucking harder. So there's absolutely a level of additional unpredictability, every layer and every dimension that you add. Mega talking himself out of his own ideas again. Look, sometimes it happens. Death is fickle, not just an instant free res. And to be clear, I was never arguing for an instant free res. Never arguing for that. I always wanted a D20 roll at the back of it. Always a level of risk. I think that's the thing that makes Matt's system interesting, is that there's a level of risk. We just disagreed on what affects that risk. It's risky to attempt to bring someone back and will not always be successful.
Warning. Add
but it's still
incoming.
per table.
Take cover.
Take cover. Okay, add incoming. Live stream, Twitch. Yeah, 50 seconds. It's kind of fascinating to listen to you while cooking and not being able to see the screen. Your good cooking content. Thank you, Ink Charm. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate that. I like being second monitor content. Let's see. There is one thing CR is. It's dramatic. True. My players are very good at this game, and it can be hard to create tension. To make them start calculating in array helps a lot. Good as in mechanically good. Yeah, I mean, if your players are really, really good at it, and you want to very purposefully take away a level of control, I think that is absolutely a way to do it. Absolutely. If that's your goal, absolutely. And I don't think that taking away control is an explicitly bad thing. Okay, we have ads. Fuck. And I need to stop talking about it. Shit. All right. Ad time. Go get some water. Go to the bathroom. And we're back. What's up? All right. Moving on. Because the ads are always my cutoff point. I gotta stop myself after ads because I want to keep talking, but gotta stop myself. Let's play.
Lock to you. Even just you going upstairs into the tavern, it was like, kind of stayed out front because String is at this point. You can't really go into all the taverns.
It's hard.
It's rough being a bear.
And wherever we're eating, does it happen to be near Jameson the Painter's workshop?
No, but it's about a 20-minute walk if you wanted to go find out.
Be nice to check in with him. Grog, do you mind walking with me?
Absolutely not.
All right, so we'll just truck on over to Jameson's.
Okay. You guys head up to it, and the gentleman is a painter as well as a stable hand, so you find your way to the facility, knock on it, and immediately as the door opens, the smell of fresh manure hits your nose, and Jameson steps out. Can I? You!
Yes, hi.
Hi!
I've come back.
I meant to deliver, but they told me not to because apparently it's not there anymore.
The town, you mean?
Town, yeah, we were supposed to.
It was wise of you to keep this precious artifact here, because it would have surely been destroyed en route or when it.
It's just the canvas. I don't have it. He said it's a bit too large for my specifications.
I'm sure it's huge. Did you finish it?
Yes. Come on.
Can I look?
Oh please.
Okay, let's go look.
He takes one of the hooded lanterns and kind of turns up the oil wick on it, and as he turns the wick, brings you into the back stable area where it's been sectioned off, and you can see there's paints that have been dropped all across the ground in the hay. It's kind of this multicolored spattering, this kind of rainbow vomit across this section of hay floor. And there in all of its glory, stretched across and nailed at the corners to this far wall, you see a fantastical landscape of rolling hills and tree lines rising up at the edges. You can see a mountainscape in the distance. The lighting he uses is magnificent. You can see why many people in the city specifically requested that you go to this gentleman.
I will say, very minor thing, very quick thing. I swear. That when I talk about when I was talking about a really minor reference to what's going on, even if you want the people to be callous or to be ignoring it or to think it's whatever, when we were talking about the Chroma Conclave not really being like a thing within episode 43, the beginning of it, them not really acknowledging it or being reminded of it ever. If this painter wants to be callous to the destruction of Amon, totally fine. But he did acknowledge it. He said, the fucking thing is gone. Like, you're not... That is one little line, again, that to me helps the scene feel grounded within what's going on. So, very small thing. And I'm going to keep it under a minute. Hiya!
And there atop this fantastic green hilltop, you see on this fine white and gray steed, as it raises up, hooves in the air, is yourself, shirt open, chest just slightly fuzzy and muscular, as you look off, your hair blowing in the breeze.
How's the face?
The face is pretty damn spot on. Best likeness you can find for somebody who only had a brief reference, as he sketched you quickly before he left. And there behind, clutching you from the side, you can see Pike wearing this long, kind of grayish silver and blue robes that are also flowing behind a long train, longer than it needs to be stylistically. It was a choice in the artistics point of it. And it is.
Dude, fan art incoming. Prepare for thousands of pens to hit paper with this description.
Everything you hoped it would be. You paid good money for this piece.
I'm gonna request, Grog, I need a minute here.
No, I understand.
Just weep.
Take all the time you need.
So I just regard it for a few minutes, just taking in the beauty and the wonder of all I've accomplished.
I have a question. Would Keyleth and Scanlan be crying in rooms at the same time?
Right now, yes. For different reasons entirely.
Somewhere.
Look at the air high five. There it is. So white. That was the whitest of white high fives ever.
I'm
the miss and then interlock.
Canvas of Lisa Frank Majesty, by the way.
Yes.
Like just the greatest Lisa Frank Trapper Keeper cover.
Oh, man.
After I just weep for a few minutes, I thank Jameson again, and how much did I pay him for this thing?
I don't recall, but you already marked it off.
I feel that you've gone above and beyond, Jameson, and I know that you're a humble man, and you don't want me to spread word of your accomplishments, but please allow me to write you an epic poem or a song and tell of your artistic gifts and talents, please.
That would be a fine tip, sir. Please, yes, do so.
I'll get right on it.
Send them back to Whitestone, please. That's for Jameson. We'll work this. Hopefully I can make my way out of this dung hole.
Don't worry, you'll have lots of commissions after this, I promise you.
Great.
And I'm going to give him an extra 50 gold.
Whoa! That's more than the price of a book.
Sir, thank you.
For art supplies to get your shop up and running.
Of course, he looks down and he's got a little bit of paint on the coins. He's like, he puts it aside somewhere. Thank you. Wipes his hands off a nearby rag. Thank you, and takes your hand and shakes it vigorously.
Can it
he goes in. He takes his little claw hammer down, starts pulling the nails out from the sides, and gingerly rolls up the canvas. It takes a good 3 minutes to roll the whole thing up, and it's quite heavy as he hands it over to you. in your hand. Yeah, it almost takes her off your feet.
What?
Can you hold this for me?
No, it's you. I mean, you're so magnificent in
I
it.
can't do it.
I don't know if I really...
Brog, I watched you shit for an hour.
Hey, you're right. I'll pick it up.
All right, you guys find your way out. At this point, night has taken. You can hear the crickets starting to
I hear him.
spread throughout the city as the rest of the blue night sky takes on. Evening is ready. Do you guys have anything else to accomplish before the evening comes to close?
Wait till it's quiet, and I leave the room that I've been given at Whitestone, and I find my sister's door, and I stand outside it, and I stare at it for a minute.
Vax? Was that you?
Passive
and I step away.
perception.
I open the door.
Roll stealth check, roll perception check.
Shit.
25.
22. Damn it.
Nothing to be seen. Must have been your imagination, Vex.
And I wait for the door to close.
Not even I walk away, I stealth away.
And then,
It's a
walk
new
to
level.
Keyleth's door. And I knock.
You hear a knock at your door. And the,
And horses.
the clipping of horse hooves in the distance, apparently.
Open it. Hey. Hi. You okay?
I don't know.
Come in. Sit down.
I'm going.
How do you feel?
I don't know. All I know is that I felt her. I don't know magic, I don't know anything. I open doors, and only when the wind is blowing in the right direction sometimes I think. I don't know what happened. But I felt her.
Do you still feel her?
Make a perception check, Max.
22.
As you're sitting there kind of looking down at the ground as she asks this question, you notice the symbol of Sarenrae that you have stitched into the back of your glove. What was once a very vibrant, kind of goldish brass color has actually very heavily tarnished, and the metal itself seems to have cracked in 3 places. It was not this way a day before.
Yeah. I don't know if I did anything in there. And I wouldn't take it back if I did, but I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know if it was very noble or very stupid, to be honest. Probably a little bit of both. I can attempt a restoration, a greater restoration spell, and see if I can sense anything.
I don't know anything about any of that. I'll let you.
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you prepare your mindset for the cleansing ritual that is the Greater Restoration,
Just lay back.
as soon as the dull
Oh man, I swear I'm interested. It's good role play. It's just they're talking so quietly. They're talking so quietly and so soothing. It's making me yawn. Ugh. I also didn't get great sleep last night, but we're locked in. I swear, I'm good.
green energy begins to course across your fingertips, and as you touch the edge of his shoulder to impart his body with the cleansing energy, it courses through his shoulders. The spell completes. You sense no difference in your current physicality, mindset, and there's this pause, this silence of no realization that is suddenly shattered by the sound of a "Ah!" You look over, and at the stone edge of the window you guys are staying in, you see stepping there a single dark raven. And it just takes off and flies into the night.
I think this goes beyond any natural realm that I have any bearing over. And I just hug him was gonna lose you. And I'm terrified I'm still going to.
I love you.
And I think I love you. I just don't know if I can allow myself to. I'm terrified to allow myself to. You do realize that if by some crazy chance and we all somehow make it through this domination alive with the Chroma Conclave, and I complete my armamente, I'll still watch all of you die. Everything could go phenomenally well. And by becoming headmaster, we enter a bit of a realm of mortality where I could live for a very, very long time. I'm afraid every time I look at one of your faces that it's gonna be the last. And I feel like deep down, I know that day is coming. So because of that, I'm afraid to let myself feel anything deeper than I already do.
I quickly leave a room.
Oof. The door closes behind the backs.
And for the second time today, Keyleth bursts into tears. Oh, why do people keep leaving me in roller rooms alone?
All right.
Mixing up, I walk.
Most of you find sleep.
We're in a drought, goddammit.
Showered, Keyleth.
It's been a while.
Man, okay, I'm a little split. On this hand specifically, I think that the concept of immortals not caring about mortals, or like having to watch mortals die, very old sort of trope, but I think it's an oldie but a goodie. I think that there's a lot to explore there, and I think that there's a novelness here that most of the time immortals, either it's their goal to become immortal, so they've kind of made peace with this shit already, or they kind of become mortal accidentally, i.e. like a vampire, and so they don't really have time to consider it. Like the people where like their goal is to become immortal, normally that's like the entire goal. So they come to peace. It seems like for Keyleth, immortality is like a side thing, it's a consequence of reaching her goal. And for her, it has seemingly more negatives than positives, which I think is it's a very novel sort of interpretation and looking into of the trope. I don't know if that sentence made sense. It's an interesting way to look at it. Of this mortal whose goal is to become immortal, but doesn't really want the immortality part of it, and is very, very scared by it. That said, I think in general, I'm just not a fan of Chosen One quest lines. I actually kind of think it's as simple as that. I had maybe a more complicated opinion. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I don't know. It takes, like, for example, Avatar: The Last Airbender is a show that I absolutely love, but I love it in spite of it being a Chosen One questline. The Chosen One questline is an active detriment that show has to overcome, and it overcomes it beautifully for me. But as a starting block, that's something that just makes me not really like it. And so with this, I don't want to say it makes me tune out, but it makes me not as interested in the like Aramente immortality sort of arc, because it's so based around this Chosen One concept. Yeah. So I don't know. It's definitely like a personal preference thing. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah.
Go water elemental.
It's the only way. All right, as you all find yourself coming to rest for the evening, some of you easier than others. Eventually, you get your full rest. Those who heal up to, say, full hit points for a good night's rest here, get your hit dice back. So not a whole lot were spent.
I lose my strength bonuses.
Yeah. Morning comes to you all. And yes.
Sorry, just one detail. From there, I went and fell asleep in this idiot's doorway.
Okay. All right. We will go ahead and take a quick break. We'll see you guys back here shortly to see what is in store for Vox Machina. So back here in a minute.
All right. Time code. Is it Chosen One? I would say so. If it's not Chosen One, I would say that the differences between it and Chosen One sort of vibe are so negligible as to not need to consider them. She is a individual member that is sent on this big long quest to ultimately lead and unite all of the tribes. I mean, Avatar: The Last Airbender is very, very clearly and obviously Chosen One. Like, the Avatar is like the definitional Chosen One. Of like, they are the one person that can master all the four elements and unite the nations and all that. Anyone else rip stream? Oh, thank God. Okay. I'm glad, Pharaoh. Good to know it's just on my side. Yeah. It's so weird to be hoping that it's just on your guys' side and that it just, took it down on your end. But I am hoping that very distinctly. That's just the sad part of playing a druid. You'll eventually lose all of your friends. Yeah, which is, I think, something very interesting to interact with. It's I think relatively the same for monk, if I remember correctly, or maybe monks still age, but their body doesn't age. Is that correct? But yeah. But anybody can become a druid? It sort of depends on the setting. This sort of gets into a larger conversation about player leveling of like, what does it mean to be a druid versus a player character druid? Like, the capstone of a druid is what we're all generally talking about, archdruid. Can anyone become an archdruid? Like, is that a thing? By the way that Keyleth described it, I would say no. Like, she described it as, I will go on my Aramente. Once I become headmaster, I will enter this state that is basically immortality. So, through the way that it is set up in this context, it sounds like maybe anyone can reach a certain level in Druid, but only some folks can reach Archdruid. And so I would say the way that it was presented here, it seems like becoming Archdruid, reaching that certain level in Druid, the Druid class, is a chosen one type of barrier there. And I think that this is sort of indicative of, and a larger conversation around, can NPCs level up in your games? And like, can they reach like high level in the same way that PCs assumingly can? You know, like, and I also think that the feel of this, like whether or not this feels correct, right, is whether or not you use XP leveling. I do think that XP leveling versus milestone leveling actually has a lot to do with the feel of this within your setting and campaign world. If you're using XP leveling, I think there is a natural assumption that, okay, we did a thing, we got experience for it, experience makes us level up. So, theoretically, if someone else did the same thing that we just did, they would be able to level up as well. There's an implication there. If you use milestone leveling, that concept is much less prevalent. Like, if you use milestone leveling, there is not necessarily that same implication. It still exists to a degree, but I don't think it exists nearly as much. Monk has timeless body. They stop looking like they age. Okay, that's what I thought. Druid actually slows down aging. That makes sense. Timeless body gives you the long life, not druid. Oh, not Archdruid. Okay, so it's the 18 down. Okay, fair enough. Either way, so there are more tribes such as the Fire Shari who have all of their own leaders. I'd assume they would be at that level Keyleth is aiming for. I don't know that I would, based on my knowledge of her backstory. I don't think she's going on the Aramente just to generically like become the leader of just the Arashari. My understanding, at least, was that she was going on the Aramente to become like an overall leader that will like interface between the different tribes. I might be misunderstanding her backstory, but regardless, for this specific conversation, she did specify that factor. And even if we want to know she will just lead the air, okay. Either way, whether it's one chosen one or four chosen ones, the difference doesn't really matter. Like, ultimately, for like what I would consider like a chosen one quest line, you can have a party of chosen ones. I also don't like chosen one quest lines where the party, like the D&D party, are the only ones that can save the world because they're the chosen ones. So the assumption here would be, even if it is the leaders and all of the leaders have to go on their own Aramente to become the leader, it is still a chosen one quest line. So it's yeah, that is, but I do think that there is each leader goes on their own Aramente. Understood. Okay. Well, regardless, I think there's, a interesting conversation there around, like clearly in Matt's world, NPCs can reach high player levels. And so I think that is pretty apparent. But we also haven't run into any druids that are not from the Ashari yet. So my feeling, I have not, this is not confirmed or denied, that at least most druids in the world are from the Ashari. And by Keyleth's description, she would only reach that higher level after she completed her Armente, still solidifying it as a chosen one questline, take that she was quite literally the chosen one by her tribe, as were the other leaders, and only leaders to go on the Aramente. Yeah, pretty much. And I'm Just generally not into those. So that kind of, not de-invests. I don't think it's a problem of investment, but I don't like those types of quest lines enough or as much. So I find myself caring less about Keyleth's quest line in general. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, not to say that it's bad or whatever to care about it, or even that Chosen One quest lines are bad. It is a very preference based thing. I don't find them interesting. But I think it's also totally valid to find them interesting. Things we haven't learned on the stream yet in full. Oh, yeah, potentially Ari the Aramente. But anyways, regardless, the leveling up for me feels very world breaking. You have people like Allura. She probably spent decades to get where she is. And then there's this group of people who surpassed her in like a year. Yeah, which is I think there's a Brennan Lee Mulligan clip that I've seen talking about XP versus milestone leveling, where I think him and Matt are actually talking, if I remember correctly. And Brennan says something to the effect of, we all know what the logical consequence is of XP leveling. It is that this random group of randos surpasses the most powerful people in the world in like a month of in-game time. And I will say, in terms of world breaking, investment, all of that, I do think that it is something to consider, depending on how seriously you want to take your game, how much like real hard investment you want in your world and game. I do think that building in large stretches of downtime can up the level of real that a world feels, you know. I think that it can very much up that if you have long stretches of downtime. It can also allow you to do things like get a permanent teleportation circle. If you take like literally a year of downtime, like it can allow you to get that teleportation circle permanently inscribed. A lot of downtime activities that normally take, absolutely ludicrous amounts of time, like getting their carpet re-enchanted. There are like very distinct reasons that you might want to take large swaths of downtime, and it can make the progression of the characters, their leveling up, feel a bit more natural. Like, I think it's reasonable that people, level large chunks very quickly, but then I also think it would be reasonable for them to have large chunks where there's basically no leveling in between, right? Like, I think people go through character growth in bursts, in spurts. And so the idea that you level up, 2 or 3 levels in a month, or 2 or 3 levels in a week even, and then go a year without leveling, honestly feels more natural to me as like a progression timeline. You know what I'm saying? Allura did adventure Ari Thordak, so she might have gotten her levels through danger time just like the party. Potentially, yeah. Yeah, it's just, it provides this sort of odd sort of feel. I totally understand why people aren't into that. Like really quick level of leveling. Do we know that they've surpassed her? No, we don't. But I mean, as a party, they certainly would decimate Allura. Even if she's like a level 20, they like as a collective party, they would wreck her like in a, party versus one, but I don't know if they've individually passed her. I would probably just have a bunch of leveled up NPCs walking around. Yeah, which I mean that is a very stylistic campaign decision on, and I think typically what determines a lot of the feel of whether or not your campaign feels very like high fantasy or low fantasy. I think a major factor, like maybe more major than people give it credit for, is whether or not you have a bunch of leveled NPCs running around. Like, if you have absolutely no leveled NPCs beyond like levels like 2 or 3, or at least, you shouldn't use a player sheet for NPCs, but NPCs with stat blocks that make them feel like higher leveled characters. If you don't have any of those running around and the PCs are the only ones, I think that generally gives a lower fantasy feel than if you have a bunch of them running around. Like Amon, or like not Amon, not Exandria. Is it Exandria? Is that the world? I think it's Exandria. Exandria has a bunch has honestly not that many high fantasy feelings to it. It has airships, but they're seemingly like relatively uncommon. They have teleportation travel, but it's not everywhere. Like, they seem like a society that is on the cusp of maybe high fantasy, or like a world that's on the cusp of that. But I think the thing that really makes Exandria feel high fantasy to me is just the sheer amount of powerful individuals and powerful magic items that proliferate throughout the world. Makes it feel very, very high fantasy to me. I think if you took out all of the high-leveled NPCs, honestly, even potentially leaving in the magic items, I think the entire setting would feel much lower fantasy up to this point. I can imagine some of you sitting there, and maybe there's some crazy high fantasy thing that comes around later in like Wildmount or some shit. So I can imagine some of you sitting there and hold the line. But up to this point, from what I've seen, I think if you took away a lot of the NPCs, it would feel much lower fantasy. I don't think we know what level or equivalent she's meant to be. I certainly don't. In my homebrew world, the low-key assumption is that adventurers do become more powerful because they engage with more powerful, dangerous things, but they run a real risk of sudden death or other horrors. Yeah, and like, I think if that is the low-key assumption, then really playing on that danger aspect of adventuring is really good and important. Like, me and Paige were just talking about it for our like head-to-head, is why is someone out adventuring? Like, adventuring is dangerous. It should be. And so you should have a reason that you are out like risking your life rather than doing like a much safer and more normal job. You absolutely need that reason. And if adventurers do proliferate through your world, then also hyping up the danger of the world. So like, I think that Othanzia and I can't remember the continent that Othanzia is on, but Othanzia is a place, is a setting that really, to me, speaks very high level danger, makes a ton of sense why there are a bunch of high level people running around, very dangerous. There are threats that need to be combated. But I've questioned before, and you guys have heard me question, Allura, thank you. The proliferation of magic items and the number of high-level NPCs around Amon. Like, Amon feels like a relatively safe location most of the time. I mean, not anymore, but... so you've heard me question that, and I think that Matt has given some answers as to why those things are there and whatever, but these are questions to consider when putting together a homebrew world. Are there a ton of high-level NPCs running around? What does that accomplish for my tone? And what do I need to do to make that feel right within my game and my narration? I don't really have a problem with how quickly people seem to level up. The thing that is immersion breaking is that people like Allura seem rare. I mean, there are plenty of them rolling around from my perspective. I don't know. There are moments that are classic high fantasy. It'd be weird to have a bunch of dragons in a low fantasy world. Yeah, you'd have like one maybe. Dragons existing doesn't necessarily make it high fantasy. No, but so many running around. I agree with you, Daniel. Yeah. You want people to never want to go on an adventure, or else everyone wouldn't become OP. Yeah, it's the very classic. Your character wants to fly directly to Mordor. They want to take the eagle. Your player doesn't. Yeah, right? Like, you want to make it to where adventuring is not fun, both for out of like player reasons and for in world like fiction game breaking reasons. I think Allura's level is meant to be vague. Yeah. Iman looking into the camera like it's on an office after Mega called it safe. Safest city in Taldori. My God, it's loud. Thank you. Hey, that's great. Okay. Timestamp after the break is 32. Yeah, our breaks are nice. Also, my commentary on it of just like, how nice, is the exact reason that I probably will never do a stream dedicated to fan art or music, is because I have so little to say about it other than, that was nice. Hey, anybody can go adventuring in our world, but few do. Well, I mean, that's a motivation thing, right? So it does. There has to be a reason that you go adventuring. There has to be like a threat. So you have to provide a motivation, which is, I think in D&D traditionally power, wealth, and gold. And then you also have to provide a threat as to why not everyone is pursuing power, wealth, and gold. It has to be attractive enough that people want to do it, but hard enough to where not everyone can. There's a very distinct balance there,
We're going to go ahead and begin. So as you all, after that, for some emotional evening, whether that be conversational emotion or, have to go drop an emotional deuce, it's important. You find yourselves waking up to a fresh morning in Whitestone. Hints of blue sky breaking through the cloud coverage, and that's rare for this area because of its northern portion of the continent. That, especially being so close to the ocean, a lot of the cloud, heavy just precipitation makes its way in the direction of your town. So it's nice to have a little break in that. Nonetheless, as you guys come to consciousness and gather yourselves, your things, and your plans for the day, what do you wish to do?
We are a city of seasonal affectation disorder, so.
Well, I open my door and find my brother falling through it.
I'm awake.
Oh, good morning.
Hi.
Comfortable bed, I see.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't find my room.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Couldn't find my room.
All these
What time is it?
doors. I have no idea. My nature check tells me it's roughly, I don't know, 8, 9, something like that. 7, maybe 7.
You shithead. Come here. Don't fucking do that again.
That's not what I did.
Fucking do that again, alright? Just don't fucking do it again.
What?
Fuck.
I can't breathe. You're about to kill me again.
You'll live, you'll live. You'll live. Jesus, whoever that is.
So, I heard rumor that you sort of saved my life in a really creepy sort of way. I talk to people. I talk to so many people. I find out things. Secrets aren't safe
Are you talking to Grog?
when Vex is around.
Is there any coffee in this fucking
Wait,
castle?
wait, I have a present for you because I feel like you're gonna really like it. Would you like it?
That's random, alright.
I have this armor that I think would be really great on you. Do you want it? It's really expensive. If you don't take it quickly, I might change my mind.
I don't want it.
Oh, that was expensive cardstock.
Give you your leather armor after I have a chance to change.
All right. I love you.
No.
Say breakfast.
Yeah.
Not long from that point, the smell of coffee begins to fill the air from the inside of the Whitestone Castle halls. The servants have prepared breakfast, and a meal is ready for you.
Dude, okay, read time, prediction time, prediction city. Vax just accepted the Death Walker, not Nightwalker, Death Walkers ward, and guess fucking what? Last person to wear the Death Walkers ward was Perv Dude. I don't remember saying Pervan, I think. More specifically, Raven Queen's champion. Champion. You know what a champion sounds a lot like? A cleric? No! A paladin. And Vax is already got a bit of Raven Queen bouncing around inside of him. And Perv's body disappeared after the death bomb trap. Coincidence? No. Just the fuel. No, how do you spell fuel? Fuel. For the spell? No. It is symbolic that a new champion has been chosen. And more specifically, Vax at next level up or the level up after that will be able to multi-class Paladin. That's the big read. We're going to see. I'm going to guess, what episode are we on? We're on 45. I'm going to take a big swing. And I'm going to say, in episode 59, in episode 59, we will see Vax smite a fool. Potentially accidentally. Potentially accidentally. I think that Vax is absolutely going to become a paladin of the Raven Queen. He's gonna forgive that, in his words, that bitch for killing his sister, and he is going to become a Raven Queen paladin. And we're gonna see him accidentally smite a fool. Yeah. The seals are broken. The buffering kept the manic energy contained. Not just anyone, but a fool. Exactly. Episode 59. I'll see you fucking there. Future clip of me. Goodbye.
Grog jumping to attention as the scent reaches your nose. The rest of you, you will slowly find your way back down. You eat.
No, with
Do
the
I
poo
see?
humor.
Do
Okay,
we come out and see Vax in the armor?
Are you putting on the armor?
I was just looking at it in the hallway.
So I guess I step out and see who
Still
I'm looking
pretty
at.
tired, to be honest.
Nah, Q, just felt right. 14 episodes away in my brain feels like about the next time that they'll level, plus like 1 or 2 or 3 episodes. That's why episode 59.
Yeah, some of you guys step out and you see Vax kind of just standing in the hallway, clutching in his hands, looking over all the various like pushed in engraved runes across the leatherwork, the raven feathers that kind of adorn the bottom of the mantle.
Careful, it smells a lot like must and mold and birds.
I just walk by and briefly lock eyes and keep going without saying anything.
Oh shit, you got the armor now?
He stole it! What can I say? He is a really sneaky, stealthy kind of guy.
Nice.
Fair and square.
I just took it for fashion purposes, I suppose.
Oh, we need all the help you can get.
Yeah.
Should we go out in the woods and unleash an undead beast that will kill us all?
Yes,
I love
Christmas
it.
morning. Who has that, by the way?
I do.
Oh, here.
Don't worry, it's safe.
Where'd you keep it?
Oh, hold on. Got a pouch or something. You know what? It's back in my room.
You know what's hilarious about this? You know what's absolutely hilarious about this? Apparently, all you have to do to get Vox Machina to release a potentially dangerous adversary is not have the adversary offer them a wish. If the fucking Gith in the skull wouldn't have fucking spoken, wouldn't have said a word, but they just detected that something was in there, seems like Vox Machina would have been more than fine releasing it. I mean, they got this out of a box that killed Vex. Straight up killed Vex. The things adjacent to this necklace have done way more tangible things to Vox Machina than that Gith ever did. He got a fucking raw ass deal. He was gonna give them a wish. He was gonna reward them. And this necklace chills next to the bomb that kills Vex. And it's just like, oh yeah, release me if you want. I don't care. The fucking... the Raven Queen affiliated people just know how to play hard to get, I guess. You know? Oh my god. When you said the Bayou's gone, I thought you were going to say Pervon was alive again and coming for his armor. That would be fucking awesome. That's... That would be great if a fucking like moldy corpse is just like, give me my armor back. And he's like a level 1 zombie. That's a sick encounter. That's such a dope encounter. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. Plays it my hand every time. Says I'm keeping it safe. The Gith watching this on interdimensional TV like, oh, come on. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's valid, though the majority is in favor of them releasing the Gith, especially with the Dragon Chaos going on and them wanting allies. Oh, yeah, absolutely. What if Pervon is in the necklace?
All right, you go retrieve it.
Where's Percy?
Where's Pike? We
And
should bring
Pike.
her with us. Can we bring Pike?
That seriously is the takeaway. Is the Gith came on too strong? You gotta play the little coy. Oh, it's so insane, dude.
I know she's taking care of Gilmore, but
That's possibly more important. I think this thing will be fine.
we need some sort of somebody that can heal. I think we've learned this.
I
with
can
Stone.
heal.
Yeah, we got potions, we're fine. It's probably like a big St. Bernard. What's the big deal?
Okay.
St. Bernard.
We learn nothing.
Where's Percy?
The door is closed, so I can't get Bird in here. She's 73 pounds now. She's fucking huge.
I'm right here.
Oh! Shit, you're quiet. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
An any coffee? An enema?
What?
A coffee enema.
What? No, I'm fine.
Oh,
good
good.
morning.
I'm gonna walk off of this shit.
Okay.
And we go outside with the necklace.
Yeah, where are we headed?
The woods.
No, the caves. I thought we were going to the, like a
Oh,
smell
yeah.
I went to the cave
We're
on the
going
edge
to
of the
the
woods.
cave.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
this
So
cave.
You
They're-
gotta go through the woods.
Same
Into the
cave.
woods.
Da-da-da-da.
Through the woods. Over the river.
You were into that. All right. So you all gather together and make your way northwest of Whitestone towards where you found the stone giant fortress and the series of caves that are in the mountain behind it. You get there, it's still seemingly abandoned. You kind of case the area for a while. No noticeable movement other than a few woodland entities that exist in that vicinity.
Primeval awareness. Meow, meow, meow.
Okay. That isn't how the sound it makes every time you do
I
it.
like it.
Yeah, so hold on to that one.
Dude, I think I'm getting my manic energy from Laura Bailey, is I think where I'm getting it from. When she was like, no secrets are safe from Pax. And then she goes into primeval awareness and starts putting out the Mr. X telepathic rings from the fucking cartoon. Meow, meow, meow. I think that I'm just picking up on Vox's manic energy.
Make a new ringtone sound for you guys. What are you looking for?
Oh, there's so many things I could sense.
Yeah.
What about sirens?
Sirens?
Wait, what are those things called? The things that took our horses the last time we were over here?
Harpies?
Harpies.
Yeah, whatever.
Sure. Harpies.
I know
For how
my
many miles
monsters
is it?
real well.
6 miles.
6 miles? Yeah, there's a few blips on the far, far western side of you. You get the essence, like kind of way off in the mountains. There's maybe a small nest. Nothing that's immediately
I
dangerous.
said for one more minute, and I think if I can sense any giants.
You do to the far, far north. You just get the sense that there is some sort of giant-based life form, maybe 2-3 miles north of you.
Okay.
How's it look?
Well, I mean, clear of the things I checked for. No
Sweet.
giants.
Let's go. Up to the cave.
All right. The fortress with the caves behind it.
Oh,
Oh.
fortress of cave.
Were they both empty? I don't remember.
Oh, everything was empty, if I recall.
Yeah.
Let's
Small space, little.
do the caves.
All right, sure. Cave.
Yeah, cave.
All right.
We have,
Okay.
yeah.
If we stick to the woods, it's my favorite terrain. If we go into a cave, not as much.
How many
So,
trees are in the cave?
what would be?
Contain it.
Okay.
How
Can't
much
fly away.
So
like
is it
him?
like cave fortress? Are they the same level? I can't
It's a
remember.
path that leads up into a small ravine in the mountain pass where you guys originally walked down into Whitestone. Up against the north side of where the mountain meets that ravine, there's a big
cave.
stone fortress that is built into the side of the mountain, and then around that there are a series of smaller caves.
Anything can.
I have to move this.
Yeah, let's go in the fortress. Then we got more room to move in case it does suck.
All right,
right.
fine.
All right.
Fortress.
Yeah.
You guys find your way inside. Still, the cold morning air still has encompassed the stone floor itself. You can see there are still the scattered and slowly decomposing bits of meat and flesh in the far corner. You still see the splatters of blood that have turned black and kind of cracked as it dried. No corpses here, as the corpses were retooled by the Briarwoods while they were in control. The fortress, other than that, is still empty and seemingly untouched since you last left it.
All right, well, I'm just going to do it then.
No.
Warning.
No?
Wait,
Ad incoming.
there's doors open.
Take cover.
Okay, good moment to take an ad break before we dive into the fortress. Dude, the ad warnings are working. We have not had a single dropped frame from the internet. I think we fucking did it. Yes. Okay, we got 30 seconds left. I also like them revisiting an old location. Kind of nice, kind of neat. Even if they're not, doing it for any particular reason. Don't jinx it. No, I will jinx it. You owe each other a Coke, by the way. Although I guess Zenshi said mega. That's all fair, Turtix. That's totally fair. And with that, 5 seconds left. That's fair. Goodbye. Hi-ya! Ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-ba. What's up, everybody? How we doing? How we going? How's it feeling? Let's get back to it.
We're in a fortress.
Fortress.
Coffee's just starting to kick in for you guys.
Barely.
Just.
Do we have any like buff spells or some shit that we should like, cast?
I'm
Should I
pretty buff.
throw a wall
Do I make
up?
us like cooler?
A wall for what?
Do I need to bar the entrance?
I don't know
Or
what
are there
it
doors?
is.
That is the
Fortress,
beautiful.
There are
yeah.
effects by the
way.
way. They're partially ajar where you left them.
Put it on.
No.
It's useful.
I'm not having this conversation.
Vex, by the way, I've got something for you.
Yes, dear.
And I pull out the arrow.
What is this?
This is an evening of unbridled guilt. Come here, let me show you. In theory, this is a siege arrow.
Okay.
Shattering stone, shattering doors, breaking things that
Breaking
should not be
hearts left and
broken.
right.
That is what you're after. It should work. Never forget you're my favorite, and I'm so sorry.
I kiss him on the cheek. Thank you,
That
Percy.
was much nicer than your brother.
Is that a black eye?
It's, I didn't sleep.
This is lovely. I can't wait to use it.
There'll be more.
All right, in 3, 2.
Wait, hold on.
In a circle. Aim it into the center of the circle.
Wait, is it 3, 2, 1? 3, 2, 1, you do it, or
On
3,
the
2, 1,
one.
and
On
then
one.
It's
go?
Jenga, 1,000, 2, 1,000,
Should
3,
one of us
1,000, 4, 1,000.
should one of us leave the room in case it comes out and paralyzes all of us? I'm just gonna throw that out.
Oh yeah, we should. What do you call it? Spread out.
Grog
Yeah,
should
definitely. Let's all surround it and
If
make
only
sure we're
someone
not
had
in
armor that could make them
go.
immune to paralysis.
Grog, that's not a bad idea. You get controlled by things. Maybe you could just wait just a little bit further back.
This was somebody's pet, all right? It's probably not smart enough to take control of our minds.
That's a big if.
I don't mind stepping out, but I would like to be able to see.
Yeah.
Well, we won't shut the door. I just want you.
I just want to point out, to my recollection of D&D lore, mind flayers keep intellect devourers as pets. Something that is explicitly capable of taking over your mind. Or eating it, I guess, in this scenario.
You outside of any potential.
Let's
blast
just
radius?
spread out in a circle.
All right.
We'll let it loose in the center. That way, it can't even see all of us.
I like it.
Are we getting
Actually,
around it? Or
It only gets
Vax,
to
do you
see
want to stealth?
Scanlan.
You can see me.
I think you should talk to it. I'm gonna stealth.
Well, you know, when a thing is born, it latches onto the first thing
gonna
it
hide.
sees like its
I'm gonna
mama.
hide.
Yes, we're going to hide.
I'm gonna hide.
Wanna hide?
All right,
Okay.
stealth check from both of you guys.
Yeah, so we're gonna try and talk to it.
Yeah,
We're going to
Scanlan's
try
gonna
and
talk to it.
Scanlan, you prepared?
Natural 20.
Talk?
Yeah.
You just tell it like there's a phase effect.
Speak with animals.
Batman.
The two of you back off
I
and
also
find some
have,
of the nearby
a
shaded
gummy
corners,
beast
kind of where some of the the haphazardly tossed hides and furs were in the corner. You can just
Purvon
vanish
is
behind the alcoves, keeping a watch.
Trinket, don't stand next to me. It gives it away. Trinket, don't stand next to me. It gives it away.
Goldrick.
Is there,
Go
is
stand
there
next to
a,
Keyleth.
is there a doorway in the fortress?
Yeah, there was the main doorway you guys entered, which
Can I
is
just
two.
stand in that then?
Sure, you just stand there, kind of, and the entranceway that's pushed open, which is wide enough for a giant to push through. You got a little bit of room to each side of you.
It's a spectator. It's not even a beholder. It's just a little mini spectator.
Vax, is this good? Vax.
It's fine. You're fine.
Here we go, guys.
Dude,
I'll just kind of.
okay. So, you're joking, but actually, and I think this would be a bad decision. Like, straight up, I think this would be an actual bad decision. But it would make sense if there was a beholder inside of the iron flask. The BG3 iron flask, which is essentially what this is. It would make sense if a beholder was in there, because it would be a verisimilitudinous, like a thing that makes sense of where the Kuatoa would have seen a beholder. So it would be, oh my god, great. Very nice. Just call it what it is, a Pokeball. Yeah. So if a beholder was in the Pokeball, maybe that's where the Kuatoa saw the beholder and then created a god off of that. I think Matt shouldn't do that. I think that'd be bad. But yeah, I think that'd be it would make sense. Did beholders get their name just for a dad joke? I am the beholder. No, I think yeah. It's all that all makes sense, yeah. I think it's just generally that they look at stuff. Beholder sounds cooler than looker. You know? It's not like anyone in that era would ever name a character like Vision or something, you know. That would be silly. But no, this is it's a beholder. That's way cooler.
So those two are stealth.
We're just going to be.
I'm at Stanlin's left shoulder.
And Trinket's next to you.
And Trinket's next to me.
His left
I'm rolling
shoulder
with
is
Trinket.
very low.
All right, and there's Percy.
He's
I've got a little bit of
like a
distance
good
here.
armrest.
We're here in the circle. Travis is off
Yeah.
this way.
Yeah.
Good to know. Okay.
Good.
So,
I don't know how to use this thing.
Yeah, we don't
Come
know
on,
how to
you
use
can
it.
try to.
You're our magic
By the
user.
power of Raven slumber, I command thee. Awaken, beast, cruel or otherwise. Face your new master and know his name is Skylight.
Holy shit! Never could have been better.
as you spend your bonus action to release the gate hold on the crystal, you guys see as he thrusts his hand forward, there's a burst of shadow energy that's kind of almost like someone throwing a big pot of water, just kind of this blackness out of it, and then
Matt is trying to be so serious about this very creepy object, and everyone's just giggling to themselves. The energy has affected us all.
as it hits the ground, it spills into smoke on the ground, and as that dark form stops, it is in the form of a about waist to lower torso height creature. As the form kind of coalesces into its normal self, you can see before you, shaking its head, a rather large, dark gray and black wolf.
Oh god. Easy, easy.
Told you we
Garlic?
Galdrick.
Galdrick, easy, Galdrick. Easy. We're friends.
Starts
Here.
backing up a little bit, snarling. You see Trinket starts growling.
Be nice.
Oh, I
As you say that, it looks over at you in the far corner.
I'm dead from falling.
20. Still didn't see me.
I kind of pet Trinket and as that like chill, be cool.
Trinket kind of backs up a little bit, but still locking eyes. You can see this wolf now. Its gums and teeth are bared. Its fur is all puffed up. Its tail is, it's definitely holding its ground and trying to make itself look as intimidating as possible.
Is it a small beast?
This would be technically borderline medium. This would be medium technically.
I can only speak with small beasts.
Wait,
You
speak
just
with
swatted
him.
me and said, put your armor on, so I'm doing it.
Okay, that'll take you about 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Well, I'm doing it.
Trinket.
All right,
I'm doing it.
dude. You can just
There's a real question of what is the experience like inside of this Pokeball? Has he been in stasis? Where he doesn't really notice the passage of time? Or has this wolf been experiencing the passage of time with absolutely no way to interact with anything other than the endless void for hundreds, potentially thousands of years? I think we should really hope that it's some sort of stasis, that it is some sort of suspended animation, because I don't think we want to meet the wolf that has gone through all of that. I don't even think it would be sentient anymore. I think its mind would have shut down so long ago. What happens to oh my god, if Toy Story was a horror movie? Jesus.
just slip on leather armor.
I get that.
Spandex armor.
Can somebody check to see if it's actually a wolf or just looks like one? Check it.
Can I use my perception?
You're a bit far away from it right now. You can try and get closer if you want.
Can I sneak?
Yeah, make a stealth check.
Do I get advantage? Oh, I do get advantage because of my cloak. Sweet.
You should yell out, I'm stealthing.
I'm stealthing! Damn it. 19?
Okay. As you begin making your way forward, it doesn't seem to notice you.
It doesn't?
No.
Can I see it better now?
See if
to
it's a boy or a
perceive it?
girl.
Looking at it, and from your experience in the wild as well, and Keyleth, you get this does not appear to be anything beyond than just a large wolf.
I'm going to get on my knees,
Scanlan, can you talk to
And-
it or no?
Oh, look it in the eye.
put out my hand, and call it. Goldrick?
Go make an animal handling check.
Animal handling, we've never done that.
If I help my brother get on the
actually have
armor,
a
will
really
it
high
happen faster?
Probably.
I help him put on the
Most
armor.
random thing I have.
Well, you're not the
That
same
landed
size
on
as
an
the other
edge.
guy.
Dinked. That was not much better.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. 10.
10. As you put out your hand, Galder kind of snarls, and as you say, "Here, boy."
Ah!
It lashes out at your hand. That is going to be. That's a 21 to hit.
I'll take it.
Keyleth, can't you talk
You
to
take
like
6
plants and
points
shit?
of piercing damage as its jaws clench on your hand, and you tear your hand away.
I'm not
You can
sure
feel
you
the kind of
want
the warmth flowing under the glove.
I'm gentle with it.
I cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
I click my boots of haste.
You do?
Yeah. Aren't you getting
Okay.
dressed?
You can
Yes.
dress faster.
Speech age.
All right.
7.5 minutes.
You guys all become immediately aware of the creaking of leather in the distance as the two siblings are in the process of
rustle of
fast
feathers.
changing one of the other.
Okay, I cast Speak with Animals. And I kind of get down, crouch down to the ground. And kind of bow down a little bit and I say, "Are you the one they call Goldrick?"
Kind of looks over at you for a second. The growl stops, and its posture changes a little bit. Then raises his nose.
Pervon, your master.
Looking at you as you guys hear Keyleth making the series of just growling sounds.
Trinket totally understands you, though.
Strangely enough, Trinket does. Trinket's like.
Trinket to Scooby-Doo, apparently.
Dude, I'm pretty sure that's a meme face. The
Making the series of just growling sounds.
Trinket
Wait.
totally understands you, though.
Strangely enough, Trinket does. Trinket's like.
I am almost positive that this is a meme, and if it's not, I think it would make a great emote. We already have the Matt Mercer moment. I think we potentially have a new emote on the way. I think if we crop this down a little bit of Matt Mercer surprise. I think this will be a perfect emote.
Trinket to Scooby-Doo, apparently.
But
There are several items that are sold out of the store. If you'd like to go on and see what items have already sold out, check it out.
we need to get more T-shirts in stock.
Yeah, we know that. We know that,
We
guys.
know.
We know.
That needs to happen.
We're
But there is still the Critical Role logo T-shirt available. What is happening? What is he?
Is there a ring or something?
Is the ring still available?
I don't know.
If the ring is still available,
Is
check
the
out
ring?
I respond. I can respond back, right? Your master died a great champion for the Raven Queen. He has been paid a great honor.
Dude, is Matt gonna get up again and whisper to her again? They should have just had a full-out conversation. Unless that's the only whisper. If that's the only whisper, then that's fine.
And now, the Raven Queen has chosen a new master.
I push Vax forward.
You're like you've gotten maybe part of the tunic on.
Is he Donald Ducking it right now? Is he
Practically, there are undergarments, but not much. Just like bare legs and knees, part of an arm exposed. Yeah, it's. You got thrust out of the changing room about 20 seconds into it.
Nice.
I still walk toward the wolf.
Waddle.
Yeah.
Wolf kind
No,
of.
I did the top. I did the top. Come on.
The wolf kind of turns his head a little bit curiously.
I continue to speak to the wolf.
I kneel and bow my head.
A great darkness has fallen upon our lands, upon Arthandia. We could use all of the assistance that we can achieve. Would you be willing to find a new purpose? Join Vaxildon.
Keyleth,
Yes?
tell him to come forward and look into my eyes.
That's a bad idea for dogs.
Tell him.
It's gonna bite your face off.
Goldrick,
Okay.
please. Approach your new master and look into his eyes.
Give him some chocolate.
The wolf kind of looks towards you, looks towards the
Look into
loosely
his eyes.
half-dressed half-elf.
I say look
They're
into his
quarter
eyes.
dressed now.
And see the touch of the Raven Queen inside of him.
Wolf kind of slowly stalks towards you. Across the stone floor, you can
Just say,
hear
"Don't move."
the claws of the wolf kind of clattering against the stonework. As you can see, it's partially like digging into the stonework with each step. It has purpose with each stride.
As it's coming, I'm taking the daggers out and throwing them on the ground.
The wolf stops and looks up at you. Turns around and just walks towards the door where you are.
Where who is?
Where Grog
Where Grog is. Grog, who's now in like at the door, at the exit.
Goldrick. Goldrick.
Just keeps walking.
Goldrick.
Stop him, Grog.
Hey, Grog.
In the doorway.
Grog, just don't move. Don't move. Look
What?
at the dog. Just don't move and don't hurt the dog. Please just look at the dog.
I pulled out one of my treats I have for Trinket.
Okay. Trinket says and bring up towards you.
Wait, Trinket. This is for your buddy Goldrick. Goldrick.
Bro, fucking Galdrick also has an insta-kill ward on him. That's why Keyleth is so like, don't hurt it. Don't fucking touch it. We are not having a repeat of this shit. Just let it go. Look, and I'm saying it'd be weird because it's like, I don't know. To me, it would feel a little bit weird if it's like she multi-classed into his thing and then he multi-classed into her thing. But also, it kind of makes sense. So I guess it's not that weird. It just feels a little bit like, kind of weird to me.
She keeps walking, doesn't even look at you in the face, just
Throw
walks.
the treat and say, hey!
It scatters across the stone, walks between your legs, and exits out.
Oh,
I pivot
man.
on my back foot. I take out Craven Edge.
No, don't.
I do. I take out Craven Edge and I sink it into the earth right beside his head. And I say, heal! Ooh.
Make an animal handling check.
Is it good? Is it good?
20.
As the sword into the rock outside of this fortress, it probably embeds itself a good foot and a half into the mountain. You guys all hear the Grog shout echo through the inside of the fortress itself, causing little bits of dust and.
Dude, okay, that is a rare time. I don't do this very often. So I've talked about how sometimes I'll say like you can roll blank or blank, whichever's higher. Sometimes I combine that with advantage. So I will say roll me intimidation and roll me animal handling and take the highest result. That is, I don't do it very often because sometimes I feel like, most of the time I feel like a thing could be either or, but it doesn't deserve advantage. That is one where I think he kind of deserves advantage, and I think it could be either intimidation or animal handling. And so that is a very rare, I would say roll both and take the highest result. And you have to declare which dice is which, obviously. Yeah, that's crazy. That's intense. Never considered letting people roll 2 checks like that for advantage. That's kind of dope. Thank you. It doesn't come up often. Like, it's pretty rare that I think that a check both deserves advantage and could be one of 2 skills. Because I feel like normally things that deserve advantage are often when you're like doing that skill to like the fullest. So I think that's often, they like coincidentally don't line up all that much, but when they do, sometimes it's cool. Matt sometimes rarely asks for 2 checks. To my knowledge, he's never said take the highest, but he could be taking the highest on his side. Also true, Daniel. Yeah. I like that idea. Thank you guys. It doesn't come up often, but it's cool when it does. I like that better. I like it better than traditional advantage. I think advantage, I'll say this, I talking trash on D&D 5e is the favorite pastime of content creators. And I love to talk about the things I like out of Bit D and out of Daggerheart. I think that advantage, disadvantage is one of the slickest systems in the world. Advantage and disadvantage is so straightforward. They utilize it all over the place within like the further design of the game. I think advantage and disadvantage is just a great system. It keeps like dice pools small, but it feels really impactful. I think traditional advantage is great, and I think that playing around with traditional advantage can also be really fun. Anyways.
Small pebbles to dislodge from the roof slowly fall down. The wolf has stopped and spun in its place and reached out and lashed the blade with its jaws, and king, as it releases it.
Stay.
It sits.
Oh! Dog whisper.
Good pup.
Are you its master now?
No, I don't think it has a master. This is a very powerful beast. But it needs a firm hand, and I think it needs a job.
Oh.
So, what do we plan to do with Goldrick? Said his name right.
We plan on having.
Dude, the first time that Grog has not mispronounced a name. I even think that he mispronounced Goldrick's name earlier, but now that Goldrick's out and they have a fucking bond, he says it right.
Let's kill some dragons.
I think he's a wolf. I think perhaps something a little less ambitious.
Well, he can
trinket.
Yeah, he
hides.
He joins
very
our,
well when dragons are around.
Well,
our mighty, our merry
I
band.
think perhaps joining the Whitestone conclave might be
While they're talking.
Having him guard Whitestone, perhaps.
I like it.
I reach into the bag of holding and I pull out
some orc parts.
One thing of dry food rations and a probably pretty rotten chunk of dark elf brain.
Where did we get that?
Oh, there's a veritable
so much
Walmart
stuff.
of shit in this bag. And I kind of like a hamburger patty, just kind of like smash it all together.
Yeah, the only reason you even know this was at one point Dark Elf Brain Matter is because that's what you willed to reach in and find. It does not at all visually match your memory of its...
Does it have a little bit of a viscousy ooze, mostly?
Oh yeah, no, it's...
That'll soften up the dry food.
Gray chicken
McNuggets. It'll soften up a lot of things. It's pretty terrifying.
Make the wolf
So I
vomit.
throw that on the ground and I pour a little ale on top of it.
Wolves
There you go.
love
It leans forward and
getting
smells it.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the best. I could do better. Okay.
Trinket goes up and starts eating it.
He's gonna barf that all over the carpet.
Forget the chocolate.
I need to carry beef in this bitch.
It goes bad.
Yeah.
You've got nothing a dork left. Nothing
So
a
is
Oh, you know what? You know what I have, by the way? I still have like a cooler bag of holding that we got from Slayer's Cake.
Oh, that's really good
For food and stuff?
Well, like,
I'll
it
pour
keeps,
into a little
it keeps,
chalice
it
some
keeps
ale.
things cold.
Like a man purse of holding?
Yeah, it's like a little bitty one, but it keeps like parts from
We
going
should,
bad.
it's nowhere near as large as a bag of holding, but it does, it has a kind of a slow stasis for organic goods.
We should keep some food on hand next time.
Totally.
Chicken.
I'll offer him some ale just to see if he even likes it. Some dogs like beer, some others don't.
Wolf doesn't seem to be interested.
Yeah, all right, I'll chug it.
So, are we telling this wolf something,
think-
or just commanding it to come with
Oh,
us as
I
we return
mean-
to town?
I think he would be helpful to just guard the town at this point.
Well, he'll follow Grog, I suppose.
Let's
Yeah,
go
if he
back to
wants
town and bring him with us.
All right.
You guys return to Whitestone. It's another like 3-hour trek to find your way back down to the city.
Can I have the?
This kind of stalks up next to you. Definitely seems to be attentive to your commands. It doesn't appear to be, a bond per se,
Yeah.
but of everyone that it's encountered so far, you're the only one that really gathered its respect.
I threw a treat at it. I don't understand.
Yeah, that's a great thing to
Don't
throw
you
in a
know?
giant
I
400
spoke
pound
words at
bull
it.
mastiff.
Apparently, that's not good enough.
I think I've thought a lot about this because in the first D&D game I ever played, which was 3.5, my party tamed a giant spider, and I'm fairly certain that to tame it was a single check. So I've thought about this since. I don't want to say weirdly, but like oddly enough, I guess my parties that I have ran for literally have never been interested in taming wild animals. Never. Not even once. At one point for a one-shot, one of my players bought the Runesmith book, the like companion compendium, or I think that's not the name. But the one by Runesmith. But the companion that he chose for that was very like flavorful. Like it was not like a huge mechanical like thing, and he didn't have to tame it. He just came in with it. Like we talked about it beforehand because I was giving everyone a magic item, and he said, "Hey, rather than my magic item, can I bring in this companion?" And so I've thought about this before, but I've never gotten to implement it, so I have no idea if it would work. But I came up with this around the time that I was thinking about heists and clocks before I'd ever played BitD, but after I discovered like kind of the clock mechanic. And I do think that taming a beast is a good example of when I might use a clock in D&D, and I might make the clock pretty explicit to the players of the first time that they encounter the beast, like this. Maybe it follows them around, but maybe it doesn't even fucking take orders yet. Like it kind of like hangs out on the periphery, and that's only if you make the first animal handling check, and that kind of fills up this bar right here on the clock, and then you have to make a series of animal handling checks to fill up this clock in order to further tame it. And I'm even thinking that these DCs get a little bit harder as you go up, but maybe you can do some things like maybe dry food or magic or something to modify the DCs. This is a place where I think that fucking matrix type gradient is great for this sort of like taming challenge. I think that's awesome. And have it, be an escalating DC as you go up. And then if you make it all the way up to the top of the clock, then it is like your full companion, and such. Lol, we try all the time, have an owlbear guarding the castle for one of my parties. Yeah, I mean, I know this is something that I absolutely know is such a common thing within like D&D tables and D&D culture. Like, I know that the tables I have played at are absolutely non-representative of the whole by the fact that they have never to rarely ever tried to tame a wild beast. But I have thought up a system in case they ever try. In case they ever try. I once played a new campaign. We encountered a wounded direwolf. I got to calm down. I healed it, fed it. Then I had one meh roll, and another player swooped in with the high roll, and that wolf was then their loyal companion. I will say, I think that the clock that I described should be individualized. And you could even, if your party's fucking competitive, you could fucking fight over it. Like, you see who can fill the clock faster. And I will say, the reason that I'm making it a clock specifically is to make it a tug of war clock. So say, you pass your first two checks, but then you fail your next check. I wouldn't have that, totally disable the possibility of getting it. It would just tick one down. So that would be, the detriment of failing is, you lose progress on the clock. And then if the clock gets fully empty, from its like pre-first check state, then, the beast runs away and you don't have the opportunity anymore. But you start with one filled. I will admit I was a touch salty. I would have been. Yeah, I would absolutely have these be individual clocks. Not too dissimilar from Scratch and BG3 or the Owlbear Cup. Yeah, kinda. Yeah. Maybe the higher you go, the more abilities it'll unlock or the harder commands it'll follow. Totally, Hellmantle. Yeah, absolutely. And so if you get it to a certain point and it'll do a certain thing, maybe you don't fucking risk going any higher until like your higher level. Like that could play into the risk reward of even trying to train it further. I don't know. Something to talk to the players about. Like I said, it's never come up for me. So I have absolutely no idea how interesting this would be in practice. In my head, it's interesting, but I got no clue if players would fuck with it and I literally asked at one point, I asked one of my campaigns, hey players, do you think that this will ever come up? I have maybe some homebrew rules. And all of the players like, nah, no interest. And it was like, oh, okay. I'll take my homebrew rules and go home. Goodbye. Oh my God. Speaking of this, I'd love to see you do some BitD. Yeah. I have some ideas of ways that I will GM in the future, but I don't know exactly what they will be yet. I have some beta ideas. Honestly, these fucking technical issues have been taking up like the last month of my fucking life. So I haven't been able to work on like really cool ideas in a while. But I would have been totally fine with the wolf becoming party companion, basically. Yeah, that would. Yeah, I totally agree, Ink Charm. Yeah, already a better system than 5e Beastmaster. Zam. I'm not gonna argue. At that point, you become interested in having a zoo just because they need the animal a lot sooner. I don't know. That may have been a good moment for you to and the DM to have a quick chat about what's cool. A lot of DMs I play with will do that, or they'll say to let them know in a private message. Yeah. Private messaging, especially like, I'm assuming like, when it comes to like private messaging, you're probably online, or maybe you're texting in person. That makes sense. But I think it was something that I was actually very hesitant about for a long time as a DM. I think partially because I get distracted so easily. And so like when I would text people, it would really take me out of the moment as a DM. But I do recognize that DMs without my brain are better at doing that sort of thing, like messaging people on the side. So I used to say like to new DMs, I was like, oh, don't do private messaging. It'll take you out of the moment, whatever. But I have come to realize that I think most DMs can handle it. And so I think private messaging is totally cool. Even if you want to do like whisper-esque stuff, like you guys know, I've talked about whispers multiple times in multiple different contexts. I actually think if you really wanted to do whispers, like I've described like not my worst case scenario, but like all the things I don't like about whispers, right? Even if you want to do all of those things, right? I think that if you PM'd the person and it was just like related to passive checks and the rest of the party doesn't even know that that person got unique information, I think that is more interesting than like relating it to passive checks than to active checks where everyone knows that that something is going on. But total side tangent that has nothing to do with anything. Yeah. Anyways.
Communicating.
Right, so we're walking back to town. We've got a giant fuck-off wolf with us.
No.
Vax looks like
I'm peeling that.
Edward Scissorhands.
I'm peeling that off as we walk.
What? No!
Leave it the fuck on.
I'm peeling it off.
It's really expensive. You want to damage it?
I'm peeling it off.
Fucking doesn't appreciate presents.
All right. So you take what little bit of the armor you had on off, and are you putting your other armor back on?
He doesn't have any other armor. I took his
I
other
have
armor.
regular fucking armor that I grew up in with you fucking shit.
Do you want to trade with me, Vax? I've got some armor you could take.
Yeah.
You're a funny man.
All right. So you're back in town. You have a wolf.
Do we
What's your
find
plan?
like a holding pen for the wolf?
I don't think we need to. I think if we can just
No.
communicate to
Tell
him.
him not to, like, attack villagers.
Ask him
yeah.
if he'd be willing to keep the town safe, to help keep the town safe.
Do it in a really aggressive way, though, Keyleth.
Very aggressive.
Stern.
Okay.
Oh, we should find some food for the thing.
If I turned into a dog, if I turned into a wolf, do you think he'd like respect me
No, he'll
more?
probably attack
He'll
you.
mount you.
Or he'll throw you. Maybe.
I'm not ready for that game.
Do it. Let's just be clear.
Scanlan. Matt's like,
Oh, you soured the DM.
to be fair, that's I mean, like, it kind of happened before.
Yeah, I remember.
With the
Yeah.
troll.
But the troll was so good.
okay.
No, it wasn't me. Was it you?
I don't know.
Who was getting humped on?
I don't remember.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Finalize this wolf so we
I
can
say-
kill something.
I take my staff and I say, Galdrick. I'm being assertive.
Yes. She's the alpha.
Yes. You want a task? I'll give you one.
All right. How long does speak with?
I don't know.
Last for 10
Yeah.
minutes, so
10
that you can
minutes.
cast it again. It's first level.
Oh,
so
has
you
it
can.
not been 10 minutes?
It's been more than 10 minutes. It took you 3 hours.
Three
to
hours
cast.
while we walked back.
Okay,
to
so walk
town.
back. Okay, I'll cast it again.
All right.
Can I cast speak with animals on other people? I can't, right? No.
All right.
No.
So as you shout, go ahead and make an animal handling check with advantage because your ability to speak.
With advantage?
Yes.
We'll take the, what is that, 16?
Yeah.
Plus just 6, so 22.
Okay. Galdrick turns to you and essentially leans towards you, and you get the essence, the idea of a message across, and keep me from having to walk behind now at this point, as you guys have managed to, make seeming amends at the moment. employs the idea of, I'll listen if you give me a task.
He kind of took back. Have him guard the village. Okay. Galdrick. Only a beast of your great fortitude.
Just fucking tell him to do it.
Right, okay, sorry. Would you like to guard
It's a command.
the town,
Command it.
Whitestone? Guard this town, dog!
Keyleth, repeat after me.
Yes.
How long?
In exchange for food, protect these lands.
Galdrick. In exchange for food, shelter, and a cozy fire everyone's
Say that
alive.
shit. I didn't say that. He's a wolf. He doesn't need those.
Patrol these lands.
Protect these lands.
Protect these lands.
For how long?
I know, but you want details. Why does the dog...
As long as we need you
No,
to.
no.
No.
A great danger approaches.
Until the danger is past.
You'll know it when it comes.
A great danger.
Approaches.
Approaches. A great danger approaches. Your service is required until that danger has passed. Is no longer in effect.
You'll know when it comes.
You'll know. You'll know. Because they're fucking dragons, man. You'll know. Protect.
I walk over and put my hand over Keyleth's mouth.
You stay. We feed you. And is there a like a tavern or a butcher shop or something nearby?
There is a butcher. As you're having this thought, however, the Galdrick turns back over to you and says,
Yeah, roll to 22.
and says, I can feed myself,
No, you can't.
Yeah, dude.
but I will watch until this danger is past.
Awesome.
Then am I free to go?
Then you are free to go.
Very well. I grow tired of service. I wait too long. And the wolf just looks at you, gives you kind of like an acknowledgement, and then walks off into the woods.
Hi, buddy.
Thanks, Galdrick. Appreciate it, man.
Man, that's a cool looking wolf.
Hi, look at Grog. How's that? Does that sound okay?
That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
You did good.
I thought you did very well.
It really liked you. You should learn how to talk to animals.
What is that? What's that you have? What is that?
I'm holding on to the Raven Slumber jewel at the moment.
Thing that can capture
Oh, it's
people.
empty now.
It's empty now. And do you know what I bet would fit in it very nicely?
Me.
And we can carry him around and then pop him out. Oh. Wait. Okay. Wait.
I
Is it
toss it
gonna
to
hurt
her.
him? Does it hurt him?
No,
Does it
no.
feel like it's bad?
Not
Nope.
only does it not hurt,
No
he
time,
does
no
not
time,
age or
no
feel
time.
any
Willing
pain.
creatures
Passes.
need not make a saving throw.
It's automatic and no time
Okay,
passes.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it.
And no time passes. So it is not it is a stasis. Okay. We finally have a trinket solution. I did not pick up on that. I made the I made the initial connection really early on of like, oh, Pervan was probably a Beastmaster. At no point was I like, yeah, Laura Bailey could use this for trinket. Never crossed my mind. Oh my God. Yeah. You know, in retrospect, I'm trying to think of how you could limit this to give it to a lower leveled party. You could do something along the lines of like, it's a fucking nature orb and it'll only like fucking accept an animal that is bonded to a Beastmaster. Like, you can put some bullshit restriction on it and give it to your ranger much earlier, but yeah, this is a long time coming. And I don't blame Matt for not having given it to her up to this point. But it's absolutely a long time coming. What do you mean you didn't pick up on it? I didn't pick up on the fact that, like, the trinket would be going in there. It only took 45 episodes to make Laura's poor subclass a smidge more viable. Yeah. This makes me think the ward was meant for Vex. I also assume that the ward was meant for Vex. I absolutely assume, even, again, I don't know why. Didn't pick up on the fact that this Pokeball was for trinket. Don't know why. But I instantly, when we heard like the Deathwalker's ward, I was like, oh, it's for Vex. Did not even for a second think that it might be for Vex. I don't know. We'll see. Our tongues are bleeding from biting them. I'm sure. We'll move on.
And just to see how he likes it, if he's okay with it.
Okay.
Hey, buddy, come in.
As you turn around and look, you see there's a small puddle in the ground where Trinket has vomited up.
Oh!
It's just kind of like pushing
that?
dirt
What was
over
that?
it.
This episode? Dirt over it.
You gotta teach him to quit rummaging.
What was that?
Clearly foul.
Cow brain.
Don't eat the puke. Do not eat the puke. Come in.
And Trinket's like scrape dirt over it.
You got a little carrot on your chin.
No.
Okay. Do you want to go for a ride? You like rides? You want to go for one? All right, sit still. This will be fun. I don't know how to use it.
Just say its name.
Point. Yep.
I point to him.
You
with
should
the-
probably say something cool.
By the power vested in me,
No.
I now pronounce you my Pokemon.
Words be damned. But Will, and it takes you a little bit of an action or so to activate the crystal, but as you do, Trinket gives a confused look before Trinket's shadow seems to crawl up his legs until it forms into this just circle, this dark core, roughly half the size of Trinket's form before it shoots into the crystal.
Is he about this size? But I don't like that one. Is he about this size?
A little larger than that before it goes into the crystal, then once it's in the crystal, it's just...
Oh, it's a little crystal?
Trinket-you, I choose you.
Oh my gosh! That's really fun! Okay, how do I let him go?
I think you just kind of.
I release you!
Okay, as you do that, once again, the same dark energy you saw earlier just spills out and hits the ground in front of you, and from that dark shadow area, Trinket's form emerges. Standing looking really confused.
Eh? How was it? Did it hurt? Can you talk to him? You can still talk to him. Talk to him. Ask him if it hurt.
Vomits a little bit more on the ground.
Well, that's not good.
You know, sometimes just the teleportation idea makes you lose.
Ask him how he's doing.
Trinket, you all right, buddy? You all right there?
Feeling sick.
Ask him how the little car ride was. Ask him if he liked the ride.
How was the ride? Did you feel all right? How was?
Yeah.
Okay, would you mind? Ask him if he'd mind doing that on occasion, whenever I need him to.
What was it like in there? Was it?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Ask him if
Would
he
you
cares.
mind?
And ask him if he cares.
Would you mind doing that? Kind of frequently, on occasion.
If she wants me to, okay.
What did he say? What did he say? He looked really cute when he said something.
Sweetie.
Sweetie.
You have a lot of men who will do anything for you.
Oh, buddy. I go and hug him really tight, scratch his
You
ears.
do, and avoid the little bit of...
Vomit on. I don't even care. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Oh, good. I just got
This is the best. This is the best. Hey, we can travel with him.
Hey,
we can climb with him.
And
We
if
can sneak around.
Trinket isn't in it, you can also use it to capture baddies.
I know, it's great.
And because of the way that the projection works, you could also, in theory, capture a baddie and then just let them loose off a cliff and watch them drop.
Oh my god, you're right.
It's very convenient.
Oh my gosh.
A little bit of a DM lip suck there, like you could do that, yep.
Theory, capture a baddie and then just let them loose off a cliff and watch them drop.
A little bit.
Oh my god, you're right.
It's very convenient.
Oh my gosh.
So, you have a crystal? You've set a wolf on a path?
Where are we going next?
Where are you going now?
Yeah.
Your home, I imagine.
Don't we need to? Oh yeah.
What's our to-do list?
You don't have to worry about it. We can. It's fine.
Fire a shari it is.
Wait. What are the things that we need to do?
We need to check in on
Cobalt
Keyleth's
Reserve, Ashari.
Grog's
Did we already
family.
take care of Isisa's mate Frostweald?
No, but that's down.
That's the other vestige, correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's over
There's
by Grog's family.
information about the vestiges. And
We need to steal an airship.
I agree. That's still very
high on the
close.
list. High on the list.
I can't remember what.
They were by Craghammer.
Thank you. I'm having a terrible hiccup.
What about? We need to find Kaylee at some point. We also need to. Who's gone? Where's Keen? Where's people?
Allura should be here in like a day. She should be here very soon.
What's close to here?
Nothing's
Nothing.
close. We're specifically far away
Well,
from
we can
everything.
go wherever we want as long as we've been there before.
Well, we should definitely go to like the fire Ashari, you know.
Fire
We should
Ashari
go
is
to
the
the
next.
fire, sorry.
Oh god, I'm immediately nauseous.
Well, that's two of us.
Oh,
let's
trinket
do it.
buddy. What time is it?
it's still, with the travel to and from, it's a little afternoon, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Take it.
If we're gonna go, do we need anything before we leave? We got everything we need? Potions and stuff?
Maybe
Pretty
some
good.
fire
Wanna buy some
resistant
meat
stuff.
for your cooler?
Yeah, let's get some meat.
It's pretty easy to go ahead and procure 5 gold a meat will fill that thing.
Yeah.
Just gonna mark 5 gold off your.
How much could I buy a medical kit somewhere?
Yeah, you can find a general store and purchase a medical kit.
How much is that?
Look that up right now.
All right, whatever. I've got it.
It's nifty that you have a book that tells you how much something like that costs.
Imagine that.
Dude, is it weird that I really don't mind having hiccups? Like I'm watching Travis react to it right now, and he looks like he's in hell. And it's so funny because Paige also hates having hiccups. Like, she gets, like, angry when she has them and wants to banish them as quickly as possible. And whenever I get them, I'm like, oh, I got hiccups. I'm just like... And Paige gets mad at me because I'm pretty sure I get them less than her because I accept them as a friend, not food. But she despises them. And that's the same energy I'm getting from Travis right now. He's like pissed off. He's like, fucking go away. Probably because he's on air. I would be annoyed if I was getting hiccups on air and I have to like fucking perform. That would be annoying. Oh my god. You can have all of mine whenever I get them. They are so painful. Oh no. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. I think yeah, not hiccuping into the mic. Oh my god. Steak and ink charm? Oh my god. It's so uncomfortable. They feel like I have a chest bursting. I don't know if mine are cute. I just feel like I just like get very standard, bog standard hiccups. That's crazy that they hurt. I'm sorry. My life literally shuts down until the hiccups are gone. She cannot handle them. Fucking yeah. Paige will just like concentrate. No matter what we're doing, she's just trying to get rid of them, trying to focus on her diaphragm to make it stop spasming.
It's like it's a hand poke of some kind. It's crazy.
Does anyone have any fire-resistant items?
He does.
Axe does.
We might
Put it
want to
on.
pick up some fire-resistant potions as well.
So it'd be like,
I have this black iron plate that I haven't used ever. While wearing this heavy plate armor, the bearer gains resistance to any fire damage.
5 gold for an herbalist's kit for
Oh,
each.
heavy
plate
plate
armor.
armor,
None
so
of us
negative
are wearing
resistance.
Pike.
Yeah, like 5 gold.
Give that to Pike. Wait,
Can
I
that stabilize
have.
people?
If used with the medicine check, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I have this, which I can't wear.
What is that?
It's a purple and black robe. It was Lady Briarwood's robes.
What does it do?
Clings to nearby darkness as you walk. While wearing this robe, you gain resistance to piercing damage. Anybody need pierce resistance that can wear robes?
I'm pretty reasonable.
Do I wear robes?
Robes would be worn instead of your armor.
No thanks.
What about gloves of missile snaring?
does that
That
do?
appeal to anyone?
Missile snaring? What does that do?
These gloves seem to almost meld into your hands when you don them. And when a ranged weapon attack hits you, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage by 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier, provided that you have a free hand. If you reduce the damage to 0, you can catch the missile if it's small enough to hold in that hand.
Does it require
They're
tuning?
Bruce Lee
Yes.
Huh. It requires two. No, it just requires one free hand.
No, does it require tuning?
Yes, it
tuning.
does. It requires.
I might be tuned out at this point.
Anybody?
Oh.
I feel like that could be cool for you, Scanlan.
I think I can take it.
What's your dex? Your dexterity is not very. Actually, it might work out well for me. Weirdly enough,
Are you fully attuned?
I can undo something that I'm not using.
Do we want to, Percy, you have access here in Whitestone to alchemy supplies, correct?
Matt, I have access to alchemy supplies here in Whitestone, correct?
I mean, there are elements of your initial workshop. Like I said, a lot
Sure.
of it's been cannibalized, but there are things you can piece together. Plus, there was a lot of alchemical elements and tools that were utilized in the subterranean tunnels as part of the refinement process for the Whitestone's residuum, the large vats of acid that were distilled by the Briarwoods when they were here, and there are other elements of their own tinkering and the alchemical arts that remain scattered throughout the castle. So yeah, like you can definitely find enough to,
Make some
tinker
stuff.
with if you want.
I mean, we can take the rest of the evening and then I can attempt to make some fire resist potions.
I mean, like, here's my thinking, right? Like, if we go after my herd, we're in for a fight. A big one. If we go to your forest, we're like doing recon and hopefully learning something, right?
Well, we're going to be in for a fight at the fire shari as well because there's a giant sunder in the fire plane, and last time I checked, there were fire imps and elementals pouring through the tear.
Are those bad?
Yeah.
They're annoying.
We can. It's as long as we're quick, we can go about it, I suppose.
Well,
What's our mission?
Yeah, what's our... I mean...
We really want to get the rest of the...
We need to see what
the
we
testicles.
could theoretically see if there are survivors, and I can
virgins.
attempt to close the tear in the plane. I don't know if I can do that. However, I don't know anyone else particularly more qualified to attempt it.
Allura,
we doing
or
what's
that
happening?
bearded dude.
We're talking about the fire shari and possibly what to do there. I can either...
What
we
other...
can go and look for survivors, and someone
them
should
here.
probably close the tear in the fire plane.
Should we wait for Allura then before we go?
Well, if they're survivors, they might not be that way for very long if we don't go.
They've been there for a while already.
If there are survivors,
Then they're surviving.
they've survived. Yeah, I agree. It's not going to be pretty.
I know you don't want to go,
I really don't.
but we need to go. I say we take the rest of the day, make your potions. We leave first thing in
Wait
the
for
morning.
Allura. Hopefully she'll be here.
Maybe
by then.
Allura will join us by tomorrow morning.
All
If
right.
not, we teleport over.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, you guys gonna rest for the evening?
Well, hold on. Is there a house of entertainment in Whitestone? I know it's just getting back on its feet, but
A question. That'd be a question more for Percival.
Percy, I'm having a bit of a soul struggle, and I'm wondering if I might bend your ear for a moment.
Sure.
Yeah, can I speak to you over here?
Yes, of course.
But, so, look, I want to get my freak on.
I don't feel that way about you.
No, I'm sorry.
You're very attractive.
That was very unclear.
I really...
So I know this is like your home and stuff, and you might not have been like aware of it, but they have these houses where like...
Oh, where you get your freak on?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we have them.
Oh, good. Do you think they're still in order?
Oh, I imagine so.
Could you point me in that?
No, I have no idea where they are. I just do know that they exist. I actually had things to do here. I didn't have time for these.
Oh, no, yeah, me too. Important things. I was just speaking for Scanlan in case he gets bored. You know, you got to keep him like focused.
I wouldn't actually know where any of these places were, would I?
No, and those that did exist in this town have not been.
I figured as much. I'd just been fucking with them. Okay. No.
Oh, okay. I'll let Scanlan know. Just keep it between you and me, because he's very sensitive about these things.
Secret is safe with my indifference.
Oh.
That's fine.
Well,
I know you do.
Yep.
You're wonderful.
Can I start telling that to people in real life?
Yes, you can. I do it all the time.
Secret is safe.
All right, I'm good to rest.
Before we set off on this, is there anything closer or more pressing? I don't actually know why we're going to her place, but I'm fine with it. It's
We're going
To look for survivors and close the giant
Try and
tear
close
in
the
the
giant
fire
tear.
plane
Fire
that evil, not evil, just, fiery entities are pouring
a
into
hellmouth.
this realm.
It's either that or we go Goliath hunting.
That's next.
But this is just something that we can just knock off the list.
all right.
Yeah,
let's
right.
knock-
Knocking it off.
Sure,
the-
just
Yeah,
check it off.
Percy, just knock it off.
Just like that.
Just check this.
As we're
Things
walking
that
through
we
town,
need.
do I see any weaponsmiths?
Make an investigation check.
I'll help you make the
21.
potions.
Okay.
Okay, that'll help cut down on the time.
Yeah.
I'm just I got nothing to say about the one line. It's a good one liner, and I like how happy you guys are with it. I just know that if you guys are, you're talking about the one liner, the joke, and I'm not pausing, I see it. I see it. I'm not ignoring you. I just don't got much to say. It was a great one liner.
You know what? There are 2 functional smiths left in the town. There were 2 more than that overall. They're more like blacksmithy and, but they both unfortunately lost their lives in the insurrection. But there are 2 functional blacksmiths in the city. Yeah.
And one's nearby as we pass through.
10-minute diversion.
I'm
from
splitting off the group.
Okay.
I'm gonna find it.
We gotta get out of here.
One's in front of me now.
Well, you find your way to, and it's a small blacksmith. And most of it's outside, and though the day is growing a little late, you do see, looks to be an older gentleman, long, tattered gray hair pulled into a very, very tight bun in the back, and a beard that's actually tied off to the side, otherwise it would hang down in the middle of his work. He's wearing soot-covered clothes, big leather apron, leather gloves, and he's currently in the process of just ping, ping, turning over and hammering out a piece of orange glowing steel.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. I have a very simple request.
He doesn't stop. He just seems, he acknowledges your presence, but he's just still working while he's listening.
I have 6 gold burning a hole in
Warning.
my pocket.
Ad
I'm not looking for
incoming.
anything simple to
Take
do. Short
cover.
sword. Regular old short sword.
Ad incoming, bird. Oh no. I'm glad that I made the fucking warning, because I normally, the ad time would come and go and I would not be aware of it. So I'm actually very glad for the ad warning. Got about 30 seconds. Somehow it gets off. It's gaining time every time it happens. And I'm not taking. Lol. All right. So I will. Yeah. I'll see you guys very soon. Time for ad. Goodbye. See you after the break. Do 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 do. Don't worry, I'll keep the song going. Don't worry, I got you guys. No worries, no worries.
He looks over at you. If that's what you're looking for on that wall over there, we've got two short swords.
Difference between the two? That I can see?
That you can see?
Yeah.
Make a perception check.
22.
Looking over them both from this distance, no, they're both made with different hilt designs, different pommel designs. The grips are a little different, but other than that, the blades are pretty much identical.
Grab one off the wall. I slap down 6 gold, which I know is way too much.
Okay. I have a thing I'm going to do. But I just want to explain it first. I'm going to go up to 1.5 just because we have been in like planning, crafting, shopping, buying mode for a little bit. I'm not going to go up to 0.75. That's like combat speed. But for like, I don't know, what I would call like boring but necessary segments, sometimes I might go up to like 1.5 and then I'll turn it down if it gets, you know, more role play-esque.
And say, thank you, sir. Pelor lives here. And I walk away.
Okay, so you start walking away. He goes,
Wait.
hey,
And I start walking away, by the way.
Yeah?
you're gonna pay proper for that short sword.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much does it cost?
12 gold pieces.
My apologies. 12?
12 gold pieces, friend.
So I put down 6, I put down another 14. I really apologize. I was just confused.
It's all right, no harm, no foul. Takes the gold, scoops it, and puts it into his pouch. Have a good day.
I walk down the street going like...
Also, Matt, way too used to Vex trying to swindle merchants that he's immediately suspicious when Vax just makes a mistake.
It's big.
It's much bigger than you used to, but it's got a fine balance to it. It's well made. All right, so as you guys have all got...
We're going to make our potions?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, so,
I have another question.
what is your other question?
Before we all go to bed tonight, can we get like a fuck ton of the greenstone under Whitestone?
There's really not a lot of it.
Say like $1,000 worth, and maybe have like a real nice hero's feast before tomorrow.
Why is this fuck?
Or in the morning.
Hero's breakfast.
I think
I gotta do it at night because I have to tree strike in the morning.
You can choose either to create the potion or to mine the residuum for the evening. You cannot do both. Both are time, like to pull that material from most of it that remains has been already embedded within the ziggurat beneath.
Tell you
You
what.
have to actually physically chip it from the structure.
I have a plan, Keyleth.
Yes.
We will cover the 1,000 gold in our own party funds and have someone here mine some shit for us and give it to us later.
I like that plan. Yeah.
Hirelings! Are we back in old D&D? We got hirelings! Let's go!
Sounds good to me.
How about the wolf?
So potion.
Percival, do you have people here that can mine? Looking for work, people...
Yeah, sure, why not?
I'll let them know that they should start trying to pull the residuum out of the wall, but it's dangerous down there.
Oh, it is.
And tampering with it is definitely
Yes, sir.
should be ginger. I'm trying to keep everything ginger down
So
there.
maybe we should take 1,000 gold just from your family stores then, huh?
We're,
That might be smarter.
To be very fair to Percy's care and skepticism, and this is something I'm thinking about if I'm Matt. I'm assuming, I don't know this, there's like a reason that residuum is there, right? They didn't just like put it on for decoration. And the black hole is still there, and the black hole is like halfway to the goal of whatever doing that residuum stuff was meant to accomplish. So if you remove the residuum, that could have some very unintended consequences. And you guys know, like, I will harp on Matt all day long about danger foreshadowing, you know, whatever, about maybe being too harsh on occasions. But I'm a deadly DM, and no, maybe not deadly, but I very much believe in fuck around and find out. I will absolutely make my players' choices have drastic consequences as long as they're foreshadowed appropriately. So if the ziggurat, and hold the line, as long as if the ziggurat works how I think it works, my presumption is that the residuum is, to some degree at least, containing the black hole. It's so funny. It's so funny. If they get a fucking hireling to go and do it, and the hireling is like the hireling is like, guys, like the fucking, you know, it was like kind of weird down there. I don't know, there was like a black hole. And they're like, yeah, of course there was a black hole. Get to it. Chop chop. And then he mines enough obsidian and the fucking black hole swallows up Whitestone because they removed the containment field. That's like going to the fucking particle accelerator in, I don't know, Sweden, wherever the fuck it is. And being like, we need a little bit of copper. Let's take off some of the coils and, you know, there's already a particle, you know, fucking whirling around in there, but let's take off some of the magnetic coils. We need just a little bit of copper. Come on. You know, just $1,000 worth. Oh, no. Oh, I don't know. I'm hearing that as a DM and I'm like, I've got to have someone warn them. Sweden, you mean Switzerland? Cold countries with S names, sue me. Maybe they need that copper. You're so right, Flashy. Maybe they need the copper so that they can eat a full dinner before they go on their adventure. Our adventures need to be well fed. That's worth it. Stockholm? Like the syndrome? Mega hates Europe, confirmed. Confirmed. I really want to go to Copenhagen. That doesn't have anything to do with anything, but I really want to go to Copenhagen. I think Copenhagen would be fun. Not fun, but I've just heard amazing things about it consistently from anyone who's ever talked about it. Anyways. Boop.
We currently have it out.
I absolutely think if I'm hearing that as Matt, I am thinking to myself, oh boy, someone needs to warn them that the moment that someone starts mining the residuum, someone needs to warn them that the black hole is getting a little unstable. And if they don't make the connection, it's like, if they don't make the connection, what I would then do, like, I think that's their own fault for not making the connection. I would then start the destruction of Whitestone, where the black hole's eating it up. I would give them a chance to stabilize it. If they ignore the chance to stabilize it, then obviously it progresses. Or if they fail, it progresses. And then we do, you know, maybe some sort of escape sequence. Like, I would have multiple steps. But if I'm hearing mining the residuum, and again, if I think the ziggurat works how I think it works, this might be starting the destruction of Whitestone. In my DM head. They are creating a plot thread out of thin air for me.
$1,000 for my family stores in the group treasury at the moment.
Oh, we took? No, it's 500. That was just 500, just so you know.
I feel like it was more than
No,
that.
it was just 500.
Hey, Derolo, do you remember what happened yesterday?
He's not there.
Isn't he though?
I was going to do such a nice thing for you, but never mind now.
No, do something really nice.
You read I to buy a short sword.
No, never mind. You went to buy a short sword. I don't know.
True.
Dear, I'm sorry. Do nice things, all right?
I'm trying to be gentle at my family right now. They're taking on an awful lot.
You're right. They're taking on so many people.
And we'll see what we can do.
I'd like to think you hear me in your mind.
Let's just
always fucking hear you in my mind.
Let's just use the damn
Very
castle.
quiet in there these days.
It's fine, Keyleth. This is a really important feast.
Kind of busy making potions.
All right.
So you prepare hero's feast before you begin this potion creation process. Is that what I'm understand or not?
Can I make some potions and, like, you know, I make dinner for us before we go to bed?
It's going to take you about the length of a day to create the potion. With his help, it takes it to about half, so it'll be about 12 hours of
so there's no
creating.
sleep.
8 to 12 hours. So
pick one.
Pick one.
I'll do a damn feast.
No potion?
Nice.
You can do the potion as well. The feast only takes a moment to cast.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just saying, be aware that you guys will probably have, if you want to get a full rest after that potion creation process, you're going to have to wait till like this time tomorrow, like late in the day to make your journey, which is fine if you're willing to be patient about it.
Sure.
Yes, no.
Just say one.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's
All
do
right.
it. Let's go in prepared, and then we can always rest on that side.
Cool. For a fine dinner.
Right?
Just want to make sure we feast right before we leave so that it's most useful.
All right,
Yes.
so you, everyone else goes to sleep while you and Percy work tirelessly.
I love that Grog isn't there, but Travis is still a fucking button pusher at heart. And he's like, no or yes, just say one. It's like, dude, it doesn't fucking matter. Just move on. Just say yes or no. Just one of them. Flip a coin.
See through the night. If I could have you, just for the sake of it, I want you to go ahead and make my check.
Oh, an arcana. Do I get advantage because I got my like little? Am I skilled in alchemy? I'm skilled in alchemy.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you are. Never mind. Go ahead and do that.
Oh, there are arrows. I forgot. So I.
Proficiency bonus. Are you proficient in alchemy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So use proficiency bonus, and for this use intellect modifier.
Okay. Intellect, which still so plus 7. Do I have advantage? Ooh.
Ah.
I rolled a natural 19.
Okay. We'll say for the fair cost of reduced to the roll, 450 gold pieces. You create a potion of resistance of your choice of resistance.
Just one.
Just one.
Fire.
Takes a long time, man.
Fire.
Fire. All right.
Fire.
Create a potion of
Fire.
fire resistance. The materials cost you 450 gold to create. You finish it by about sunrise the next day. Everyone else begins slowly waking up after the night's rest as you guys both bags into your eyes.
Oh, that was a good night's sleep. I tell you.
Seriously.
Keyleth, could
What? Oh God! Oh, you snuck up on me.
Earthquake.
could you make me some tea real quick?
Scanlan,
What?
go fuck yourself.
What? You were up before me. I thought.
All right, this is fine.
This is fine.
This is good.
This is great.
Yes.
You're doing Hero's Feast for breakfast then? Is that how it's working?
I'll take a nap. I'll cook breakfast, guys. Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, hey,
Why don't you sleep during the day? We'll all take our feast and then blast off at night.
Because I have to teleport and cooking to feast are both 6-level spells, and I can only do
Man,
one of
it's
those
hard
a day.
being a druid.
Can anybody else make a feast that's here?
Pike.
Thanks with Gilmore.
She's not here.
I miss Pike.
Do it.
I'll cook breakfast, guys.
No, I'll cook breakfast. No, I won't cook breakfast.
That's a good idea for you to not cook breakfast.
What's the plan?
I'm cooking breakfast.
Are you cooking breakfast or are you summoning breakfast? That's my question.
Are you summoning breakfast and then you're sleeping and
I'm
then we're
summoning.
leaving?
Yes, I'm summoning breakfast, and then I'm.
Yeah. And
Sleeping.
then you're sleeping and then we're
Okay,
leaving.
we're
that's what I was wondering.
Yes.
I got the answer. Okay, cool.
All right, we're going.
Sorry, I felt like that was
Today's
clear.
been a slog. All right, so you go ahead and you use Hero's Feast, summoning forth a fantastical breakfast meal filled with coffee and eggs and everything you would hope for of the finest materials. You guys finish.
Fruit Loops.
Sure, Fruit Loops is on the menu. Why not?
Lucky Charms.
No Lucky Charms.
Charms.
Sorry, those aren't available on
display.
Yeah, so all you guys take an hour to finish devouring this. You finish your meal. All you guys get 2d10 hit point maximum increase to your hit points,
Ooh, greens.
and immune to poison, frightened, and you have all wisdom saving throws out of advantage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All of this is classic D&D moments. But that's why I was like, maybe speeding it up for the boring but necessary. It's like, okay, we're like, planning things, we're debating, we're miscommunicating because, it's a lot of like detailed like resource management shit. It's all classic D&D. Way more fun to play than to watch. Like this sort of stuff, even with the miscommunications, I think is super fun to play. Like, allocating resources and when are we going to long rest and all of that. I think it's fun. I like me a resource management game, but not as into watching it.
Damn. Advantage on wisdom.
Yes.
Almost broke.
Then
Wisdom.
And you're immune to fear, right?
Immune
to fear, immune to poison.
Poison, and what else?
you get advantage on wisdom saving throws.
Okay.
After which, Percy and Keyleth pretty much fall asleep at the table as it vanishes, and they both collapse to the ground, eggs out of the corner of the mouth. Eventually, they make themselves back up to sleep, and the rest of you guys compete around for the remainder of the day while they get their full rest. It now comes to, at the end of that 8-hour period of time, I'd say about 3, 4 in the afternoon before they finally wake up. You've restored your spells,
Yay.
and the rest of you are ready to go back.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
While they're sleeping, right?
Mm-hmm.
I take Scanlan outside.
Okay.
Oi.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, friendo.
Yeah.
What's up?
We don't talk a lot.
Well, we start to, and then you leave the room usually.
I don't handle confrontation, personal, emotional confrontation very well. It's okay.
I walk away. Then I come back. Right? I come back. Just kidding. Just kidding.
We'll pull up a chair. Sit down. I want to ask you something.
I'm already as low as I can go.
You're right. How do you do it?
How do I do what?
How do you do it? You're risking your life as much as anyone in this group. You're almost dying every day. You're fucking smiling all the time. How do you do it? I'm kind of asking as Liam to Sam as well, but mostly as Vax to Scanlan, how do you do it? You almost died yesterday as well, or 2 days ago. Fuck.
Well,
why do you do it?
Vax, I don't know. I mean, I like you people, okay? Everything before this was not as good. This is better. That's why. It's very simple. You had a shitty childhood, didn't you?
Yeah.
You and the sister.
Yeah.
I think Grog had some troubles. We've all had our share of shit before we all met. Now we're together. We're a family. This is better. That's how I smile. It's better than it was before. That's it.
Probably going to die in the next month.
Yes, but it's fun while it lasts.
All right. Thought I might
Glean some wisdom?
Yeah, but I'm just as confused as before.
Listen, I'm older than you.
How much older?
A bit. I've seen more than you have. And it's all shitty. So it just depends on how you look at it. You can dwell on the shit, or you can just leave it behind in people's beds and keep going.
Oh God, that works on too deep.
Oh God, it's too deep.
Too deep.
You did. Water under the bridge.
Bumper sticker's coming.
I walk away.
Little motherfucker shit in my bed.
All right. As you regather your will.
So good.
Yeah. Just like Grog with Craven Edge, I think that works. And I think it makes sense that those two do just have the simple answers. And I mean, that is an interesting embodiment of a general like philosophy of like that I think more it should be put in front of more D&D players of when you get rich and powerful enough to bend the multiverse around you to your will, to your whim, when you can fold the fabric of space and time like you're tying your fucking shoes. Yeah, why be gloomy? Why not smile? Yeah, their lives are material. I mean, they are as close to gods as anyone could get. At least, yeah, I mean, by our perception. Why be gloomy? I really do think that is an interesting it's a fun direction to go as Scanlan, of someone who I don't want to say ignores the responsibility, but just considers everything that's happened up to this point a fucking win. And is like, look, it's all gravy from here, baby. If we save the world, awesome. Like, it's a good philosophy. Or not, I don't even want to say it's a good philosophy. But it's a good representation of a specific philosophy. And I don't even want to talk about the shit in the beds, because it does work on multiple levels, and I hate it. And I do not like it. Also, I like this sort of with that Tick Mega as Sam. More as I get older. Unfortunately. Yeah, more as I get older. I used to be much more of a Vax, and I'm becoming more of a Scanlan in that specific philosophy. Not shit in people's beds. It sort of explains why he has acted as he has, though doesn't excuse it. It is at least, I don't know if it explains it, but it is cogent. That's why, during it, I'm just kind of sitting there. It's like, I just got to throw my hands up and be like, yeah, like, that is a reasonable answer to the question that makes sense and is cogent with everything that you have done up to this point. I don't know that it necessarily explains it, but at least it doesn't contradict anything. And so I think at the end of the day, I just have to be impressed by Sam more than anything. I don't have to like Scanlan or his arc or whatever the fuck we're doing here. But I can throw my hands up and be impressed by Sam Riegel, the fucking goat. I wonder how much of that is Scanlan talking to Vax and how much is Sam talking to Liam. I mean, Liam directly said, to some degree, this is me, Liam, asking Sam. Like to some degree, I think there is a little bit of that layer, especially, considering things that have happened outside. Yeah, it is not only like instinctively good RP, or if it is instinctive, maybe that's even more impressive, but it is very intelligent and precise, and it works. Like, it's not just like good momentary RP where it makes a good moment, because I think that happens sometimes where it's just like you have a thing that works in the moment, but maybe it doesn't work the longer that you think about it, It's like the longer that you think about it, it's like, okay, well, is that really how Scanlan thinks? Like, that doesn't really jive with his past behavior. I think the reason that this is a little bit more impressive to me as a little mini bit is because it was good in the moment RP, and it feels right for everything that he's done up to this point. And I just have to throw my hands up. Yeah, it's impressive by Sam to roleplay in character, but also cut through Sam as well in a meaningful way. Yeah. Damn. Legitimately never thought I'd be saying it. If you asked me at like episode 6, I'd be like, I mean, I guess. I suppose that's possible. Anything can happen, but I would be shocked if you were talking to Mega back in episode 6.
Path chosen. Keyleth, do you wish to prepare the transportation spell?
Yeah.
Let's do this.
All right. All of you gather, find your way down to the sun tree in the center of the town. At this point, it's later afternoon. You've grown accustomed these past few days to taking action right around dusk. And as the sky turns from a blue to a bit of a orangish hue, you all find yourselves ready to transition back over to the continent of Assyria.
Let's go.
All right.
To the sun tree.
Keyleth steps forward, touches her hand to the sun tree, completes her mental incantation, and you watch the trunk once again tear open into the somewhat oval walkway into the tree itself on the opposite side. What's your destination?
Oh god. As close as I can get to the fire shari, I guess.
Okay. You recall passing through there. There were a number of trees towards the base of the mountain that were starting to grow petrified from the proximity of the ash that constantly falls from the sky. They died a long time ago and slowly begin to petrify. As the portal opens up on the opposite side, you can see beyond that the dark rock that formulates that mountain range. At the same time, you can see a dull orange glow, and you all begin to step through in rapid succession. Trinket racing up after effects. All of you find yourself stepping out the other side, at which point you look up, and you can see the pathway that you took towards the top of the mountain where the fire shari called Pyra, where they maintain their ever-vigilant watch on the tear into the fire elemental plane. What you do notice immediately is that the path that you took initially is no longer a simple walkway. There is against the now very dark sky, this side of the realm itself, night is, actually no. Sorry, at this point you've actually beaten the sun. Yeah, you guys have gained a few hours, thankfully.
Awesome. Yeah.
So it's still out in the sky from other parts in the distance. However, there is a perpetual dark cloud of smoke and actual storm cloud gathering across this mountain range. As you recall, the first time you were here, that's kind of the nature of Pirates. It's always kind of under this thick, heavy, soot and ash-filled cloud cover. The pathway that winds up the mountain, though, is instead a glowing orange.
Doug, Do you want to show them? Do you want to show you? Do you want to show off? Come here. Come on. Come here. Allura. Come on. Yes. No. Right. Come on up. She loves jumping up on me, and it is bullshit that she won't do it right now. Of course, when I want her to, she has no interest. But when I'm in a fucking gigantic match, she's all fucking over me. Dougie. She's... Paige is gone, and she has just been in this room for a while. I know you guys have seen me, like, petting her off to the side, because she just gets, like, under the table and just, like, wants to sit here and be pet. And that's all she wants. Oh, other doggy. Hi, other doggy. Two doggy. But yeah, she is, if you go back, I don't remember what episode I got her on. I'm measuring my life in terms of Critical Role episodes. I don't remember what episode I got her on, but you can go back and see her. I think she was like 30 pounds, and now she is 73. She's about 7 months, 7.5 months old, I think. So she's going to be 100 plus, most likely. Probably like 110, 120-ish. What the dog doing? She is a little camera shy. I don't know why. Speaking of gigantic, stream when? Stream at some point. Honestly, I'm mostly worried about my voice, and I was a little sick at the end of last week, but it mostly cleared up over the weekend. So I think probably gigantic stream soon. Honestly, if I wasn't doing Daggerheart on Thursday, I would do gigantic on Thursday, but we got Daggerheart to talk about. And tomorrow, I have a feeling that especially during like the first few Daggerheart or gigantic streams, I'll be talking a lot more, so I don't want to do them as my Tuesday. Because I want to rest my voice a little bit. But the dogs are multiplying. Third puppy when? Third puppy probably never. Because with their relative breeds and relative ages, they'll probably pass away within like 3 years of each other. Maybe like 2 or 3 years. And so we think that we're just going to have them for until that happens. And then have a few dog-free years where we like maybe save up for some trips and some traveling. And then later, after that, get more puppies. Wasn't she going to be called Fish, or am I remembering wrong? If she was a boy, she would have been Fish. She's bird because she's girl. But if she was a boy, she was going to be Fish. Fish is a boy's name, obviously. Multitask dog Daggerheart while playing gigantic? No. You made it sad? That's just what it is. My cat signed that contract. Well, I believe the cat did. I absolutely believe the cat signed that contract.
Orange mass of slowly dribbling molten rock that has filled that entire walkway. And it has come to rest at the base of the mountain where it has gathered and begun to cool. You guys are hundreds of feet off from this point as you've kind of stepped out of the tree. However, where you see the molten rock has reached the base of the mountain, it's cooled and formed into solid rock at its base, and you start seeing flashes of the orange turning dark. In another section, it turns dark from the opposite side. And then a few moments pass, and you can see the orange at the next section up in like 10-foot segments. It's almost like going dark and hardening on its own. You get the sense that your arrival did not trigger this more than it has been happening since before you arrived.
Can I do a nature check to figure out what's up?
Sure. This would be a perception check to see if you can ascertain.
16.
16. It's difficult to make it this distance, but you can see along portions of the jagged mountainside what look to be a collection of small figures that are making their way up the mountain, and their slow ascent is met with the lava flow cooling in sections.
Do they look like people, like humanoids?
It's hard to tell at this distance. They look humanoid-ish.
I attempt to use the optics on my gun to get a better look at them.
Sure. You go make a perception check.
18.
18.
Humanoid?
A little bit of a clearer look through. They do appear to be humanoid. You do see 2 arms, 2 legs. You can't gauge size comparison from this distance.
How far?
At this point, they're probably a good 800 feet up the mountain.
800 feet?
Are they dressed like the Ashari that I've met?
From what you can make out, their color palette shifts. There are reds and browns. There are also, like, some stand out as like an aquamarine white. The Ashari you saw were a pretty consistent color palette. This is a little more varied.
I don't know who these people are.
They could still be Ashari, just in their elemental forms. Are there any birds around? Do I look up, do I see birds in the sky?
There are no birds in the sky. Unfortunately, because of the nature of this area, especially as the oppressive fumes and dust continue to pour off from the top of the caldera, this mountain range, it has made it not fitting for any sort of aerial life that you're used to seeing. You glance around for about a minute or two and you don't see any sort of bird life in the air.
Did the ground cool when they were walking? Could we follow them up?
We should.
Let's stay far behind. Let's go quietly.
Walk. Stealth? I cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us.
Okay, everyone makes a stealth check. Including Trinket.
No. Oh.
You don't want to put them in the thing?
You could.
Okay.
Try it out.
Okay.
I put it on a string so I can put it around my neck because it's a necklace because it's cooler that way.
Well, it has a chain on it that it came with.
It's got a chain on it, so it's around my neck.
All right, so you
It
take
has
it.
a chain
you,
and a string now.
Yeah. Chain and string.
The string so you don't forget.
Exactly. You trigger the necklace, pointing it in the direction of Trinket, and once again, Trinket is absorbed into the crystal, vanishing within the inside. All right.
17.
17.
Pass Without a Trace is...
That's 10.
Oh.
I rolled shitty.
30.
35.
32.
29.
25.
Okay. You guys begin making your trek up. Are you kind of... How are you going up the mountain? Are you scaling the cooled flow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably the safest route, given the fact that most of the other side of the mountain range itself is pretty jagged, and elements of it, because of the formation of this giant volcanic caldera, there are portions of broken stone and what looks almost like obsidian glass that kind of sticks out the side.
As we're like walking up, I kind of fall behind and I just slip Vax the potion of fire protection.
Here's the.
Go on.
Here's the.
All right. You guys
thing.
continue in pace with this eventually, and make another perception check.
Oh, much better. That's a natural 19. 30.
30. Okay. Looking up as this cluster of individuals makes their way towards the very top of the mountain, seemingly not taking sight of your traveling group, you're beginning to see the nature of each section of this flow cooling. And what you're seeing is the group will move up a bit, stop, and there appears to be a burst of, sometimes it looks like just very, very strong wind, sometimes it looks like a very, very localized sleet storm that is brought against the side of the mountain and is actually forcefully cooling the flow down temporarily, or at least in those sections before it begins to spill over and continue its slow molten descent. But they're doing their best to continue to kind of force it back up the mountain. And
Those are druids.
They're druids. I cast Skyrate in the clouds above us in the smoke,
okay.
and I write.
So, how are you guys doing up there?
Hey, you guys. I write in druidic symbols, Keyleth Kaitiake.
What's that? Is that her?
Dude, fucking, she said in like druidic symbols, but druidic is just a language. Very rarely used language. I cannot think of the last time I've seen druidic at home games, in media, like, come up. Fucking great time to use it. If you're pretty sure that you're talking to other druids. Absolutely. Ooh.
Okay. You notice the pace in which this group has ascended comes to a halt at the very, very top of the mountain range where it ends. And there's a slight pause before the clouds shift a second time. And it says, from what you understand, Kaitiake, survivors remain. Keyleth.
And I respond with, Help has arrived.
Is it texting?
Yeah.
Druid texting.
What are you saying?
Stop
What-
looking
what
at
are
your
you-
phone.
What are they saying?
Why don't we just go over there and talk to them?
They're survivors.
Well, let's go.
Are they nice?
They're survivors. What does it matter?
There we go.
Let's go.
Double time.
And I tell them, arriving, stand down, or, here we come.
Lol.
Lol. Winky face.
All right.
As we
BRB.
travel, those two out of it to respond, and she's way ahead. I take the potion that Keyleth gave to me because she didn't. I've got the David Bowie armor on now.
You did don it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Before going to bed.
Oh, you did?
I
Okay.
take this potion and I press it into Vex's hand.
Not long at all.
Like that.
Okay.
I took it. All right, I'm just gonna take it.
What was your choice of resistance? I assume it was fire. Okay. All right. As you guys progress up, and it is, though it is a safe route, it is still a.
I'm assuming it's like, hello, peace be with you, that sort of thing. Maybe it's hello and goodbye, like aloha. I don't know. Has it back? I don't. I mean, they also seemed surprised that he had it back, so maybe there was a miscommunication there, Theshel. But no, by my memory, I don't know what kaitiaki means. But I'm assuming it's some manner of greeting.
Relatively steep incline, and you're all kind of having to work together to find handholds, and it is very arduous physically getting up there. I would like everyone to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit.
A constitution?
Yes.
Oh, do we get advantage because of the?
No, that's only wisdom.
Shit.
Come on, Colville meteorite die.
17.
I'm so weak.
Come on, Jade.
Natural 20.
Oh,
Thank you, Matthew
I'm
Colville.
rolling my giant Jade dice because it's
Go
green.
for it. Way to announce it.
Oh, that's a 6.
You're fucked.
20.
Oh dear.
13.
So blind.
5.
Okay. As you guys begin to get pushed up the mountain, the proximity of the heat from the exterior of the rock is cooled, but it's still molten beneath, and there are parts that are still kind of cracking open, and bits of the heat are still pouring through. Plus the general physical exertion from the not very hardy physiques of both Vex and Scanlan. You both suffer 1 level of exhaustion from the ascent up the side of this
What
mountain.
about? Oh, Trinket's in his thing. He's not worried at all.
I don't actually know what 1 level of exhaustion is.
You guys have disadvantage on ability checks. So like all your skill checks right now until your next long rest are a disadvantage.
Levels of exhaustion.
Fucking tough. Yeah, like Grog's like, levels of exhaustions are rough. They fucking are, dude. Absolutely. Like, okay. Assuming that you're running I would say maybe a less intense version of exhaustion, which I absolutely recommend. I think that raw D&D exhaustion is too intense, too quick. So some form of less intense exhaustion. I think this is a great example of a place to use exhaustion. I think that's like primo spot to give exhaustion as a detriment. Or if you're running something like Daggerheart, this is a great example of like a place to give stress. Very, very similar. Some sort of non-HP detriment. And I really do think, like, we've talked about like the social pillar. There's a big discussion about that in the Discord and on the streams. We haven't talked too much about the exploration pillar, but I think that the main, I think weakness of the exploration pillar in D&D is the lack of a good mechanical consequence to give people from exploring that, isn't health. Because I think that health is pretty clearly and pretty distinctly kind of related to combat. Maybe you can like sometimes, make it seem like, oh, there was a rock slide or you twist your ankle. Like, you can come up with ways for HP to be the detriment. But I think that overall, the exploration pillar would really benefit from a really solid mechanic to interact with that was a consequence for, like, exploration failure. So, in something like Daggerheart, you can absolutely use stress, and in D&D, I think it should be exhaustion. I think exhaustion is meant for that, but the current exhaustion system is just the raw 5e exhaustion system is just way too damaging. And I understand why they designed it the way they did, but I think it's one of the cases where writers needed to stick around. I think that that you can't just use advantage and disadvantage. It's too damaging or too tough. But as far as I see, Kaitiaki was never explained in show, just explained on Twitter at a later date. Oh, interesting. I mean, yeah, maybe like once we get to that date, in kind of progression, maybe we can talk about it, but it doesn't seem to be overly important at this point, at least. I definitely interpret it as, some sort of like in word with the Ashari, and I don't know that it seemingly at least has as much import beyond that. But it might. It totally might. And maybe later on I'll be like, what the fuck does that mean? But I could have sworn there was someone else tries to say it, she explains it. Yeah, I don't know. The most boring place you can hit your players is their HP. Yeah, absolutely, Almantle. Yeah. I really wish that I think 1 D&D exhaustion is perfect. Every D&D game I run in the future will absolutely use the 1 D&D exhaustion system. Just straight up. I love it. I think it's great. And I think it's an amazing consequence that DMs can very easily interact with. Yeah. And so wrapping all that up though, this is a great exploration challenge. I think this is a really solid exploration challenge. It's simple. Like, it's not like super complicated, but it's a good example of like exploration and, those sorts of challenges coming in and being a legitimate differentiator within the party. It was explained in episode 22. It's our sort of salute. It means guardian and brethren. It's a high salute. Oh, okay. Sure. Cool. It feels so fresh in my mind, which means I must have seen it on Mega Stream like 7 years ago. Yeah. Speaking of like anniversaries from the beginning, I have no idea when my Critical Role anniversary is, and it will pass me by with absolutely no recognition from me. I will not look it up at all. That my channel anniversary came and went without me acknowledging it. At least if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't know, but I think we are sometime this summer is going to be a year of watching Critical Role, and we're not even halfway through. Oh, woof.
Advantage.
Not saving.
However, as you guys are approaching towards the top, you can see now the humanoids that were at the top of this mountain crest have been since kind of keeping the flow at bay, and each time it gets the crest over again and continue its flow, it's blasted again from the side and cools, and it's building this like very, very slow, gradual.
I kind of just use my cantrip gust and kind of cool areas alongside as we send them
Okay.
on.
You glance up, and you now have a better view of this group, and what you do see ahead of you, specifically Keyleth, appears to be a cluster of about 8 or so fire Ashari dressed individuals. You can't make out their physical details yet, along with 5 other entities that are dressed in the colors and vestments of those from Zephyr.
Oh shit!
From who? From what?
Okay.
What's the matter?
Okay.
What's happening?
I just run up.
Keyleth goes running up.
You said 7 or 8
follow her.
from Zephyr?
There are 5 from Zephyr.
Are we're just gonna follow you?
Yeah, I'm breaking out of stealth and running.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay, you guys are going.
We're running now.
All right.
I walk.
It's still like a. You're still
I'm
having
pretty
to climb
tired.
up to get there.
You and me.
Yeah, well, you can carry me.
Cardio. God burner.
Okay, it takes a while to get up there. As you guys begin to approach, a little bit behind Keyleth, and you look, you see the only 2 notable fire Ashari that you see there are Nystowen, which is a human female that you saw, was one of the 4 that first greeted you as you approached Pyro when you got to the mountaintop. She looks a little rough, but she's definitely in one piece. The other one that greets you immediately,
Serkonis?
you recognize as Flamespeaker Serkonis, who currently does not have his right arm. It is charred and is, through some semblance of flame, cauterized, where he no longer has a shoulder and part of his torso. It's just black, massive burnt skin, probably intentionally. But as you approach, he kind of puts his hand up and goes, "Hail, Keyleth."
Hail. Serkonis. And I just run up and give him a hug.
He kind of just pats you on the back and You know, there's a coldness to his look, his expression. You can see in just a brief instant, though there is strength and determination, there is a moment as he looks into your face that you can see the sorrow of losing most of his people.
And I just look back at him and I just say, I'm so sorry.
This is not your fault. We had this coming. We are the able-bodied few you see.
Are these all that have survived?
We are 25 living. The rest reside at the base of the mountain, to be watched, or are the watchers. But our attrition is of our own making. We helped outsiders too long ago.
What? What do you mean, like, how long ago? 12, 15 years?
We helped seal a break in this rift.
Thordek.
That is the name they call him. We helped bring and bind the beast to this rift, sealing within it the heart of a primordial flame. One of the few pure essence crystals of our plane.
Okay, wait. Important. I feel like important things. Okay. So, probably the soul anchor, spirit anchor? It was some sort of anchor, is probably what he's talking about here. Fire Ashari helped seal in Thordek using the within it the seal in Thordek used the heart of a primordial flame, one of the few pure essence crystals. Essence crystals. I don't think I've heard of those before.
Such a binding will not allow it to leave. It is a punishment for the most terrible of evils that the Ashari take under their order. We carved from the crystal in bind. This beast was too strong and broke the entire crystal. But it seemed enough. It seemed enough.
Sir Conus, it's not your fault. There are greater forces at work here, beyond us. And it's something that I am desperately trying to reassure myself of every day.
And a voice kind of comes up from over the mountain range. Kind of raspy, older, and with a casual importance to it, it says. So, are you claiming some semblance of dealing with this? As it steps over, the face looks down with recognition. My God. Keyleth.
Who are
I
you?
just look up and see long, silver-haired half-elf in later years, dressed in the blue and white robes of the Arashari. You see before you Corin, your father. You live.
Dad.
He just steps forward and goes, and as you've stepped away from Sir Konoch, just takes you in his arms and holds you extremely tight against him.
I'm sorry I didn't check in sooner. I didn't want you to be disappointed.
She puts his finger up to your lips and pulls you back and just kind of looks you over, and with a smile on his face. You see the hardness of his expression fade. Keyleth, you've grown.
A lot's happened.
Well, just like her.
I haven't found Mom.
Her path was her own. I'm just glad that you have maintained yours. He wipes the tear from your face and says, how goes the Aramente?
Well,
She's kicking ass.
Good. Good. He kind of like places them at the corner of his eye. We were called not by a day ago by the surviving Paima. Told of the angry mountain and the terrible drake that sundered the rift. I helmed the team while the majority of our people stayed to keep Sephra cloaked and safe from the marauding beast. We've only just made our way up the mountain. Your arrival is quite fortuitous, as we got the help we can get.
How can we be of assistance?
Come.
Oh man, yeah, fair. I mean, I'll pause. It seems like we're moving on in the scene. But yeah, like just like Percy having his sister, I think it's really cool that Keyleth still has a dad, and a dad that they seem to have a better relationship than like the twins' dad, because he has a new fucking family. But it's very cool. I think it is a little too often that, and I mean, to a degree, it makes sense. We were talking about earlier, why become an adventurer? Why, take these risks? There is a degree that having a family, having people, having loved ones that aren't adventuring with you makes it harder to justify adventuring in the first place. So it's something that needs to be carefully considered. And I think that is the general explanation to why we don't see it more often, is if I'm making a character, and let's be frank, I don't care that much about their backstory. I think that type of player's all over the place at a lot of tables. Don't really care that much about the backstory. I just want to play like D&D and have fun with my friends. I want to see the story that like we're all going to participate in. I'm giving you a 1-paragraph backstory. I think that sort of player doesn't want to put in the legwork to explain both why they're adventuring, because that's already kind of a tall order, and why they are out there risking their lives when they have loved ones. So I think not only is it rare to see parents at all, they're, like Deadly Spark said, they're just normally plain bad people if they exist, or I think it's even rarer to see parents where the adventurer is like cool with them, because you then have to justify, why are you not back home with your parents if you have a good relationship, or at least an okay one. There's multiple layers of justification there that you don't need to make if you just make your parents dead. And so it's a little bit more legwork, I think. Ironically, I have 2 players in my campaign whose characters are adventuring because a parent was an adventurer. That makes sense. One was a heroic and then retired and passed away, and her daughter's following in her footsteps, and the other is basically a consequence of an adventurer making a deal for his firstborn child gone wrong with an archfey. I would say the secondary does fall into the potentially bad people camp. Like, they're not on good terms, I would assume. But the other one is, I think that is maybe one of the more easy and solid ways to go with having a good relationship with a living parent, is if they were also an adventurer. I do think that is like, if your player's looking to have a relatively light backstory, but have living parents that they're cool with, I think that's a very good direction to go down. And can be the source of a lot of drama and a lot of interaction in RP later on, of like, are they going to live up to their parents' name? People expect so much out of them. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do there if your parent is a famous former adventurer. What Sarkosis says, we carved the crystal in bind. This beast was too strong and took the entire crystal, but it seemed enough. Well, I think he said it destroyed the entire crystal, right? It shattered. I heard the beast broke the crystal. But at least that's what I wrote down, and that's what I understood in the moment. I mean, Thordak, assumingly. But the beast required a whole crystal carved. Yeah, which I agree. Yeah. I think that's
warning.
Correct, Theshel.
Ad incoming.
Ad incoming. Ad incoming. Take cover. We got 50 seconds. I love having my characters' parents alive and good people. It always feels like it adds a lot of depth. Absolutely. You do need to add a layer of justification, I think, depending on the setting. But I do think that it's a really neat and interesting aspect to things. Both having another living parent who is normal and alive to balance out the madness, lol. My second OC was raised with both parents, is loved, had a great time growing up in the Sealy court and of the Feywild as an Eladrin. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Gonna play a Goblin Changeling in an upcoming Pathfinder campaign. Her mother is a hag, and both is both a bad parent and on excellent terms with my character. Nice. Hell yeah. More a bad person than a bad parent. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, one of my own favorite PCs has 2 living parents, but she pretends she herself died because she considers herself a bad person. So it's the trope flipped. Yeah, I bet. Oh, fuck, we're in the ad. We're in the ad. Leave. Go. Flee. Go pee. Get water. I'll see you in a second. And the ad has come, the ad has gone. Welcome back. How are all of you? Also, Ink Charm, I think that's a great example of the legwork that you have to do. It's a great example of of the justification that you need to make in order to have two living parents and, go off adventuring. And it's a good example of how I think it can result in very cool characters. Like, I think that sounds like a great character. And I do wish that, especially with players that are willing to put in the legwork, because I think a ton are. I think it would be really cool if more of them incorporated parents into their backstory. So I'm looking forward to seeing Keyleth's dad.
I helmed the team while the majority of our people stayed to keep Zephyra cloaked and safe from the marauding beast. We've only just made our way up the mountain. Your arrival is quite fortuitous, as we need all the help we can get.
How can we be of assistance?
Come. Let's see what remains of Pyra. He turns around and walks back over towards the top of the mountain.
Daddy.
He stops, looks over his shoulder towards you. Yes.
It's good to see you again, Father.
It's good to see you as well, daughter. Now come, show me what you've learned. He goes back to walking. The rest of the Fire Shari stand up, kind of acknowledge and recognize those of you that stand here before, visiting once before. Zirkonos looks about. You show strength and honor by coming here, in our time of need. This will not be forgotten. Now come. As you follow them up over the top of the mountain, you see once again before you the caldera of this once volcanic mountain has been blown apart in areas. You can see sections of large black stone that are now pushed up into jagged obelisks where once was a relatively smooth, blackened shale countryside. You can see there are pits of molten rock that have just been punched through the floor and have just gathered into these pools where the air above is slowly shifting and warped by the heat that is now released above the mountaintop. The flow of lava that descends down the side of this mountain continues and swells and heads inward towards the Cinder Grove. The Cinder Grove, from what you can see from this distance, is but a fraction of what was once there. Most of the trees now torn apart and scattered amongst the top of this mountain. You can see bits and pieces of the various petrified trees just thrown hundreds of feet from the center. There are still standing defiant trees amongst what once was the Cinder Grove, but they are very sparse. Many of them now blackened by what you can see in the very distance beyond the broken huts and homes that once held the Pyra. You see the distant, moving, glowing dots of various elemental energies spiraling outward from a very large central red rift that sits there pulsing and pulsing with bright, almost sunlight energy. It's like staring into the sun at the very, very zenith of its movement. You have to avert your eyes even staring towards this rift, now a good 30, 40 feet taller than it was when you last returned here. What was once the portal in the ground has now ruptured and is emerging, slowly piercing out of the top of this mountain. Undaunted, your father, the other Ashari, continue walking forward with no words.
Kind of rush forward a little bit to talk to him. Question, Your Majesty? I want to help. We all want to help as much as possible. But I don't know any magic. Most of us don't. Are we going to be able to do anything?
Well, I certainly hope so. If you've survived this long with my daughter, you've picked up a few tricks.
Well, that I have.
Father, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for these people.
Vex brings up a very good point. And I have no idea how Matt will address it. But for an example, I'm not saying this is, fucking always how you do it, 100% textbook. But I think a very good example of how to address this, of how to address, hey, I don't have any magic. How am I going to help with this magic thing? I think number one, magic items. Classic. And number two, sacrifice. And what I mean by that is Guardians of the Galaxy 1. In Guardians of the Galaxy 1, none of the people, if my memory serves me, none of the Guardians have magic. And yes, there's like no magic or whatever in Marvel, whatever. Fucking Rohan is fucking casting spells and shit. And he is absolutely doing magic. And they end up doing magic to defeat him with the Infinity Stone, but they fucking channel it through the power of friendship. As lowly mortals that can't do magic, I think that there is absolutely room in a D&D story for something like what Vax did just a few days ago. Vax used his fucking body to channel this spell, and it did some shit. So I think that if you have martial characters, right, and you're going into big magic zone, planar bullshit, where, like, Vex is saying, like, hey, man, I don't know fucking magic. Like, you know, I think that there is a very, very, very easy press button of, oh, you can help channel the magic. Like, just having, like, more fucking bodies is helpful. And with the Ashari's very low numbers, totally makes sense why they may not be able to field as many literal bodies as they might want to participate in this ritual, especially with fucking Vasselheim not wanting to let anyone set foot out of the walls. So just like at base, something you can do to allow your non-caster characters to participate in this ritual. There are also a few ways that you can get a little bit more creative with it. Like if you want Vex specifically to participate in it, maybe you like Vex and Percy, you could have that the ritual creates a fucking like rune bomb and they're like, oh, no, but the rune bomb is like an anti-magic rune bomb. Like that's how it's gonna close it. When the rune bomb makes contact with the fucking portal, it'll shut the portal. It's an anti-magic rune bomb. And then the druids are like, but how are we gonna fucking get it over there? You know, like, oh no, what are we gonna do? And then Percy, Mr. Thinker over here, is like, what if I attach it to an arrow? What if I attach it to an arrow? And then you have fucking Percy and Vax and fucking shoot the rune bomb into the portal. Totally great way to involve your marshals. Alternatively, you fucking fastball Grog at the portal, and you do a whole thing with like him arcing in just the right way to get him close enough to throw the rune bomb in. Like there are all sorts of ways that you can involve your non-caster marshals in a way where they are absolutely, not only can they get involved, but you can even make them necessary to the ritual's success if you want. I'm not saying that Matt needs to do any of that shit, but keep that in mind for your games. Like, breaking down a door is not the only thing that a barbarian is good for. A barbarian, at the end of the day, is incredibly strong and incredibly durable, and they can go places that other people can't. And they can break past obstacles that other people can't. And so as long as you make there be a reason that magic can't solve everything, suddenly marshals can get a little bit of ground in that discussion. But I will be very interested, and I am sure that everyone is biting their tongue, that Spoilers Chat is talking. Hold the line, obviously. And this is not to say what Matt needs to do or does not need to do. But there are absolutely ways to get your marshals involved. And like I said, at the very base, you can have them be fucking bodies. You can say the ritual needs a certain amount of people holding hands. Let's all hold hands. And boom, your marshals are involved. Mega citing pop culture. It happened. Yeah, Marvel is a Marvel is hyper pop culture. Like it's all the way beyond there. Doctor Strange is a wizard. True. Accurate. That is true. Marvel might as well. I mean, they have fucking people as planets. That is true. But yeah. So just a good thing to point out there, given this question, because this is absolutely a very reasonable question from Vex. This is a very reasonable question that your players might ask you as a DM, or a question that you might want to ask as a player. And there absolutely can and often are answers for it.
You're the most capable that I know.
This is good, because that's what we need right now.
Do you, however, since we're druids, we're a little bit more, geared, prepared to deal with the fire. I can cast protection from energy on a couple of these people, if you wouldn't mind. Maybe grabbing the other two.
You do what I can.
Can I cast protection from fire on Percy? You have it, you have it. Do you have it?
Well, I really don't even know what I'm gonna do here.
Well, it's gonna protect you from fire. So.
Okay.
And if Grog is protected from fire, you know where he could easily charge into? The area with all the fire elementals. Deliver the rune bomb, Grog. Deliver the rune bomb, Grog mail delivery service.
Scanlan.
Prepping to deliver the package.
I'll do Percy and Scanlan. Father, can you?
Well, it's a concentration spell, so you only really have one person going, and that's your concentration.
I can only have one person going.
Yep.
Well, good.
I'll be okay.
I thought I could cast it at higher levels.
I'll take a
Can I cast it
mulligan
at higher
on this
levels?
one.
Can't do that with this one?
Nope.
Fuck.
Deal with it later. Don't
Do
worry.
Scanlan, do Scanlan.
No, I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
We'll be fine.
Just make us all clap.
Well,
We'll be
fuck it. I'm gonna cast it on myself, for starters, because I want it.
Alright.
So I'm gonna cast protection from fire on myself.
Oh, heck.
What does it potion of fire resistance do?
Halves.
The same thing?
Halves.
Halves all
fire
fire?
damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. Grog is the man.
As the cluster of you begin stepping deeper into the caldera, you begin to approach the outskirts, the remnants of the pirate tribe's homestead. You can see where most of it has been either completely
Look, all I'm saying, would you just listen to what I'm saying? All I'm saying is that you could construct a cannon. Now hear me out. You could construct a cannon where, an explosive payload of some kind was detonated and pushed a flat surface, and I would consider that bludgeoning damage. And barbarians already have resistance to bludgeoning damage when they're raging. I think you could probably get a pretty powerful explosion. You could probably fire that barbarian pretty damn far before they risked dying from it. Because fall damage is also bludgeoning. So I'm just saying we have some options here for what we can do with Grog, specifically.
burnt to a cinder or just lies tattered by some great force, just shattered. And you start, as you're walking through, you can see where the landscape itself, all the jagged bits of black obsidian glass are shooting up out of the ground, and there's broken pieces of the dark rock and volcanic material. And it isn't until your eyes begin to focus that you realize that elements of this rock is not rock at all, but the twisted and charred remains of the pyre that didn't escape in time, blending in with the ground landscape surrounding. The rest of the Ashari just continue pushing forward, not taking notice, focused. As before you can see the rift still blinking ever bright in the center of the remains of the Cinder Grove. You steel yourselves.
Turn and I look at them and just nod and follow in my people's footsteps.
And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I did not realize how close we were to the end. I always do this, where we're so close to the end and I don't realize it, and I go on massive rants right before the end, and I fucking edge all of you. Let's do the post-session commentary, and then we'll chat.
We're cooking with
As Marisha
gas,
collapses in a pool of tears.
Cry more! Cry more!
You knew this was coming.
A lot of crying.
Yeah, man. You're gonna have a headache
Oh,
tomorrow.
tired.
I'm
tired.
You've got we've got exhaustion, Sam. That's all.
Yeah, that's not great. Thanks for tuning in to Therapy Thursday, everyone.
But we take shits and talk to swords.
There you go.
Got a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We got some drama. We got some personal issues. We got some reunions. We got some hardships. We got
wild animals.
All animals.
Man, so many things.
And a travel method for a trinket.
Oh my god, I'm so excited about it.
I wasn't sure you guys were gonna use that one. As you mentioned, I was like, oh, that's
I like it.
That's the way to do it.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, cool, guys. We'll be back next week, Thursday.
Oh my god.
We'll with Chris Harper joining us as a guest.
Yay!
How is he gonna be here?
As himself. He's going to be playing himself.
I'm a human.
He's gonna be playing himself. Yeah. Therapy Thursday should be the tagline always. I could see that, especially with the Keyleth stuff, the Vax and Grog, and or not Vax and Grog, fucking Vax and Scanlan and Percy. Yeah, it is absolutely a bit of Therapy Thursday. Let's see. Okay, let's talk. Let's chat. Let's think. Ew, gross. But there we go. Oh. Stop it, BG3. Stop it. And this is where I gave up for the night as it is 1:30 here. Oh my god, go to bed, Ebster. Thank you so much for joining. I'll see you later. Absolutely give up. Okay. I don't know. I'm even thinking about how long I'll make it. I might just run through it really fast and look for anything interesting that I want to talk about. Because voice. Yeah, anything that like I want to talk about, but I didn't talk about out loud. Knowing the location of Umbrasyl, interesting. I mean, I already said it out loud. Vax, next paladin of Raven Queen, absolutely. Okay, so this is actually something that won't be risk related. But I wrote it down here. Interested to see if there's any sort of acknowledgement or explanation of the timing of them showing up right when the Ashari are climbing this mountain. This is not a positive or a negative thing. Does not me calling anything out. I, as you know, have been a big proponent of floating plot hooks, floating NPCs, all these different things. However, I will say you need to do legwork to always make your players feel like it isn't floating. Feel like the reason that whatever is happening is not just because they just showed up. Which right now, I'll be, transparent. That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like the Ashari are doing this right now because Vox Machina is there. It's an amount of time that is not totally immersion breaking. Maybe it just took them this amount of time. But it is a very specific coincidence that I think could do with an amount of explanation. If the explanation never comes, it'll be fine. It won't stick in my brain as a big thing. But if you do have an event like this that you kind of want the party to be around for, so you're keeping it floating, you're not pinning it down to an exact date and time, I think you want to have at least some passing mention of oh man, Zephyr Ashari, Air Ashari took you so long to get here. Obviously that's way too casual, but some very minor acknowledgement of the timing and the passage of time and some sort of explanation for why this is happening now when the protagonist just so happened to be there. I think some sort of explanation would not go amiss, but also if it never comes, it'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. Little bit more explanation about the primordial flame, about this, and I will say, let me go check out Thordak. Because right now, it seems as though but broke out, was held in by a soul anchor, which is a large gemstone. Now, this is interesting because what the Fire Ashari are describing, Fire Ashari helps seal them in, use the heart of a primordial flame, one of the very few pure essence crystals of our plane. Sounds like this soul anchor. However, when Allura described it, sounded very much like, oh, it probably still exists. Like, oh man, that was the thing holding him in, Like, that was very much my understanding is like, oh man, how did he, like what happened to the soul anchor? But the way that the Fire Ashari described it, they said that I could have almost sworn that they said that the beast broke the crystal. It might actually be worth, it wasn't that long ago that they had this conversation. So it might be worth just running it back a tiny bit. Just to make sure, because it seems like something that is going to be fairly easy to confirm. And seems relatively important. Oh wait, that's okay. My father, Keyleth, blah blah blah. Good. Aha. Majority of our appeals stay in Zephyra, cloaked and safe. Your revival is fortuitous. What remains of Pyra? Good to see you again. You as well, daughter. Let's see.
Or visiting once before, by coming. Now come. The mountain has pushed up the country on the side from what side trees just thrown hundreds of feet from the center. There are still standing what you can that it's like stared daunted.
Question. These people. Prepared a fire. Galen.
Did I miss it? Did I miss it or is it further?
Okay.
Trust in your order. You can in peace sign the
Follow.
Whoa!
No. Okay. Where the fuck is it? Is it when they're talking to Serkonis before her dad reveals himself
last return
explicitly?
here. What was one undaunted? Your father,
Oh.
the other Ashari continued.
Wait, that was earlier. Various elemental surges. Right before dad. Oh man, I was so close. I think that I was just saying it. Keyleth, you've grown. Blue and white robes, silver haired. Serkonis. Aha! There it is. Here it is. Okay, let's see what's up.
That is the name they call him.
Okay, it is also Thordak. It's definitely Thordak. Okay.
We hope to bring and bind the beast to this rift, sealing within it the heart of a primordial flame. One of the few pure essence crystals.
Wait. We helped bring and bind this beast to this rift.
Sealing within it the heart of a primordial.
Sealing within it. I assumed, oh god, when I first heard that, okay, wait. Okay. Helped seal in Thordak. We helped, God, I'm just going to pull up the transcript and just copy this word for word. Because I don't want to get it wrong. Let's see, 249. Because I feel like this wording is incredibly specific in a way that I'm honestly not normally concerned about. Yup. Okay. Boop. Oh, God. Okay, wait. Paste this plain text. Boop. Is it boop? Is it boop? All right, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Because this is saying, that is the name they call him. We help bring him bind the beast to this rift, sealing within it. This it, to me, is vague. When I first heard it, my intuitive impression was within it being the ritual or the rift. But also, I'm remembering, Thordak has a giant fucking thing in his chest. Could absolutely, by within it, they could absolutely be talking about Thordak. With sealing within it the heart of a primordial flame, one of the pure essence crystals of our plane. Such a binding will not allow it to leave. It is a punishment for the most terrible of evils. We carved from the crystal in bind. The beast was too strong and took the entire crystal. So it didn't break the crystal. The beast took the entire crystal. Meaning they needed the entire crystal to make it work. It didn't break it. Okay. I knew that I needed to go back and look at this. Okay. I don't remember what I think and what has been confirmed. That is totally fair. That is absolutely fair. What has been confirmed and what has been not, yeah. So I'm thinking the soul anchor is the thing in Thordak's chest, which means that the thing that is in Thordak's chest, the soul anchor, whatever, is the heart of a primordial flame. One of the few pure essence crystals of our plane. Seems like a potential alternative quest to the vestiges to find a water, like a pure water crystal. Maybe, fucking make some steam in that asshole's chest. You know what I'm schmaying? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely other notes that I want to take, and I know that people do like the note-taking, but voice is going a little bit, and I'm also very hungry. I'm pretty hungry. I want some food. So I'm going to go get said food, and good news. Wait, can I primary share again? Good fucking wait, let me make sure that I'm not fucking leaking anything on this screen. Let me just I don't think so. Yeah, I think I'm good. By putting my OBS on the primary screen. That is 0 dropped network frames the entire fucking stream. 762,000 frames, 0 of them dropped. Let's go, everybody. Oh, yes. No hiccups. Maybe we resolved it. Maybe it is a fucking coincidence. Maybe I'm going to lose my mind on Wednesday. Also, I need to apparently cuss less because YouTube is limiting my monetization on the streams. So I scream fuck at the top of my lungs. But we may have beret for the beret gods. Ribbit. Reliable streaming. I've finally reached the point in the skill tree. So, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I appreciate it. Tomorrow will just be interactions, and then Wednesday is episode 45 because we got through, 46. Today was 45 because we got through a whole last episode. Whitestone high five. Thank you again. Have a good night, everyone, especially those who it's so late for. And I will see you all later. Goodbye.